12 Monoliths, Book 1. Good People Die. Foreword. Hello, fair reader. It is my humblest of honors to be able to greet you here, at the beginning of the largest project I've ever taken on at this point in my life. The current date that I'm writing this is right after typing the final words on the last page. Now, just because I mentioned them, I urge you not to go searching for them until you've properly gotten there on your journey. There is a reason that they're labeled as question marks in the table of contents. Now, onto the more exciting bits of this introduction. This is my first original story that I've tackled of such a girth. The planning of this story and this series began as a simple stray thought sometime in the fall of 2016. I was facing a major roadblock on the second episode of Beyond the Logos, and this stray idea of a Russian roulette-themed death game came to me. I told myself that if I let myself become obsessed with it, as I do with the ideas that become stories in my head, then I would never finish Beyond the Logos, of which still had 2 episodes that needed to be written. So I put it on the back burner. But the ideas still kept coming. I could not tell them no. They were unregulated ideas that forced their way into my mind and called, "Write me! Write me! Write me!" as if chanting by some church choir. Beyond the Logos eventually did finish on February 18th, 2017. I gave myself 2 weeks off of writing completely, and then right on March 4th of that same year, I began in a frenzy of jotting down notes. First, I began sculpting characters. Ever since the first story I'd ever written, Zero, which eventually reached into Telos, I had been aspiring to write a story with a larger cast of characters. Back then, I wasn't very good at writing, much less balancing a larger cast and keeping them all interesting and engaging to the plot at hand. So, for Telos, I chopped out what didn't work and ended up with a handful of main characters versus the ensemble I had originally envisioned. I don't weep for this change. Telos is an infinitely stronger story for it, but I do weep for the loss of opportunity to tackle a larger group. I did get my fair share of fun when Dreamer, the follow-up novel as it contained characters from my previous stories, but it also relied on knowledge obtained in those 2 books being the third to a trilogy. I still wanted that one-and-done kind of experience, something in its own category that didn't need prior knowledge, or if it was part of a series, introduce them from the start. Beyond the Logos was my next stab at this, and while I feel it did do it better in this regard, it is still a very personal story with a smaller amount of players at the heart of it. It scratched several itches I'd been meaning to scratch since the start, like an increased focus on world building and interconnectivity. But again, there are moments, which I won't mention here because of spoilers, that are greatest enjoyed if there is at least some base recognizability with the original trilogy. So, now with this new story, I wanted to scratch that original itch. I wanted to write a larger cast of main characters than I was used to, and I started by going to the handy-dandy Enneagram personality chart. I won't go into the specifics of it here, but I had put in extra effort to sculpt characters that felt more like people, and less like characters. But then something inside of me awakened and said, well, what if that meant the same thing? Some of you might not get that, but it made sense to me, and so I modified my character list and refined it to the players of the show we have today. The protagonist, Lucas Gray, modeled after my real-life cousin and best friend, Lucas Knight. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say before we get started, and for some final thanks and acknowledgements. Luke, for of course being the mold for which Lucas took form, and also for being a peer reader and trusted giver of criticism when needed. Hannah, my loving fiancée, who supports everything I do with the largest smile I think any human has ever managed. She continues to motivate me and keep me going when I hit blocks in the road. I've also got to give special thanks to the entirety of the writing subreddit. For any time I hit a writing block mid-sentence, a quick place out instantly jog any missing piece back into place. I never posted there, but there's something really special about seeing others in your shoes go through the same trials and tribulations, or see similar successes. To any who read this, I hope I inspire some sort of light in you, for we all know the greatest thing about light is that it keeps out the dark. Act 1. Genesis. 1. Sudden sounds pulled the young boy's consciousness up from the depths, like the hand of God tearing into the ocean, reaching downward through the depths to feel his existence before tightening to an iron grip. The sound of metal grinding caught the boy's attention immediately. If If it wasn't that, then it certainly was the sudden cold his body felt as it lay against bare metal. It tore his consciousness awake, and with sudden clarity, he realized he didn't know where he was. In the back of his mind, the grinding echoed across the innards of his skull, causing him to double over. It wasn't anything like how the movies portrayed it. They use artificial sounds created in a booth miles away from where the action happens. The grinding couldn't be fully understood unless it was experienced in person. It must shake everything to the core. The bending, the folding, the creaking, the reverberations that bounced off of the walls. The noises that echo through hallways, blurred realities of monsters that waited in the dark. The same sound wailed through the derelict halls of an unknown building. It was a slight hum that grew in intensity to an almost wailing sort of siren. It hurt the boy's head, but he felt like he had heard it before. It wasn't clicking just why it had sounded so familiar. The ceiling hung low and offered little light. It painted dim red coats across the walls. The boy could only make out papers tacked up on the wall to his right. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to them, almost like they were playing a makeshift game of darts. The boy squinted and tried to focus on what they showed, but they seemed to have subjects that flew over his head. They seemed to be blueprints of some kind of machine. Both of the documents were signed near the lower edge by a 0. There must have been some meaning between the two and the others on the wall, but the meaning had been lost in the boy who had woken up in the side of the circular room, unaware of his surroundings. This was, at least in part, the story of that unfortunate boy. His head had throbbed terribly with the echoes that pulsed through the darkness. His back had clung to his shirt with a wet, sticky mess. He yanked to it to try to alleviate the pressure in the front of his skull, but it didn't seem to help. He took in a breath so deep that any other circumstance he could fool himself into believing he was about to go diving. His heart was jumping, and all at once he was alive, truly alive. Blood was pumping, and the air returned to his lungs. He wasn't sure if there was a point when he wasn't alive. Strange. That should come as something simple. Then again, he was most likely just unconscious for however long, but it wasn't like he could disprove the alternative. His head pounded something awful, that he could prove. It was hard to see anything not directly in front of his face. The boy had no idea where he was, or who he was, to be frank, and he wasn't even certain if he could be frank. His spine stiffened as if a rod were jammed against it. It forced his head right, and it was there he saw a large iron door set just beside a narrow hallway. It didn't look like it would open to anything short of a nuclear bomb. There was a keypad on the right-hand side of the door, but he hadn't the foggiest of what combination would be accepted. His hand then brushed past something small and almost wiry. It had been the spine of a notebook lying at his side. With a shaking hand, he reached out and grabbed it closer toward him, starting to open that front page, struggling and stumbling at the front cover. He saw a single paragraph written on the first sheet.
You are Lucas Gray, the White. You are tied down. This experiment is to teach you why and by whom. The pendulum swings heavy above the small of your shell. The intention is not to confuse, but to reveal. The red sits idly by. Your enemy is bathed in shame. The white sits clad in metal, constantly threatened by the flame. The only respite you shall find is through the blue. Water shall douse your fire, and you shall become the sword that you were always meant to be. The pendulum swings faster, an axe at your throat, blood almost to the sunset. What is your choice?
Lucas Gray? The name rang familiar, but could it have been mine? He didn't know for sure, and trusting it to its word was something he wasn't sure he was capable of at the moment. It was strange that it had been there. If he didn't bring the notebook in with him, maybe I'm just prone to consistent amnesia attacks, and I brought the notebook to remind myself of my name when one of my episodes came along. He reasoned it out, but concluded it wasn't that likely a scenario in the end. After all, why would he write his name with such a cryptic passage? Something about being under a pendulum with these sorts of colors? Didn't seem to be the case. Almost everything here was black or red. He didn't remember any family, phone numbers, nothing. He didn't have a phone either, he realized. His pockets were clean of even the lint. He would have had to trust that he didn't bring the notebook in with him, that he was meant to find it. It would also seem plausible that whoever had brought him in here would know of his memory loss. They wouldn't have written that in a notebook otherwise. These were the two things that he held on to as he moved his stand to his feet. He quietly repeated them in his mind as if the words themselves would keep his balance. He decided then, as he made his way up, that he would keep the moniker given to him by the notebook. Luke would work just fine as something to call himself, until he had information to determine if it was correct or not. There was only one path for him to take from the room he had woken up in. He had begun to walk, falling short and having to catch himself against the wall as the room around him had begun to spin. If he had anything to eat, he's sure it would have been waiting for him to come back up. Instead, his stomach only burned from the insides. It took a moment longer for the room to right itself, and for Luke to re-find his balance. He stood back straight and took a hesitant step toward the hallway. It led down to a hook headed left. By the time he reached it, he had lost all sense of direction, as the lights had begun to fade even darker than they were before. Then it was pitch black. Where would he go at the end of the pathway? Would there be a dead end to greet him? Would it be his dead end? The questions didn't end. It wasn't until he bumped into the knob of a door that he stopped. It sent a flash of pain into his abdomen, just above his crotch. He jolted back as it strung pain all throughout his body. He took in a deep breath as he searched the darkness for the handle he'd been so foolish to run into. He found it quick enough and grasped the cold metal with his hand. It took more effort than he would have originally thought it would, but it opened. Two. Luke walked out to a large expansive bubble of a room. Behind him, the door closed shut and seemed to lock. Out in front of him, it looked like someone had inserted a large industrial straw to the innards of the room and began to blow from the outside until it was about to burst. All told, it was probably about the size of a football field. It all seemed so strange, but was it really? Simple logic had told him that a room shaped like a sphere was different to the norm. But then again, was the logic he used to come to that conclusion something to trust? He felt that he knew certain things for a fact. Rooms should not look as this one had. This certainly seemed like one of those things. It seemed he was overreacting, but it brought out a larger problem that he couldn't bring himself to simply sweep under the mental rug. He didn't know anything. He couldn't have known anything from a situation except for what the notebook had written. He took in a deep breath and tried to focus. He needed a reference point. My name is Lucas Gray. He repeated it again, twice, then thrice until nothing else filled his mind. Repeating his mantra became the new norm. It became the new him. Even if it wasn't factually true, he wouldn't worry about it anymore. He was Lucas Gray, and that was all that mattered at the moment. He took a deep breath and scouted the room around him with a new light. The exterior of the room was rimmed with metal plates fastened with large bolts that ran the perimeter straight through. It prevented any light from the outside creeping in. The room had been fully lit from some serious lights strung up from the top of the room shining down. They looked like tiny suns from where he was standing. He felt an immense pressure as they beamed down on him. Conversely, anything above the lights was shrouded in a thick coat of black, impenetrable to his eyes. The room had several doors lined through each side on it. It looked like there were 6 of them in total, excluding the one that it had just left for him. Down in the center there was a circular platform with 6 seats placed around in a ring. To Luke, it looked like some satanic circle he wanted absolutely no part of. That was, of course, when the smell reached him. It took only 1 second for it to almost double him over completely, It smelled of the stuff he could only imagine would populate the innards of a sewer. There was no apparent source of the stench, but he was sure it was holed up somewhere, rotting away. He didn't want any part of this. Not this smell, not this weird round room, definitely not the cult-like chairs. He shook his head away from them. He would look at anything else. Turning, he set off toward the door farthest from where he entered. It took him a few moments to cross the distance, but on closer inspection it turned out that the door had been exactly like the one he came in through. There wasn't any handle for him to grab, and it didn't seem to respond to any sort of force he put on it. Aside from how sturdy it looked, there was nothing more he could do with it. If he hadn't come from one personally, he almost wouldn't have guessed it was a door at all, just an inset wall. Traveling around the circumference of the room told him that each of the doors was exactly the same. When he'd finally come to the end of his investigation, the doors, he had no choice but to return to the center of the room. The chairs were still ominous to him, and certainly made the hairs on the nape of his neck stand on end. His breath began to shorten, and he almost fell over on himself. His vision waned. He could tell he wasn't in the greatest of conditions, but it felt like everything was coming back all at once. The exhaustion, the heavy breathing. He could even tell his vision wasn't the best. He might need glasses. No, not at that point yet. He did his best to run toward the center of the room, but his body must have been out of commission for quite some time. Running hurt. Jogging hurt. Limping hurt. It all hurt until he slowed to a walk at last. It came over him in a stinging sensation that erupted in his legs. He sputtered as he regained his balance, taking the stroll now nice and slow. By the time he finally reached the chairs, he was coughing a red sputter out onto the ground. It came up with phlegm, and a hoarseness that scraped against his throat. He could taste the muck in his mouth, and it only made him want to spit out the rest. Finally, it began to slow and finally stop. But he made sure to stay put until he was more than sure he could move without causing whatever was wrong with him in the first place to flare up again. He was Lucas Gray, but there was just no telling what was wrong with Lucas Gray. Maybe an asthmatic of a severe degree. Maybe he had some sort of cancer that was killing him slower than anything else here would. His mind was desperate for answers. They clawed at his insides while the nameless sickness inside him clawed for his outsides. He sat up, nearly falling over as the room began to spin. Slowly, not too fast, but just enough to make the feelings return. He stumbled into the center of the circle. A large rumbling sensation sent him off his feet face first into the metal paneling below. It almost looked as if the panel could open up. It was divided in two panes closed tightly together. He waited for a moment as the frozen metal kept his face stuck. He was waiting for an aftershock. It seemed the rumbling came within him. There was a terrible pounding that echoed in his ears. It turned out it was his heartbeat. He was hearing his heart. It sounded almost 50 times louder than normal, filling all else in the room with thudding and banging. He pulled himself up to his feet once more and made his way to one of the chairs, ornate in design with no armrest. It and its identical siblings all glanced at him ominously as if bidding him to sit down. "Come with us, Lucas. Sit down and enjoy yourself. Come and take a seat and rest those weary bones of yours." Against all conscience and any thought in his mind, sitting down sounded like the best and worst ideas that had ever entered his brain. He limped to the chair nearest to him and slowly worked his way down, finally planting his butt on the chair and leaning back, taking a moment to let the dizziness subside. He let out a single breath before he felt his body yanked back by cords that wrapped around him like snakes. One went straight across his throat and yanked all of the air out of his system. A second snapped his torso tight to the spine of the chair. He tried with everything that was left inside him to yank the cords off of him, but they seemed to be of a thick steel that wouldn't come undone by his hands alone. A pair of silver eyes illuminated the darkness above him. A voice like smoke drifted down to him as the dizziness came back in full force.
Waltz, emerge, reduction, Ontario, zombies, Umbra, momentum. If you are ready, you will know what to do.
Stinging pain sent shots of color flowing at 1,000,000 miles a minute through his eyes. It burned at his neck, and before he could scream, it looked as if the world was melting around him. How foolish he was to sit down. Surely whoever had kidnapped him had some sort of torture fetish going on. Make people believe that they're all alone and terrify the living daylights out of them before finally ending it. He tried as hard as he could to fight it, but whatever stung him had been stronger than he was. He felt his head start to lower, and his eyelids felt as if they were each supporting 1,000 pounds each. The darkness overtook the colors, and he lost feeling in both of his feet, then his legs, and then soon, all of him was gone to the darkness. Lagomorph 3. Desolate spirits borrowed the boy's mind and gleamed at his empty body. He felt the chill in the air as if he shared the warmth of his skin. Blankness spread as he fell under the current. It swept him underneath and carried him along its invisible path. There was a particularly strong scent of flowers that wafted below the depths, drawing him closer. Suddenly a loud shot rang out, pulling his consciousness from its slumber, taut like a wire about to snap. He opened his eyes to see he was still strapped in the chair like before, unable to move underneath the restraints. The chairs that surrounded him were now all filled with bodies. There were 2 women to his left. The one directly next to him he couldn't see too clearly, but the one just beside her looked to be young, maybe early 20s. Dark hair covered her head as it lay back. He hoped that both of them were just unconscious. It had been the same with the men on his right, 2 of them, but he couldn't make out any defining features as their heads were bobbed down. The closer had almost neck-length brown hair, while the further had shorter blackish. Finally, there was another younger girl, probably in her teens, sitting directly across from Luke. Her hair was scarlet strewn across her face. Her head was bent back like all the others. All told, there were 3 men and 3 women. That seemed too perfect to be just a coincidence. With all the mysteries that surrounded everything, he almost had a question if everything was by design. Hello? Is anyone? A rushing pain came to his head. He didn't know how long he had been out, but it couldn't have been long, could it? He didn't know how the other people got here. Maybe they came from behind the other doors like he had. It was plausible, but if so, surely they would have seen him attached to this chair. Certainly one of them must have tried to help. He found it incredibly hard to believe that each of them would willingly sit as he had after seeing his mistake. So, he had to run with the assumption that they were carried here by whoever had brought him here. At least, if one or all of them wasn't that very person or people. A voice in his mind urged that it wasn't likely. Possible, yes, but not likely. Why would they subject themselves to their own trap? To convince him? Why would they need to convince him? Too much reaching would need to happen for it, he thought. It was best to assume that these others were trapped like he was. If he were wrong and one of them was responsible, well, it wasn't like he could do anything about it now. He was still strapped into the chair after all. He tried to work his way out of the restraints, but he pushed and pulled, but nothing he tried worked. His arms chafed against the cords. He strained harder, but it was to no avail. The young man furthest from him began to open his eyes. He was strapped to his chair just like Luke had been. He wasn't as confused looking as Luke had thought he would be. His green eyes looked around him, and he coughed once, the only sound he made. "Who are you?" Luke tried to move against the restraints, but it only made it more uncomfortable. "Do you know why we're here?" "No, are you kidding me?" His voice was coated with an accent Luke couldn't immediately place. It seemed Asian, but He didn't have enough context to be sure of which nationality. It had a second coat of coarseness. It definitely seemed strange that someone as, well, not big as he would have a voice as harsh. The confusion he'd originally been looking for had flooded into his face and furrowed eyebrows. The man's jaw met the floor as he looked from Luke back around at the people who, like him, were strapped in for the long haul. Hello? Luke asked again. He was afraid he sounded too impatient. He wanted answers, yes, but didn't sit right in his stomach. He wanted answers. Sir? For fuck's sake, he said, more to himself than Luke. What are you looking at? Excuse me? Luke caught himself and took a deep breath. I just woke up here myself. I'm sorry if I frightened you, Luke said. I asked you what you were looking at. I don't know what you're talking about. He made a clicking sound with his tongue. Of course not, he shook his head. I'm tired of these increasing theatrics. Name your price and let's move on. Why'd you kill her? That's a new low. Theatrics? Luke furrowed his brow at the weird man. Kill? The man was talking absolute nonsense, but that was when his smell hit him like a truck. He realized that one of the people to his side was dead and bleeding profusely. The smell had been pungent. It couldn't have been anything else. He didn't remember if he'd ever seen a dead body, but the fact that he could place the smell immediately suggests that he had to have at least once. Ooh, I can't. Luke craned his neck to see, but couldn't get far enough either way. The man shook his head and looked at Luke with a snarky, soda stare. He didn't seem to be too old, maybe his early 20s at most. The old woman to your left. Bullet through the brain. I don't suppose even you could have lifted that kind of gun to do that, though. The words pierced his brain as if they were bullets. The hair so bluntly stated made him afraid to shift his eyes back to the body. He hadn't noticed it on the first glance, but as he turned his head, he could see the slight glistening of blood. Oh, I'm gonna puke, he said, making a vile sound. Save your weak stomach, the man said and rolled his eyes. Now shut your trap so I can get some sleep here. He shimmied a little to make himself more comfortable and closed his eyes. Sleep? Luke looked at him incredulously. How could you sleep when we're stuck in this place and there's a dead person? Luke felt his voice squeak, and instantly it brought back what the man had called him. Kid, how old was he? It didn't cross his mind until just then, but he had no real idea. Must be young, but old enough to be aware of things like dead bodies and how high-pitched his voice was. One eye opened, and he said, And how do you suggest we do that? Take it from me. We're not going to be here long. Might as well enjoy the scenery while we are. And how do you know that? Luke asked, rubbing his neck a little harsh against the restraint. Both are so loud. The pained voice cut between the both of them. The girl right next to the dead body shook her head and opened her eyes slowly. As she came to, she realized the situation they'd been in almost instantly. What the hell? She looked over towards Luke and then the other man, and then went back to Luke. Where are we? It's like some weird building, Luke said. What, are you stupid or something? Of course it's some weird building. I don't need any help figuring that one out, she said, pushing against the restraints. I'm sorry, Luke replied. Well, I wouldn't expect you to be able to break out of those restraints. You probably couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag in the rain, the man said and chuckled. Don't think your fire could burn it either. He kept his eyes on her. What's your name? She continued working at the restraints until she let it go, letting out her breath and looking toward him. I'm really annoyed. You? There was a smile that drove out the chuckle from Luke. The man's eyes were on him immediately. You don't look like you're worth much at all. You must know something that somebody doesn't want you to, right? The man asked. I mean, who'd kidnap a nobody kid with a nobody mind? Luke took in a deep breath. I don't know anything about who I am or why I'm here besides my name, so I guess I don't know how much I'm, worth. The man shook his head. An amnesiac? Yeah, sure. Clicked his tongue again. The girl turned to the side, muttering to herself. She turned back toward Luke. What did you do? I do? Luke parroted. I'm not the one who kidnapped you both, if that's what you mean. Do you think I'd lock myself up here if I did? He thought a moment more. Please don't say I'd do it to make you think that. The girl sighed, looking back toward him with a look that didn't seem as full as contempt. Brown hair, short, stupid nose, not older than 13. Is that enough for you? You're believing that crock? The man asked, his eyebrows dipping. No need to be so harsh, Luke recoiled. But this was important information. He was only near his teens? That seemed wrong. Maybe he couldn't remember anything because he was part of some freak genetic testing, implanting human minds into younger bodies. Gosh, what if he was behind it all and he couldn't remember it? No, that seemed too silly. He had to keep a handle on reality. He was Lucas Gray, and he would figure out who he was. Kidnap, Luke said, the word so foreign but so close to home in their situation. You mentioned we were kidnapped. He looked up to the man. You mean someone... Well, obviously, he began. And there's always a reason that people are kidnapped. It's never by random chance that someone takes you. Isn't that obvious? Are you saying you have a reason? The girl asked. He grinned, almost as if he were waiting for the question. Well, of course. I'm Simon Nankatomi. And frankly, I could almost see this coming from a mile away. He rolled his eyes and sat back in the chair. I'm afraid I don't understand, Luke said. He's probably rich. Father's money, the girl answered for him. Flaunts it every chance he can get and doesn't let anyone forget it. Is that about right? Someone's done their homework, he grinned. No, not really, the girl began. Just know your type. You're so predictable. Well, I guess you're not as dumb as you look. Took an airy breath before continuing. Seems someone wants my father's attention. Must be some pretty exciting stuff if they're willing to pay for all these theatrics. You mentioned something like that earlier, Luke said. What did you mean? He nodded his head toward the body that lay upright next to Luke. Obviously a prop set up by whoever brought us here, of course. They must have hired a stellar makeup artist. Whoever did this wants to make it look as convincing as possible. Looks around the bubble with as little interest as possible. Can't say I'm impressed with the environment, though. I've seen better. You've been kidnapped before? Luke could barely keep his voice from cracking. Simon groaned in return. Let me break it to you slowly. My father runs a very, very reputable... Well, he's the CEO of the Generous Foundation. People that high in this line of work always have enemies. He let loose a breath with as much care as a breath of the wind. And whoever's behind this mess decided to get creative. You know what would hurt him really bad and make him do whatever we want? Take his kid. It's genius. He looked at them with a blank stare. Absolutely brilliant. So much so that 5 other people have already tried it. People always underestimate my father's determination in keeping what he adores close to him. These silly people always think they're so smart. Listen to me. I've seen enough fake bodies strung up to frighten me. I've seen real ones drop. That's nothing more than a prop set up to scare us. She's probably the one who set this all up. Who's just waiting to pop on out and say, surprise. The girl looked at the woman. She had a clearer view of it than Luke had. She looked it up and down and shook her head slowly. No, that's a pretty open and closed case. If it's a fake, it's an extremely elaborate one. But I find it's most likely a real woman. Her brow furrowed then. Why she's here? Well, I just woke up. I don't have the slightest. Well, what's your name? Luke asked out of nowhere. He realized his thirst for answers got the better of him. He knew the man's name was Simon now, and it was bothering him inside that he was still missing information. She gave him a strange look. Excuse me, but I don't think you gave yours. I don't know either of you. She turned to Simon. Much less do I want to, but even so. My name is Luke, he found himself saying. It wouldn't hurt to tell the truth. He had to give answers to get answers. She looked at him for a moment in silence. When she finally spoke, it was quiet. Sophie. Sophie and Simon. He had names, and at the moment, that was enough. I'm gonna trust you weren't the ones who brought us here, Sophie began. Well, you're just a kid. I don't think you could lift any one of us. You're not a cyborg, are you? Well, I don't remember. Obviously, something like that's crazy, though, right? It's possible, though, right? He looked at her with confusion in his eyes. I don't know. I think I would know if that were the case. She shook her head. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to ask. Seems like a pointless question to ask, Simon said. Sophie turned to Simon. And you, she furrowed her brow. You seem too much like a pompous windbag up front to be trying to hide any ill intentions. If you're behind it, I'd say you were doing a very poor job. Thank you too, you self-righteous bitch, he said, completely without tact. I told you, this happens from time to time. I can't see why someone would grab you two. Almost pointless, really, Simon said. I wouldn't know either. Seems our suspicions fall on those two, she says, nodding her head to the other man and woman who hadn't waken up yet. The girl with the scarlet hair and the longer-haired, older man. Sophie looked around a moment longer, cursing under her breath. Damn it, how could I have been so stupid? What is it? Luke asked. She probably realized how worthless she is, not any value to her name. He shook his head and clicked his tongue some more. Me, I don't have to worry. All we have to do is wait until the mastermind behind this shit show makes their grand entrance, gives their demands. Till that point, we're just chilling out. Really? Luke asked. No, I don't believe things are going to work that smoothly, Sophie began. First of all, I'm going to run with the assumption that everyone here is kidnapped. How could you run with that so easily, Brainiac? It's just as much of one of them as the mastermind, if not both, Simon asked. Consider the old woman. We pointed out she's been killed, and it's plain to see the bullet hole in her head. She then looks to Luke. You'll have to trust me on this one. I still say she's a prop, or the mastermind laughing in her sleep. Sophie sighed and continued on. Think. Where's the murder weapon? We're all strapped into these chairs and no guns in sight. If someone's pulling the strings, it most likely isn't anyone else here. She was right. He couldn't see any gun around them. It seemed unlikely that one of them had just tossed it before restraining themselves into the chair. It'd easily be found if they did get out of the restraints. If they weren't intended to get out, well, none of anything would matter anyway. They would simply sit there until they rotted away. Luke tried to think if he saw anything that resembled a gun in the room he woke up in. Nothing. All he remembered were those drawings on the wall and the notebook, which he now noticed he was missing. There wasn't any telling where it went. He looked back to the two of them. Simon had tried his hardest not to look annoyed at her logic. It must have killed him to admit that she made a good point. As he did, the girl with the scarlet hair began to wake. She followed the same pattern of emotions they all had previously. Confusion, anger, fear, acceptance. My name, she said, timid at first, but there was a hint of French accent behind it, is Aria Fleur. She seemed much too extravagant to be trapped in a place like this, like the last rose to wilt before a bracing snowfall. Luke could be lying if he said that she wasn't extremely pretty, much so that he would think she were fake if he saw a picture of her. She, like the rest of the group, had claimed she had no idea as to their reason for being kidnapped. The pattern continued with the man to Luke's right. He introduced himself as Levi Strauss. He had long brown hair and shook as he spoke. He seemed even more squeamish than me. What the hell is all this? Levi's face looked like a balloon as he tried to break out of his restraints. Well, nothing about our situation had changed, so I'll assume that either the correct time had arrived yet, or there's still something we need to do, Sophie mused with her eyes looking through each of them. I can't quite figure out what that is yet.
You were this close to getting out of here.
A mechanical voice rose from above. Luke looked up as far as he could to see a figure descending from the darkness. As it came closer, he could see it looked like a robot in the shape of a rabbit. Silver shining metal was wired around the frame with stunning complexity. Its tiny legs dangled in the air, pivoting on their axes. The rabbit turned on each of them. Its eyes glowed gold as it panned around the circle, stopping slowly at each person. It rested longest on Luke. Nobody said a word.
You all feeling fine? I'm sure not.
The rabbit hopped to the center of the ring.
I've been waiting on you to decide which was the lovely murder of this poor old woman, but none of you seem to give me the answer I was looking for. And just to think, if one of you solved it, you would have been able to go free. Oh, what a sham.
Is that a talking rabbit? Levi screamed out. It looks like a robot. Are you a robot? Aria replied, tilting her head. Don't you mean shame? Luke asked, not wholly sure what it was he was seeing. Rabbits didn't talk, and of course he had known a lot of things, but he also believed that robots this advanced couldn't exist yet.
Someone say something?
The rabbit turned back to Luke.
Ah, Greybeard. No, I did not mean shame. I meant sham, as in farce, ploy, trick. I lied to you. Fortunately, you're still going to be my lovely guest for a little while longer. We've much to do and so very little time to do it in.
The rabbit crossed both of its arms and nodded. Well, it's obvious, Simon said. Who killed the old woman? I mean, it was you. We're all restrained here, and I'm not seeing any sort of gun here. The rabbit nodded, putting its paw to its chin.
I see. Bold strategy. Pinning it on the rabbit. Well, if you wanted to waste everyone's time by giving me the complete wrong answer, then yes, good job.
It clapped its tiny paws together with a clanging sound. How could it have been anyone besides you? Aria asked. Luke could hear the accent in her voice clearly this time. It was definitely French.
Have you ever seen a rabbit fire a gun? No thumbs.
He jabbed his paws out in front of him. Simon grinded his teeth. Goddamn piece of junk, he shouted. The composure that was in his face had fled immediately. Just name your price and we can move this charade along.
Well, I reckon I don't understand your high and mighty speech, partner.
The rabbit called out to Simon.
Price? No, you can't buy your way out of this situation here. So I'm afraid I'll have to make do with these, how do they say it, commoners?
The rabbit bounced over towards Simon. The clanking metal echoed around him.
You're stuck here pending further notice.
This didn't please Simon at all. What the hell is wrong with you? Why the hell did you take me then?
I'm a rabbit, not a library. Find your answers elsewhere. No wonder it's taken you so long to find the answer.
The rabbit shook its head.
You're so focused on the whys or the hows that you can't see the most important question is the who.
Well, you're the one who gathered us here, so it only makes sense that it was you, Luke said. The rabbit shook its head.
No, I already told you. I couldn't even hold a gun if I wanted to.
Obviously, he meant the person controlling you. The man behind the curtain, the wizard, Simon called back to the rabbit.
Oh, well, if it was so obvious, then I wouldn't have misunderstood you. I don't think you know what that word means. Or maybe you're just dumb.
Lucky bent almost fully backward to emphasize the supposed hilarity of the situation.
He thinks he's smart. Get a load of that. Listen, leave any of the brain activity to Mysterious, shall we? There's nobody controlling me. My name's Lucky, and I'm displeased to make your acquaintance.
Her? Why the hell should I? Simon yelled.
Why? She's the only one so far not to ask me any dumb questions.
Did you forget about me? Levi asked.
Nope.
Lucky said. Sophie looked toward Lucky. So, I'm gonna break your heart now and ask a question.
Damn, can't trust nobody no more.
Lucky called, feigning heartbreak. Sophie ignored his outburst. If you didn't kill her, say we believe you, then who could it have been? And how would we be able to figure it out from our present situation? I mean, I figure that's the sole reason we're tied up here, considering we seem to be trapped in this room regardless.
Now, you are putting that brain to work, Mysterious. You're not a disappointment after all. It is quite simple to figure out who would kill this lovely old woman. The monster is one of you here in this room. In fact, I'm the only one that couldn't have killed her.
And how is that possible? Arya called out, her eyes shifting between the old woman and the strange robotic rabbit.
Because she died from a gunshot, silly. Can't you see the gaping hole in her forehead?
That doesn't answer her question, Luke said. He could find himself getting annoyed with the rabbit's way of talking in circles.
Greybeard, you're missing the... Wait a flash. Do none of you remember?
Lucky's smile dimmed.
That is something else. A terrible tragedy if nothing else. Ah, well, looks like it's good I came out. You all would have argued here for hours with no clue if you were right or wrong.
That's crazy. You know what you're saying, right? Levi asked. You're saying that we all just conveniently forgot that one of us was the killer? That's improbable at best.
Guys and your probabilities.
Lucky tapped his foot twice on the ground. A mechanical whirring began underneath them. The metallic panel that Luke had fallen face first on before had begun to open up. Lucky jumped off to the side, just by Simon's feet. The hatch opened, and from it, a podium from underneath began to rise up, until it was about eye level with them. The floor sealed up around it tight, and Luke could see on top of the podium was a gun, mounted by the butt solidly into the frame. It was currently pointed right at the old woman.
Your maybes and your most likelies aren't gonna help you in here. You're overthinking it. This here's the gun that killed the old woman, and one of you is responsible for the trigger being pulled.
He jumped on top of the podium just behind the gun.
It's mounted right here, tight to this podium. That you can see. What you can't, however, are the connections deep underneath that's loaded directly through our state-of-the-art Arctic Systems infrastructure.
Arctic Systems? Is that where we are? Luke asked.
Greybeard, you keep missing the mountain for the molehill. You're here for what I like to call the roulette game, remember? No, of course you wouldn't. You've all had your memory of the past hour wiped from your skulls like a bug on a windshield. So it's not as unlikely as you would think. They must have decided last round was too traumatic for you to remember. Or maybe that was me. Maybe. It doesn't really matter. We're starting fresh.
Simon looked like he had just had about enough of Lucky. Hold on. They? Who are they? Why do you have me locked up here? I hope you know that my family's lawyers are going to be hunting down this Arctic Systems with a passion.
Oh, that's the sticky part.
Lucky began as he cocked his tiny head.
You're all going to be stuck in here until you finish this little game of ours. Don't worry, Simon says. I know about each of you thoroughly. Your money and family aren't issues.
Not. Simon could barely understand the words he'd said. Now, you're gonna be doing as you're told and listen, rodents. I hate repeating myself. You might not be able to see it in your current position, but just behind this platform is a computer terminal. And what that is your possible escape. Computer terminal? How are we supposed to get out when we're all strapped in? Levi asked, throwing himself against his restraints again. Maybe you should strangle yourself with yours and we'll get closer to finding out. Simon grunted under his breath.
Simon says, shut up.
Lucky trotted over to him and bonked him on the nose with an outstretched paw.
I was getting to that point.
He raised one paw in the air.
Anywho, on the terminal there are inputs for a password for each one of you. Each person has a different password, and your goal is to obtain all the pieces of your password. Simple, right? Don't get lost now. There are 2 phases to this game. 2 things you need to do in order to get pieces for your password. There's the exploration phase and the decision phase. Each one is super fun and super important. So I'll go over them free of charge just for you.
Oh, how generous, Sophie said, her eyes focused on the rabbit.
The exploration phase happens after the end of the decision phase. But it's easier to explain first since a lot of you don't remember the last decision phase.
Lucky jumped down to the center by the podium once more, turning in a circle to face everyone.
The sound of a gunshot will cause one of the 6 doors surrounding you to unlock. The restraints keeping you held up will similarly be released. Each of the doors leads to a different room. Your ultimate goal is to participate in the decision phase once again, so behind those doors shall be your key to do so. This is where you will obtain the pieces to your passwords.
And the decision phase? Luke called out.
Truth, lies. It is a game of magnificent design, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I surely hope you enjoy it as much as I do. You see, each time the game is started up, your destiny becomes linked to another player's choice. And there's to another, and another, and all the way around until you make a circle. Each player gets the choice to either cooperate or defect. Those who have a partner that cooperates with them shall receive 1 digit to their password. You'll be 1 step closer to leaving this place. But those whose partners defect shall immediately be killed by this gun. Right here.
He goes to pat it as if it were a pet dog. There was something with how nonchalantly murder was brought up that made Luke sick to his stomach. He was sure it wasn't the only one. He stole glances to the others around him, and they looked equally as horrified. Even Simon.
It should also be mentioned that those that refuse to participate in this phase of the game will automatically cooperate. This can be willing or unwilling refusal. Both are just the same. The only thing that is minimum 2 players must participate in the decision phase, so no, there isn't an easy way out to just not play. The only true way is to protect yourself from death by defection is to defect as well.
Lucky finished, hopping off the podium. I don't quite understand why anyone would defect, though, Arya asked. Her breathing was heavy. We get 1 key for cooperating each round, if I'm understanding that right, so we just keep doing that and we're all out of here, right? Luke was nodding subconsciously to her question. It seemed simple enough, but there was still an uneasy feeling in the pit of his gut.
This is where the game gets interesting. Some of you might know this set past the prisoner's dilemma. I'm not going to lecture on it if you don't know it. It isn't necessary to our game. If you do, great. Give yourself a pat on the back. You know, metaphorically. Your hands are a little tied up at the moment anyhow. Anyway, there's one big change. We're playing in our very special little circle here. So, for example, say Miss Terrius were to cooperate with Jeans.
The room was quiet. Levi looked around. You mean me?
Again with your questions.
Lucky spat off as he shook his head.
Jeans would receive a nice shiny password digit in a normal prisoner's dilemma setup. Jeans would then choose his actions to do against Miss Terrius. It would be an equal action and reaction. Our game, however, follows the circle. Miss Terrius's action would affect Ariel.
Arya, she corrected.
Right, then Ariel's action would affect Simon Says, so forth, until we get back to Miss Terrius. Of course, this is only an example, but you get the idea.
Arya shook her head. I still don't understand why anyone would defect, though. I get the order's a bit different, or whatever, but I still don't know why anyone would do anything but the right thing.
Well, that That's right. I forgot one little detail. Defectors can gain up to 2 password digits per round instead of 1 if they can successfully defect against a cooperating player.
The look around the room was universal. Immediate interest followed by curiosity. Lucky continued.
If a player were to defect, and both people in front and behind them would cooperate, they would receive 1 point for defecting against a cooperating partner, and 1 point for the partner behind them cooperating with them. You can get up much quicker if you can pull off some sneaky defects. Of course, if you defected and the person before you defected, then the player after you defected would only count the player who was last in the chain against the cooperator, if any.
But if someone defected once, nobody would ever cooperate with that person ever again, Luke called. Nobody would willingly sacrifice their chance of getting out like that.
Are you sure about that, Greybeard?
Lucky walked up to him and cocked his tiny head. Luke could see his reflection in the rabbit's shined eyes.
Look around you. There's a body with a bullet currently calling it home. No, that's evidence that someone here chose to defect against a cooperator, who happens to be our dearly departed.
Luke turned to look toward the old woman, but instinctively found himself flinching upon seeing her great hair strewn across her face.
Like or not, folks, the game has begun, and one of you, maybe more, are willing to play it the dirty way. And that's the strategy. This game is one of timing. The passwords can only be entered once in the computer terminal. You have one guess at your password, and if you mess it up, you'll be immediately killed for trying to cheat the game. And it also works in the reverse. Passwords can only be accepted within the round that their first correct password is entered. That means if someone, say, hypothetical player A manages to get the digits to their password and they input it correctly into the terminal, that didn't necessarily mean that they were the only one that gets to leave. If anyone else has enough digits to enter their password, they can also enter in the terminal and leave in the same round.
So, we could all leave here alive? Levi asked.
Well, not all,
He said, looking at the old woman.
but I'm sure you'll all forget about this dead body. No, gonna be a bit difficult, I find, to trust one another without the fear of being stabbed in the back.
Lucky looked toward the old woman again.
Betrayal. It's not a fun feeling, let me tell you.
He trailed off and stared into space. The others around were in a dead silence, and it was only interrupted when,
But those surviving, yes, you don't have to input a password immediately when you get enough digits. You could hold off for as long as you'd like, but as soon as a single password is entered correctly, no more digits may be earned. If anyone tries to sneak out of this facility without the correct number of digits, you shall be killed. If you try to cheat the system, you shall be killed. Oh, and if you try to tamper with any Arctic Systems technology to work some lame brain loophole I haven't discussed here, you shall be killed. Any questions?
he held his paws behind his back and cocked his head expectantly. Quite a few, actually, Luke said. Who are you?
Not the right question, 50 Shades. My, you're bad at this.
It is a lot of information to take in at once. Sophie cocked her head and began to stroke her chin with the end of her thumb. Mind if I summarize to see if I have everything?
Oh, if you must.
To escape from our current environment, each player must collect digits to a password that should be used on the computer terminal just beside the roulette. Digits could be received through the 2 phases of the roulette game, the exploration phase and the decision phase. The decision phase is an iterated prisoner's dilemma style game, where players A through F choose to either cooperate or defect with those next to them in the roulette. If player A cooperates with player B, then player B receives 1 digit. Player A will receive 1 digit if player F had cooperated with player A. If player A defects and player B cooperates, then player A gets 2 digits. Player B is then killed in the roulette game. If both players A and B defect, then player A gets 0 digits. Votes are cast on a time limit. If a vote isn't placed within the time limit, the player's vote is automatically cast to cooperate. There's a minimum of 2 players that need to vote each round. These rules continue down the line from players B, C, D, E, and F. After 1 round of the decision phase is played, the exploration phase will begin. The locks on the doors around the room are set to open only if a gunshot is heard. The rooms that unlock must be explored thoroughly to find the key to play the roulette game again. If no doors are opened at the end of a round of a game, then a waiting period of 1 hour must occur before the game's next round had begun.
That sounds about right.
Lucky says, nodding his head. Levi felt a ball in his throat and tried his best to swallow hard. What happens to us now? The old woman is dead. Does that mean you have to do this exploration thing? Luke could hear his teeth chattering from across the circle. Can't explore anything if we're stuck here. Most you could get is exploring your own asshole, Simon groaned.
Well, you're right on one thing.
Lucky had begun, hopping from foot to foot.
I mentioned it before, but the first round of the decision phase is already concluded. The results are set right on that computer terminal over there. Which brings me back to my original point of coming here. You all haven't figured out who killed her.
As he said it, the restraints on each of the 6 bodies were released from their seats. The bodies fell to the ground, not expecting them to release so suddenly. The old woman's body fell face forward with a thud. Blood spattered from the wound in her head. It made a disgusting sort of squishing noise that Luke wouldn't forget anytime soon. Levi let out a small sound as he hit the ground. Luke tried his hardest not to scream out, but it was more than he could handle. It took him a moment to find his balance. As he braced his knee to hold him up, he found it came a bit easier than it did before. His head spun quite a bit, but it centered just fine as it began to clear. The others recovered at about the same pace. They each looked at each other for a moment. That was all it took for the feeling to pass between each and every one of them. We were in some real tough shit. This wasn't any movie, not a prank, not even a ransom. This mysterious rabbit wanted... Well, Luke wasn't sure of what he wanted, aside from watching them suffer. Best he could do was try the best to keep up. He wasn't going to give Lucky the satisfaction. Four.
Now that you've been freed, I would like you all to follow me to the terminal.
Lucky bounced past them to a tower half Luke's height built into the ground. He's sure that it must have risen up alongside the podium. There was no way that he missed it when he initially looked through this room. The monitor on the top of the tower was wide enough that Luke could place both of his palms across its face if he wanted to. It displayed white text on a green background that gave him an unsettling feeling. He could feel his spine straighten as he looked down. There were names displayed for each player, followed by several underlined spaces. However, there seemed to be an unequal amount of spaces for each person. What the? Luke looked at his name and his confusion only grew. Why is mine so much longer than everyone else's? That's unfair. Lucky laughed his question away with a shake of his paw.
Well, that's because your password may contain some digits that are doubles. Just because you have 8 spaces doesn't necessarily mean you'll get to have 8 different digits.
I see, Luke said. He still felt that it was unfair that he had to have the longest password, but it wasn't like his protest would change the outcome, so he let it go. This last name here, Levi cleared his throat and took a deep breath. Is that your... No, I already told you my name was Lucky. So then, Sophie looked back toward the chairs. That name belongs to the old woman.
Correct. It's Japanese, last I heard.
Lucky stopped moving and turned his head to Simon. Everyone followed suit. He stared holes back at them. Oh, because Japanese people are all alike, huh? Real nice guys. No, I wasn't... Luke had begun to stammer out, but Simon wasn't having any of it. I don't know who the old bitch is. Nor do I care what her goddamn name is. She's dead and Sophie's the one who benefits. What do you mean by that? Luke asked. You mean how I have 2 digits already? Sophie crossed her arms, not displeased with her situation.
You know what that means.
Lucky asked, coding for the answer. It means I'm the closest person to getting out of here. You're the one who defected, he means, Simon said with his eyes trained on her. Sophie could feel the eyes moving one by one to her. None of you have any memories of what happened, right? I don't see how you could move to claim that as any truth when nobody here can remember. Save for the single most suspicious person here, of course. Well, that doesn't change the fact that you did choose to defect, Arya said. She was holding her hands close to her chest, shaking her head. All we had to do was cooperate, and we could all get out of here together. Yeah, why would you... Luke had begun, but again he was quickly interrupted. There's definitely a reason I could have chosen to defect that's not with murder as a motive, Sophie said. Lucky had begun laughing loudly, interrupting all the ensuing noise.
Ooh, we're getting warmer here. If only you knew. Hey, Jeans, mind hitting that icon in the lower right-hand corner of the terminal for me?
He looked directly at Levi, letting the nervous man look around the rest of the group. It was the kind of look that the little neighbor kid just wouldn't get the hint that he wasn't liked by everyone else. Lucky was that annoying child, overstepping his boundaries and not caring if he was liked or not. The big difference was that it wasn't Lucky's objective to get the others to like him. He had some other darker purpose that wasn't quite clear for doing the things that he did. That made him dangerous. He tried to imagine the voice on the other end of the line, whoever was holed up in some secret room talking into the microphone that led to Lucky's vocal processor. Vocal processor? What kind of place had he lived in before this time where something like that came to him so easily? Maybe he was big on robotics. Sure. The sound of Levi's voice brought Luke back to reality. He looked back to the monitor and noticed the small square icon that looked like an eye. He pressed his finger against it and watched the display change, new icons taking the place of the old. A box with a pixelated sort of design for what he could assume were the other players, with the word defect written beside each one, except for the very last. I. What? Lucky began to shake its head as it hopped forward.
That there means that all of you besides I had chosen to defect. Every single one.
Now see? Sophie uncrossed her arms and gave them all a look of vindication. The feeling was palpable in the room. It isn't so great when you're all guilty and can't remember it, huh? It's like I said, I must have chosen to defect in self-defense. If I'd chosen to cooperate, it'd be me there lying dead on the ground. Sophie looked her way through everybody in a line. The way she stared wasn't a look Luke was fond of, and he knew that deep inside of him he had felt bad for being so immediately suspicious of her. Sorry, Artie said, defeated. She looked away from all of them, blowing the stray hair out of her face. She looked how he had felt. Yeah, me too, Luke said, nodding. I don't understand why I would have chosen to defect. Luke raised his hands to his temples as he tried to massage the answer out of his brain. I'm not here to kill anybody. Except the old woman. Levi was dragging his fingernails across his wrist. Whether he was doing it or not, it seemed to be in rhythm of his body's beat. If you think about it, it could have been any one of us that made the killing vote, and the rest could have just chosen to defect in defense. That sounds like it could be a possibility, Arya said. If I had any money to bet on someone choosing to defect of their own free will, Levi started slowly. I guess it would be you, Simon. His voice worked into its smoothness. Luke could tell that once his nerves were shot, it took away from what presence he could have. It surprised him how he must be feeling. Simon didn't take it as a huge surprise, as if it wouldn't be a shock to him. He answered with little more than a shrug. And? What if it was me? It's not like he had proof or anything. None of us remember. And it's like what she said. It didn't matter what happened in the first round. We're past that now. It's an awful way to think about a body whose blood could be on your hands, Arya said. Luke looked toward her. She'd gotten back a bit of her voice. Simon shook his head. Who cares if the bitch is dead? Is it any of you? No. Her fault for picking to cooperate. Obviously, there wasn't a lot of trust if everyone but her was willing to betray one another. I don't see that changing now, nor do I care, to be honest. I'm looking to get out of here as quickly as possible. That means I have to defect every round. That's what I'm going to do. It doesn't matter why we did or didn't do anything, Sophie sighed and looked to Lucky. Am I right?
Yeah. I'm so incredibly tired of hearing you all bicker and argue anyway. That's best saved for the decision phase. We're already behind schedule for starting the exploration phase. Now, we're on a very tight run here and really must keep the ball rolling.
Lucky stood back to his feet and looked at each of them.
Plus, you all are so very annoying to listen to.
Levi looked to finally find his composure. Well, maybe you shouldn't have kidnapped us. I've got a kid and wife back home. He yelled much louder than the others expected. Lucky was unfazed.
You're looking at the wrong bunny to blame, my friend.
Then, on a dime, he jumped over his head and landed on the other side of the roulette.
Come now, adventurers! The next door is about to open!
A sound rang behind them all. It was a high-pitched beeping sound that ended with the release of the door's lock. Luke turned to see as it slowly had begun to shift to the side, sliding into the wall and revealing a lone hallway on the other side. So what, we just go in there and look for some key without any indication of how to find it? Simon looked back toward Lucky as if trying to outstare him.
Yes, sirree! Now go on, shoo! We've got a lot of time to make up. If you're not all in there in, say, 5 minutes, I'm gonna start handing out penalties. Nobody wants that now, do you?
That was a threat that nobody wanted to call a bluff on. They were all sure that whoever was controlling the rabbit had the opportunity to hand out these penalties whenever they felt like it. Even Simon lay silent to Lucky's request. Luke thought about the terrifying possibilities as they walked like sheep toward the door. Just who could be behind something like this? Was it an individual, or was there some crazy government conspiracy behind whatever this was? It was possible that it could have been either. But he knows that whoever was responsible must have spent a pretty penny in order to set it all up. He found himself looking to Simon, but shook his head. Maybe his dad got sick of him getting kidnapped, so he sought to do it himself. Yeah, 'cause that makes sense. He rolled his eyes and scratched his head. This facility they were trapped in didn't look like any building he could ever imagine. As far as he knew, most buildings worked off a generally rectangular design. But everything he's seen of this room so far has been perfectly circular. Circular? Huh, that's been a recurring sort of shape here now, hasn't it, Ben? He assumed there was some sort of meaning to it, but nothing came to mind when prompted. The hallway they stepped into was odd, too. It had cylindrical walls that stretched from the ceiling all the way across, and that stretch lasted at least 50 feet. The tube was flat for the floor, making only half a tube, to be perfectly fair. A red carpet was clasped tight to either end of the hallway. It was a relief for Luke's aching feet, which up to this point had either been dangling from the air or resting on hard metal. On the other end of the hallway lies a door with a single word beveled on its face. Aria. I'm confused, she began. Why is my name on this door here? Maybe it's because that rabbit knows you're the one that started the defect train, Simon said, slouching a little as the faintest grin passed his face. Really wouldn't surprise me. You don't look like you're worth much. I could bet you'd have not much to lose. He shrugged. I wouldn't do that! Aria raised her voice to him. Like Levi, it shocked Luke, although she got control of herself faster than he had. I'm sorry, but I do have something to lose, and I wouldn't throw that away for something so vile. You say, Simon said. Nobody would! I keep telling you it wouldn't make any sense! She lost most of her conviction mid-sentence. She hadn't forgotten I wouldn't. Sophie grabbed the handle on the face of the door. Doesn't matter why we're here, at least not for the current moment. All we need to know is if this door opens or not. Can we not let every little thing hang us up? We don't have much time to waste. Well, go on. Simon waved his hands as if he were introducing a magic trick. Stop jerking our dicks around and open it already. Sophie looked back from him and brushed his comment aside. Luke steadied himself as he prepared his mind for whatever trap Lucky had in store for them. Maybe there was a trick to getting out that he wasn't telling him. Or maybe they just had to trust each other through every round. It sounded like it would be difficult, but he was willing to try, no matter what it would be. He would try his hardest to make sure that every single one of them left this place alive. Nobody deserved to die down here. Memero I. 5. A young boy and his older brother woke up to the crack of thunder. The flashes of lightning stirred them awake for the next crack. They knew the sound well, as it had been their natural alarm clock for the past few mornings. Storms in the region had been so bad that all of the other families in Salem had to board their doors shut to prevent the rain from surging in. Almost every family within a 5-mile radius had laughed off the initial forecasts, as Salem was in the middle of a summer's drought. Rain had been scarce, and not a cloud had seated itself in the sky. The boys' home was mainly dry, save for the damp towels placed under the cracks of the front door. Those had to be switched out every half hour, or else they'd leak into the family room. Their mother would kill them if that happened. The storms weren't expected to last this long. Only a day or two, at the most, was what the weathermen originally predicted. But even a few hours of the downpour was enough to cause some serious damage to some of the neighborhood homes. The younger brother yawned a loud sound, stretched the length of his body across the bed. He reached out and noticed that his older brother had already gotten out of their bed. The door was wide open. He walked through the door just as the younger brother looked. The older had a streak of sweat across his forehead that glistened against his blue eyes. The younger's eyes were more gray, but held a deeper curiosity of everything behind them. The older came back to the bed and sat facing the opposite direction of the younger. How close they were in age made it an easy decision on their parents to save costs by having them share their bed. It seemed like a fine plan, except for those who actually had to sleep in the bed. Disputes aside, they didn't argue too much about it. They generally got along with most everything, only choosing to spat about something if they truly believed it was worth fighting over. "Think this rain's gonna end soon?" the younger asked. "I feel like it's been going on forever." The older looked up from the foot of the bed, raising his little brunette head, his eyes spinning. "I don't know. Mom and Dad keep saying it'll end soon." "Maybe God hates us." The elder's focus seemed elsewhere. The rashness of the comment didn't seem to stir him. "Don't let Mom catch you saying that. It wouldn't be your brightest day." "I bet she believes it too," the younger said. "I'd bet it in a half." "I don't buy it. She wouldn't care about bringing us every Sunday if that were true." "I thought that too." The younger rested his head back down opposite his brother, who promptly shoved his lower end away from him. "Come on, dude, your feet are rank." "Sorry," the younger said. "You know I don't mean to." He pivoted his arms around to swing his lower body off the side of the bed. "You were saying something? About Mom, I mean?" the older asked. "I think she's scared of the rain." "No way, that's a lousy thing to be afraid of." He swung his own legs over the side and sat beside his brother. He thought on it a moment and looked aside. "What'd you hear?" "It was last night when we were brushing our teeth, when you hogged the sink, remember?" "Come on, I thought you..." "After you said you'd race me, you dashed back real fast." "Yeah, and you were slow. You know what they say, I don't want to go fast, I go slow," he said rhythmically. "What about it?" The elder cocked his head. His glasses fell just short of the bridge of his nose. He pushed them up and scrunched his nose real tight just to get them right. "I stopped in the hallway because I heard Mom crying." "Crying about what?" The younger bit his lip, looking down at his legs dangling by themselves. "I didn't know at first. I looked in the doorway and she didn't notice me. It was half open like it always was." "Yeah, and?" "She was really scary, crying without sounding like she was crying. She was quiet, but her face was so sad." How'd you see her face without her seeing you? She was in her mirror. Her makeup was streaming down her face like she was trying to be a clown. Dad was in there not saying anything. She just kept asking, why, God, why? I didn't know what to do, so I went back to the room, and that was why I was so slow. I don't know. You know what happened last time it rained like this? The older boy swallowed hard. Come here. He brought his arm around his brother, pulling close. You got me here, okay? You always have me here. What do I always say? If there's ever a guy I need to have beaten up, to come to you. The elder shook his head. No, that sounds much too harsh, like I'm some hitman or something, he said, his voice breaking both sadly and not. This made the younger brother chuckle. Right, if someone's ever given me any problems, to come to you. There you go. Sympathy, not hitman-y. Anything you need, I've got your back, you know that, right? He nodded his head. I've got yours, too. There's no need for that. You've got no bullies? The younger asked, less humor in his voice. He shook his head. No, it's not your job to protect me. The younger looked out the window to the river that used to be his street, Cardale Avenue. He saw a small dog caught up in the current, trying its hardest to swim upstream, but it couldn't overcome the powerful currents. I'm sorry, the younger said. No, he said. Don't apologize for anything. Not tonight. I have one, he said, looking back to his brother with a worried look. A bully, I think. I don't know you can beat him up, though. The elder looked at him with a look somewhere halfway between a reassuring smile and a glum frown. A halfie, the younger would have called it. It was easy to see, but hard to describe. The feelings that came with it were hard to describe, too. The younger had seen a lot of halfies from his family, and he'd given his fair share of them as well. He always hated noticing them. Hey, Kane? Yeah, Kane answered. Can we go get something to eat? I'm hungry, and this rain is making me sad. Sure thing. He'd said no more. Kane hopped off the bed and walked across the small room they'd called home. Not too long ago, a boy named Light called this room his home, but that would be a much different story for a much different time. Now, the two brothers who take shelter from the rain share between them what they could. Two halves of a whole, they were typically called in public. Couldn't separate them if you tried. Kane grabbed his brother's wheelchair from the side of the desk and began to unfold it before lifting him into it. Damn it, Abel, Kane grunted. Did you sneak out to grab a snack while I was asleep? Felt 3 times heavier than last night. The joke was funnier when you said it yesterday, Abel said, turning his head only slightly. Yeah, probably was. I should look up some new jokes when I stop by the library next. All this rain, I've been throwing off my chance to go. Yeah, I miss going out. Can we go the next time it's sunny? That is, if God doesn't drown us all. I don't think he's gonna drown us. I don't know. I didn't think he'd put me in that accident, but here we are. Once Kane got his brother set up in the chair, he began to push him out of the room. And it's a good thing you've still got your sense of humor, or else I would have dumped you like the sandwich I had for lunch yesterday, Kane said. You still ate it, though, Abel accused. And you tell me my feet stink. Imagine how your breath must smell. Sophie must hate kissing you. Yeah, Kane shook his head. Go on, keep her jabbering. Looks like I could get a girl. Yeah, $10 says once you kiss her next and she smells the stuff on you, she'd rather take the cripple. Kane chuckled. Yeah, pigs will fly and God will descend upon us. Sometimes I wish he would. His voice was somber. So I could punch him in his stupid face. Yeah, me too. Shit sucks down here. Kane thought a moment as he passed the bookshelf in their family room stocked to the brim of holy texts. You know what? Yeah. Next time the sun clears up, you and I are taking a trip to the library. I've been planning something that'll make things a little bit better. Really? You promise? I promise. Six. Kane was born on a rainy morning. It was sometime in late April of 1972 that his parents had rushed to the hospital for the birth of their new baby boy. They had almost been sideswiped on the interstate highway by a young teen driving home from her boyfriend's a few exits up. Their cars narrowly passed each other as the young teen screamed out. Her momentary glance from the road had almost cost her her life, and the lives of two expecting parents. The morning had been cold for them, but they had been too busy to notice until after Cain's birth. It was as if they were allowed to feel again after the initial concern had spread through. The boy had been delivered to two smiling faces. "Cain," the mother whispered to her husband, "just like we promised." She bounced the crying baby in her arms. Its pink, slimy flesh was new to the air in this world. The father smiled and nodded. He wiped his rimmed glasses with a thick cloth he kept in his shirt pocket. "Beautiful." The rain continued throughout the day, pouring so hard that the lightning scratched the sky, imprinting scars onto their eyes. It had been too much for the two parents to drive home safely. Flash flood warnings kept them to the hospital. The mother stayed to rest in her own room, while the father remained awake to speak with various medical staff. The staff did their best to listen, but after the 10th time they refused to listen to his psalms of glory. The rain eventually stopped and the sun began to creep out past the clouds, extending its rays onto the earth like a possessive demon. The earth began to warm, accepting its rays as if the rain hadn't throttled its surface for the past day and a half. It had certainly been forgiving. The earth had moved on. The parents, too, had moved on. They brought their son home after a week longer in the hospital. Cain had some difficulties breathing on his own at first, but that soon subsided. He was as healthy as can be, and his parents loved him through every moment. 4 years later, Abel would enter their life. For him, the sun would not leave the sky. It dared not let light flicker. It, on some planetary level, knew that this boy was going to be different than his brother. It might even be theorized that it knew that this boy would be in a fateful accident in a year's time, and that it had prepared to start him off with his best days, almost as a cosmic apology. Earth, always willing to oblige, had let it be so. It had moved on. Seven. Cain grew to like soccer in what little there was in the front yard as early as 5 years old. He and his father would kick a fabric ball stuffed and sewn from old pillowcases to one another. They'd each smile wide as the ball thumped and rolled unevenly against the ground. It worked, not rolling very far or very fast, but to a 5-year-old it had served its purpose. Cain and Abel's father used to play soccer in college. It is where Cain's interest in the sport blossomed from, and how his parents had met. They'd both attended the same private school up on the far end of Salem. She would hesitantly join some of her friends while they checked out and whipped at the players as they ran across the field. She always felt embarrassed at going, but knew it was worth it when their father noticed her in the bleachers. She'd later tell the boys that had been the moment they'd fallen for each other. This had been true for their father, but only a half-truth for their mother. She didn't really fall for him until he revealed that he was a man who studied his faith privately on their first date. She felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and instantly knew that they had connected. It wasn't so much that she wouldn't date outside her faith. It was more like his faith was an extra set of hands over her heart that made her feel safe. As such, Cain's mother was always the stronger of faith. Their fathers tapered off after college, much like his career in soccer. The reason for both? He was assured a fine-paying job in marine biology at the end of his college years and started a family. He would, of course, find himself slipping into prayer at times of relevance, like the birth of both their sons. Their mother more than made up for his withdrawal from his private faith studies with an increase in her own. She would teach local children whose families weren't church regulars during Sunday school. She sat with Abel on the sidelines and waved various cheers for whoever was currently in control of the ball. Abel didn't understand the words she'd been saying, the cheers she had been chanting, but he did know it made her smile, so he smiled. He even laughed. It was that simple. Someone smiled and you would smile back. Someone frowned and you frowned back. Or you smiled to make them smile. The halfie didn't exist back then. That came with the accident. Eight. Cain and Abel were out shopping with their parents one humid day, almost 7 full years later. It was late May, and the sky had been barren of clouds for weeks. Drought, they called it. There were many things you could say about the patch of Oregon that encompassed both Salem and Sunnyside. The suburb just south of Salem and Cain and Abel lived in before the accident. Being prepared for storms was not one of them. Often, history repeats itself for those who don't learn from it, and this fit these small towns to a T. Sun in the sky meant relaxing days out in the yard with sprinklers turned on high, and parties with friends and family. Unrelenting sun in the sky also hinted at a big return with rain soon. The clouds in Sunnyside were trained on very strict rain and sun seasons with little variance. So, when a particularly cloudy or sunny day came out of the season, the people should expect heavier reactions in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, the people aren't too keen on the words of the weather forecasters aside from immediate concerns. So every time that these reactions come through, it's a total surprise to the genuine populace. This hurt the farmers. No rain had meant no crops. It wasn't enough to kill their business, but it was enough to trickle down to Cain and Abel's parents driving to the store for a larger grocery trip than originally planned. The drive took not but 10 minutes. They were lucky enough to live close by. After realizing that the two boys had begun play fighting in the car on the drive up, as most boys their age did, their mother had chosen to avoid the opportunity for their play fighting to spill out into the grocery store. Once they had parked, she turned to both the boys. "Why don't you come help me shop, Cain? Then Abel and your father could pack everything up when we got out." Cain seemed to like the idea of his brother getting a harder job. All he had to do was walk around with Mom. Besides, Abel went for Cain's sides, which was explicitly agreed upon that they would avoid any spot that would send either of them into fits of laughter. He might as well get a taste of his own medicine, Cain had thought. "Sure, Mom," he said, opening his door and stepping out of the station wagon to follow his mother into the store. Abel sat behind with a smile on his face. Cain had gotten duped into taking the harder job. All he had to do was sit around with Dad. Even with that, he knew his father was going to step out of the car for a smoke as he normally did when his mother stepped into the grocery store. It was the main reason why he didn't join her inside. And besides, Abel thought, Cain had the unfair advantage of having longer arms whenever they'd get into one of their sessions of ninja. If he didn't take the weak points where he could get them, Cain would surely win, and he didn't like that outcome one bit. At the bank just across the parking lot, a young man with slime in his black hair and a terrible shake in his bones named Donovan tucked his shirt over a metal handle that was plumb stuck out of his baggy pants. He looked over a slip of paper in his hands before folding it and sliding it into his left jeans pocket. Donovan, or Donnie as he liked to go by, heard a faint singing sound in the back of his mind that reminded him of choirs that sang in the church his parents had taken to him as a child. What ironic thoughts, he spoke to himself in the station wagon, parked just outside the bank. Donnie stepped out of the car and bounced onto the pavement with vigor. Adrenaline shot through his body like the blood in his veins. He slid a black mask over his face and a glove over a sweaty hand. He strolled toward the entrance of the building and shook his head. Nobody was around. Nobody had seen him, yet. He could still back out if he wanted to. He walked inside, and not 3 minutes later, shots erupted from within. Screams followed from inside, and those that had been closest to the door after the shots rang out were able to slip out, running for their lives. After a successful heist, Donnie ducked out of the front with a large sack in one hand and the waist of his pants in another. A black mask obscured his face, but the protrusion just above the lips suggested he had a bushy mustache underneath. He wasn't physically intimidating in any way, but most would cower to the weapon in his pants. His getaway car had been sitting outside. He hadn't planned the jump with anybody else, so he had to park close. As soon as he barreled out into traffic, he eyed the man in the tweed jacket holding a bright cigarette in his hands, with an arm resting on an old station wagon that looked almost identical to the very one he had. The man thought on it for only a moment as his eyes turned back to the road, swerving back into his lane. He shook it off as he continued to drive. He pulled a left onto Swery Avenue, cutting off a minivan about to turn into a street. He kept driving straight until he noticed the blaring of sirens behind him. One look in his mirror told Donnie all he needed to know. He was being tailed. He smacked his hand off the steering wheel and cursed. Donnie's mind began to travel, imagining how a guy like him would fare in prison. The thought didn't inspire much confidence in him, and yet he knew it was a possibility. He had prepared himself for it, but it hadn't seemed real until this moment. Just then, a wicked plan sat in his mind. He remembered the man in the tweed back at the grocery store. Maybe if he got some distance, he could pull it off. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal and hung left, cutting ahead a black Camaro whose driver promptly blared the horn and stopped in the middle of the intersection. He picked up speed and turned quickly, following the road down to a bend before a final turn that would take him to the grocery store parking lot. He heard the singing in his ears again, louder and louder, slamming against his brain. There were wordless hymns that filled his mind with nothingness, and his right leg felt heavier. He set his foot down on the gas pedal harder, pushing it down to the floorboard. "What?" was all he could get out as his car slammed into its twin, molding right into the rear driver's side door and crumpling up like a tin can. His head was thrown forward and right into the steering wheel, busting his nose into a flurry of blood and mucus. He died instantly as the force of the impact went straight to his brain and spinal cord. The blood spurted in an arc upward, spraying out onto the windshield and ceiling before it dripped back down. The family station wagon had collapsed on Abel's side, pinning the young boy's legs underneath sharp metal. His screams pierced the skies as the first rain in weeks began to pour on the wreckage. Donnie's car started to smoke. Abel's parents were stunned by the hit, turning back to see half their youngest son and the blood from his torso down, pooled in the seat beside Kane, who had been knocked unconscious by the hit. The policeman who had been chasing Donnie down arrived on the scene moments later, calling for his partner, and then moved out of the car as he saw the face of a young boy that was in mortal danger through the back window. The mother and father was easy enough. They'd only risked a concussion, which it would turn out they were lucky enough to not have. Kane would also make it through the accident physically unscathed. His father carried him out easily enough to check on his vitals. Abel wouldn't be so lucky. The blood was spraying out of his right leg, fast. The boy threatened loss of consciousness. The sight of Abel's blood both scared him and intrigued him in one horrible mixture. He didn't know what was happening, except there being a terrible weight on his legs, and it stuck right into his body. The paramedics arrived not long after. The police officer was unable to separate the boy from the car. Abel had managed some Herculean strength to hold on to his life. His mother had begged the paramedics to do anything they could to help him keep both his legs. Abel remembered a poignant feeling of irritation at this, through everything else. Here he lay dying, his body impaled by the cruddy station wagon, and she was worried if he'd walk again. He was worried if he'd live. To his mother, he assumed, they weren't any different. At least he would look normal, his mother had said, but only the single time. Abel's scream stopped once his brain caught up to what had happened to him. Somewhere deep within him, he knew that the human brain would do anything to protect its owner, even go so far as to trick the body to release endorphins to free him of pain. He was dying, at least he believed so. As he looked up toward the police officer, the lights began to fade from his eyes as his body began to prepare itself for the end. He smiled as the raindrops began to fall all around them. The pain in his legs had subsided. He would never feel pain there again. For the slightest of moments he heard a ringing sound like a voice singing out for him. It lulled his consciousness towards its depths. The singing sounded so lovely. Flumen. 9. Simon brushed past Sophie as soon as the door began to open. As soon as he stepped in the doorway, he stopped in his tracks. Luke couldn't see it, but Simon showed a genuine loss of words as he looked around his surroundings. Sophie was the first to break his silence. "What is it? I can't see with you in the way." "The hell am I looking at?" Simon asked to the air. He leaned back and set a hand on his side. This time, it was Sophie who was irritated at being ignored. She shoved him out of the way, and her face took a similar look of confusion when she entered the room. Luke filled in behind her, as his curiosity was piqued when he saw the room was small. Probably could fit only a few more people before it was crowded. Tables filled the room in each of the four corners with a little string flowing through the room, separating it into two halves. The stream looked to be fitted to the room almost naturally, acting almost like a drainage path through the room. It looked very peculiar that it obstructed so much of the room. He couldn't see where the source of the water was. It seemed to be coming from someplace else. Aside from the weird water, the room almost looked like Luke knew as a classroom. He couldn't say what kind of class would be taught in a place like this, but the desks piqued memories inside his head, and there was even a chalkboard at the far side of the room. Another face had a sort of painting in the frame of a padlock. A large safe sat in the eastern corner of the room with a piano at the western corner, and 2 desks sat on the southern far edge. The group's focus almost certainly turned to Arya. She didn't know much more about their surroundings than they did, but they all knew it must have had something to do with her. Why else would her name be on the door? "Hey, that blackboard over there has something written on it," Arya said, thinking of the first thing that came to her mind. Luke turned to fully focus on the board, and his eyes opened wide as he recognized the format of the passage instantly.
You are Arya Fleur, the Yellow. You are balance personified. Nobody shall feel persecuted under your sympathies. Your reliability is a great asset to those around you, but it is also your greatest weakness. Your worst nightmare is cloaked in green. Wood grows from the earth like a parasite, leeching off of your stability and building its own empire inside of you. Your sympathies shall send you off the mercy of the wood.
"What is this?" Arya asked. "I'm yellow? Yellow what? This looks like something I found in my notebook," Luke said as he reached for his pockets, but then remembered the notebook was nowhere to be found. Dang it. "The notebook?" Levi asked. He shifted uneasily as his eyes darted around the room. "I think he's a bit cuckoo," he said under his breath, as if he were whispering it to someone. No one else heard it naturally, but it seemed to reassure him. "Yeah, I woke up," Luke said, picking at his brain. "Did I have a notebook? It seemed foggy." He was sure that he remembered something about the way that this was phrased. "I remember a notebook. I don't know where it went. It was before we woke up in the chairs, but after I was kidnapped." "You mean sometime during the first round?" Arya asked. Luke shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "It's likely. I don't remember much about it. I don't think I remember seeing any of you there, so maybe it was before the game began. Anyway, sorry about my rambling. The notebook." Luke tried to fix his stumbling. He became acutely aware of it and was suddenly aware of all the eyes around him. He felt nervous and his core began to shake under the pressure. It wasn't as bad a shake that Levi had, but he was still aware of how his body was in every second. "I found a passage that was just like this, although it wasn't exactly the same. It's where I learned my name. It said that I was white and metal." "I think that's not true," Levi said. "I'm siding with Shivers," Simon said. Sophie turned back to him. "We've had enough bad nicknames with that damn rabbit. Knock it off." She turned back to Luke. "Doesn't matter in the long run if you're lying or not about it." "It is a bit peculiar, though. White metal. What do you think it means?" Arya asked. "Is it supposed to mean anything? Yours is just as nonsensical." Sophie made a motion with her hands. "Doesn't matter much if it's a red sky or a yellow planet. It's all the same mumbo-jumbo that's probably here to distract us." "I don't care about our color signs or star symbols here," Simon said. Sophie looked at him. "That's just what I got done saying. But now I'm saying it, so it means more." Sophie looked at Luke for a second longer than he was comfortable with before returning to the screen. "Yes, I do agree we should prioritize not what the message says, but what the indentations are here." She pointed down. Just underneath there were different kinds of shapes beveled into the wall. They were odd. Luke certainly didn't recognize them. "What are those?" he asked. Everyone ignored him, but Arya stepped forward to the screen. "These musical notes, what do you think they mean?" "Musical notes? What had those been?" Luke didn't seem to know, hiding her hair, what she was speaking about. There were 4 of the notes all together. They were all separated, and it irritated Luke that everyone else seemed to be on the same page without him. But he figured that pushing the subject wouldn't get him any less confused. He backed off. "It seemed they might be a hint to what we need to do in this room, right? Lucky said we need to find some sort of key in these stupid rooms." Dude, are you okay? Arya looked back to Levi. You barely stopped shaking since we woke up. I'm really scared, he spat out. It was a bit scary hearing it from him, considering he seemed the oldest of the five of them. He seemed at least twice his own age. If he was admitting he was scared, it's kind of hard for Luke to not face that feeling head on. I never had to do any of this kind of thing before. I don't have any kind of reason for being kidnapped for this kind of garbage. Luke could tell that Levi was near the tipping point with the situation. Hey, it's easy to freak out in this place. None of us know why we were taken for this messed up game. But we're not going to make it out of here if we let ourselves go crazy. I think it might be what he wants. Luke could barely believe the words that were leaving his mouth. He imagined the words of strength to come from someone with a bit more sense and experience like Sophie or maybe even Arya. But they were coming from him. He felt a short moment of pride before returning back to his thoughts. You have to keep moving and work together or else we're all dead. This game is about testing trust, right? Well, let's beat this game by showing whoever is in charge that we can trust complete strangers. You want us to trust each other? Simon asked. I don't want to know anything about any of you. How could we do that? Levi asked. I don't know anything about any of you either. I don't know much about myself, remember? I want to believe that I don't belong here, and that is the same with all of you. I want to trust that each of you are good people deep down. He looked directly at Simon. Mean or not, nobody deserves to be here. No, you're right, Levi said. I don't want to die here. But you don't either. He slowed to a stop and had begun breathing easier. Great, Simon said with an exaggerated tone. Now that we're all friends, I suggest we return our focus to the task at hand. We're not going to escape by giving speeches all day. Sophie had begun to pace around the room. You've got 4 notes that are here on the screen, so I assume that's a hint at what we're supposed to be looking for. She turned to face Arya. This room's centered around you, apparently. Now, I'm not thinking you set it up, but I believe there's a reason that your name is on that screen and on the door outside. Arya chewed the bottom of her lip and then exhaled sharply. I like music, she shrugged her shoulders. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm a flautist. Flautist? Luke asked. I play the flute, Arya answered. I don't know what that has to do with any of this. Except that it might be exactly why. It has something to do with why we're here. Sophie hadn't skipped a beat. Nobody here could guess that you could play the flute just by looking at you. That's something that only someone who does know you would know. So, someone I know is why I'm here? Well, think about it. This is only the first room we've entered. How many rooms were there outside? 6, Simon nodded, understanding. There's probably a room here for each of us, including I. That means that whoever kidnapped us all didn't grab us by random chance. He looked forlorn toward the ground. We're fucked up. Who wouldn't want ransom money? Not everyone has their eyes glued to their wallet, Sophie said. But you are right on one thing. It's highly likely that we all weren't grabbed by random. There's a reason each of us are here. And if the rooms with the rest of our names are similar to yours, she looked back to Arya, then we have to seriously consider that the reason we may have to do with people we closely know. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Luke said, trying to be helpful, but he couldn't keep his mind off of what that implied. Somewhere in this strange spherical building, there was a room that was built specifically for him. He could only think back to the room that he'd first woken up in. They might not know a lot about each of us, like maybe just basic information like how Arya plays the flute, but they could know a lot more. And you have to play with that assumption. So what, like a bunch of people that just know us happen to know each other and set us all up to play this stupid game? Arya asked. They know everything, at least they might. Levi began shaking slightly, but he swallowed hard and looked back up towards Sophie, shaking his head. That's way too creepy to think about. Can we please change the subject? I don't want to think about whoever could have done this right now. I think those 4 notes might have be with the four corners of this room. I mean, there's 4 of them, so it's the most idiotic, Simon had begun. No, I bet you he's right, Sophie affirmed. She looked from each of the 4 corners, the safe, the piano, the 2 desks. There's no coincidence to anything here. If we had begun labeling one as such, then we had have no basis to label anything else except as coincidence. Remember what I said? Believe that everything here is put for a reason. Whoever brought us here did it for a reason. Well, okay, let's just check each of them out and get this over with, Arya said. The more I'm in here, the more I feel like somebody's watching me. Arya shivered as she made a conscious effort to step over the small stream. Damn thing doesn't belong in a room like this. Luke nodded curtly before turning around to the first of the 4 corners that caught his eye, the safe. He bent down to stare at it real close. Last thing you'd expect to find in a place like this, huh? Luke asked as Arya bent down beside him. She seemed to be too focused on the safe to answer. Luke turned to look at the face of the dial, and he was surprised to see that the dial had letters surrounding it instead of numbers. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, he read aloud. What the heck is that doing on a safe? They're the notes on a scale. This room is music-themed, after all, Arya said. Combination must be a number of notes. She looked just behind her toward the piano. That we find from there. Hey, Levi, Luke called. He was standing right in front of the piano with his fingers lightly tapping the keys. Levi, Arya called out after him. He turned with eyebrows raised. It seemed he was lost in his playing. I'm sorry, I was just confused by this thing. I don't think the keys are in the correct order. What? Arya asked, standing up. Here, listen to this. He had begun pressing keys down on the piano. The sounds that came from it as he moved down the piano were a mash of different sounds that don't sound related at all. Okay, now play them from start to finish. He did, and the same course of notes were played. That's what I was talking about. They don't seem to be built to go in ascending order. It seems to be totally random. No, not random, Sophie said, looking up from the desk she was investigating. She looked over toward Arya. Is there anything interesting that you noticed? I think I could tell which notes were which. I don't know how much help that'll be. You could? Simon asked with a hint of interest. It's called perfect pitch, and sounds a whole lot more interesting than what it is. This seemed to dash any interest that Simon had as he moved to lean against the wall, watching the others from a distance. Arya continued as she looked back toward the others. I could pick out the notes as I hear them, and that's about it, she shrugged. Like I said, it isn't too... No, that's good, Sophie nodded. Maybe there's a message in how the notes are arranged. What kind of message? Luke asked. Really? Simon asked, chuckling. Luke looked up, finding that everyone else was giving him the same confused look. What? Notes on a piano go from A to G and repeat, Arya had begun. But you don't have to be a music major to know that. Dude, it's common knowledge, Simon said. Yeah, even I knew that, Levi said. Sophie was the only one who remained silent. When she finally spoke, her eyes didn't leave his face. Amnesia, she said, loud enough to be heard. Yeah, that's why I think I forgot, Luke began, feeling the words spill from his mouth. Her face didn't change. I can't say one way or the other. Generalized amnesia typically doesn't affect learned facts like the notes of a music scale. It's located in a different part of the brain, but of course not every case of amnesia is the same, so I guess I'll just leave it at that for now. She turned then back to Arya and Levi. Think you could figure out what the message said? She nodded her head and looked toward Levi. You ready? Levi looked back to the piano and placed the first note, letting it hang. He waited a moment before looking back to Arya. Well? She looked confused right back at him. I thought you were going to play them all. You don't have to go slow. That one was an F. Levi moved his hand down the piano and the notes came out all rapid fire. Arya sighed and walked over to the piano, shoving him to the side. Move aside, please. She took control of the notes, playing it one by one, starting from the beginning. F, A, C, E, F, A, E, F, D, G, F, A. Face Fave Digivka? Luke felt his brow frown as he tries to visualize the letter altogether. I don't understand. It's probably for this, Sophie said, bending to get a better look at the safe. Remember the face of the safe listed letters from A to G? Ah, face, Luke exclaims. That must have something to do with it. I think it might just be a coincidence, Arya said. Face is just one example of a word you could make with musical notation, nothing more than a coincidence, Sophie explained. Well, I mean, it might, but it also might not. I mean, what if you took the letters and rolled them back? Arya asked. Rolled them back? Sophie looked confused for the first time since entering the room. Actually, scratch that. She looked confused for the first time, period. Like, say you continued counting after G. Say H was the next A, or I was the next B. Does it really matter what it means? Simon butted in. It's obvious that you put the original jumble of letters into the safe there. Come on, we don't have time to sit here decoding messages like some 12-year-old. He looked directly toward Luke. Well, most of us. Well, if you're so eager to open it, go right ahead. I want to solve this kitty message of ours, Sophie barks, turning away from him to think. H-I-J A B C. Psh, do what you want. Gotta do everything around here. Yes. He lumbered over the safe with an obvious lack of effort. Luke took it upon himself to check out the other half of the room, finding it almost bothersome that there were entire sections they hadn't even looked into, and Simon was here talking about finishing it up. He wanted to leave as fast as possible, but he hated leaving stones unturned. Maybe that was a trap by whoever brought them there, the mastermind behind all of this. But if so, it was a trap he couldn't help but fall for. There was something inside him that had to know. Even if it was relatively small, like what the shimmering was he saw at the deep end of the stream. He merely glanced at it before walking over, bending down to reach his hand in the water. Each end of the stream seemed to dip deeper to well up water that flowed openly through an underwater vent in the wall. There must have been a steady flow coming in, since the level of the water hadn't dropped since they had entered the room. The source must have been some different room. He picked what ended up being a purple vase out of the water and turned it in his hands. The lip of the vase flowers out from a skinny neck, leading to a more rotund base. He wouldn't be able to stick his hand inside if he tried. After emptying the water, he saw the shine of something inside. Just like I told you, Simon called from the other edge of the room. I knew it opened with those letters. Luke turned to face the open safe and a confused Simon. He pulled something small and black, holding it in the palm of his hand. Of course, why would I expect anything fucking important to come out of a goddamn safe? He checked the object against the wall and walked back toward the far end of the room, shaking his head. Levi grabbed the object from off the floor, holding it up in front of his face, twisting and turning it. Thought it looked like a whole note. What? Luke asked. He looked to the monitor and saw that one of the shapes on it looked just like the object he held in his hand. So that was a whole note? He thought it looked more like a drawing of a finless fish. Looks like this is one of the keys that Rabbit was talking about. Levi lowered his arm. He began to look around, not finding what he was looking for. Now, where's the lock? I don't know, Sophie interrupts. But I do have a solution for what the password to the safe might mean. Oh, what is it? Arya asked. So, I came up with this. She brings out a sheet of paper with some scribbles on it. I used a small notebook I found in my jacket pocket to list out possible combinations, and found that these are all the possible meanings. Here's the alphabet converted to musical notation. And here's the only possibility I found that makes a full phrase. I've tossed out the ones that are still gibberish, and I'm also assuming face is the intention for the first 4 letters here. Assuming otherwise might mean we'd be here all day, and few words make sense that have the same distance from each other. Face the truth? Levi asked. Now this is interesting, Simon stepped forward. A look other than mild disappointment covering his face for the first time since entering the room. You all know what this means, right? Nobody had an answer for him. It means, he said with a careful tone, making sure to get everyone's attention in his grasp, our little flautist is hiding something, and it's something big by the severity of hiding a message in a password. But you're the one who said he didn't even care about the password in the first place, Luke called out. Simon smirked. He knew that what he was saying was true. Yes, but truth be told, I didn't think it'd be worth anything. I'm allowed to be wrong, aren't I? He smirched a small shape and walked to the middle of the room before turning his gaze on Arya. Now, what could somebody like you be hiding? Luke hadn't noticed it before, but Arya looked like she'd been holding her breath. She stared him down as he did her, the two not speaking a word until Levi broke the silence. Excuse me, but can't we talk about this at any other time but now? Yeah, Luke agreed. There was no point to wasting time here like this. We still gotta find the rest of those notes. Simon waved his finger, humming the tones a child would be scolded with. No, I think we get to do this now. I remember you specifically talking about how we should all trust each other, no? Luke flinched where he stood. And with this new information, I'm not sure I could trust the musician with anything more than a roll of toilet paper. And even then, I'd have to look twice while she wiped my ass. Arya was shaking now, but Luke could tell it wasn't from the crude imagery Simon had provided. She looked terrified, frozen at the spot, and that had started to bother him. What could she have to hide? Well, what is it? Simon asked, beginning to pace toward her. Luke turned to look at Levi and then Sophie. The two of them looked like they'd just lost any objection they had when they noticed Arya shaking. Drunken bender leading to an affair with a famous politician, Simon guessed. Or maybe you're secretly a massive hoarder. He turned to stop on her. Or maybe you're just the mastermind of this whole thing. Maybe the music shtick is just a cover so we think you're less dangerous than you really are. Arya couldn't handle it anymore. She clenched her fists and screamed out at them. It was a deafening sort of sound that shocked everyone in the room. She took heavy breaths as she finished. No one spoke. A few more moments passed and she slumped her shoulders and began to shake some more. I killed someone, she said, not louder than a whisper. What? Luke took an instinctive step back. Listen, okay, it's a long story. Her breath is uneven, and she'd begun to sweat. For the first time, Luke could see the worry underneath her outer charm. She looked like she was breaking right before his eyes. Calm down, Sophie said, arms crossed. No one will be able to understand you if you start to freak out. Excuse me, but why are we trying to understand her? Simon interjected. She's just admitting to killing someone. I don't think she's the one behind all of us being here, Sophie says. It wouldn't make sense in the large scale of things, and she'd have no reason to out herself. I'm not excusing murder, but I'd like to know the details. It could very at least be explain some things and why we're here. We can't go with those answers if you keep on her. Sophie had turned from her to him. Simon groaned underneath his breath, but ultimately he knew that she was right. He backed off and began tapping his foot as Arya took a deep breath. I don't know anything about why we're here, I promise, Arya said. Sophie looked over toward her, started talking. She let out a whimpered sort of sound. I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't. She looked directly at Luke and began to speak. I was 13. I lived in a small town on the far edge of France. My mother and father were gone for long periods of time. They were both performers in my town's theater. It wasn't lucrative work, but they lived and loved what they did. Back in France, there was this saying we have called coup de foudre. Literally, it means a strike of thunder, but we take it to mean love at first sight. Luke cocked his head, as he was sure the others had at her idiom as well. Can we skip past this part? Simon asked. Arya looked a bit shocked at his outburst, but nodded curtly. It's relevant, I promise. Fine, go on, he made with motion in his hand. There was an older boy who strolled the streets often. Villiers was his name. He was a few years older than I was. His family was well off, certainly far more than I could ever even begin to explain. Other girls would always go after him, hoping to eventually marry into a rich family. He knew better, so those kinds of relationships didn't last long. One particular day, the last time I saw him walking down the streets, I snuck out of my home. I felt something calling me out. I couldn't explain to you now what it was except for a strike of thunder. That was when I first met him. We talked and things got past the awkward phase pretty quickly. The thing is though, his father never liked me. He thought I was just like everyone else, wanting to get rich quick. Ugh, okay, you know what? I don't care anymore. Do not care. Let's just get out of here. I'm sorry I asked. Simon turned to look toward the back of the room. Hey, any of you gonna move or what? Sophie looked at him. While I'd love to get out of here as quickly as possible, we aren't strictly on a time limit. Murder is a serious charge. If something had any relation to why we're here, then I'd like to hear it out. Romance bullshit or not. Romance isn't wholly bullshit, you know, Levi said, raising a finger. Not the topic at hand. Sophie looked back at him and then toward Simon. Solve the room's puzzle if you want. I want to hear more about this. Well, not this specifically, but you know what I mean. Ugh, Simon grunts out before leaning up against the wall. Easier to stab both my eardrums out. Anyway, Arya interjects. The rest of the story didn't go on much longer. I was actually invited by his father to have dinner in their home. I don't know what I was thinking, but I showed up. It didn't seem weird at the time, but when I got there, I realized Villiers wasn't home. His car wasn't there, it was just his father. That's odd, why would he invite you there alone? Luke asked. I figured at the time maybe it was some sort of peace offering. It didn't seem odd to me at the time. Maybe I was just lost in the new relationship, and that's what I was focused on. Maybe I wanted his father to like me, I don't know, but I went. Dun dun dun, Simon let out, turning his head to the side. Everything was okay at first, she said, ignoring him. I walked in, and he greeted me with a smile and a firm handshake. I remember, though, that his handshake was the first time I felt something was off. That I'd only got worse. I still remember it so fresh. He invited me into the parlor room. There were so many photographs framed around, but there weren't of any people. There were photos that I saw when I visited previously, so I know that they all were changed to have the frames emptied. She had begun to rub her arms briskly as she took a short breath. He must have noticed how tense I was and offered me a drink. After I refused it, he sat down and took this huge breath. Mind you, there wasn't anything set up for dinner. That's when he pulled out the gun. Every eyebrow in the room raised. Even Simon couldn't help but be interested. It was so quiet, as if he'd taken out a handkerchief to wipe his face or clean his glasses. There it was. A huge revolver that looked like one shot could blow through my whole body. I froze. What could I have done? I play the flute, and even if I had that, it wouldn't have helped in the slightest. Luke imagined the horrible face of a man who would have aimed a gun at her, and he couldn't help but imagine the mounted gun that threatened them in the previous room. It made him shudder. I feel like what happened next was all in slow motion. He pointed the gun toward a bust of himself that was resting on this podium on the far end of the room. He fired the gun once, just to prove it was loaded, I guess. The bus exploded into bits and pieces, and I screamed, louder than I intended. He looked at me without blinking and told me if I screamed again, he was going to shoot me. If I ran away, that he was going to shoot me. If I fought against him, then he was going to shoot me. And yet he didn't, Sophie said, at least as far as I can see. No, he didn't. She breathes in and steadies herself. I don't know where everybody else was. He placed his hands on his leg and shook his head. I don't know why you bitches just can't leave this family alone, was what he said. He looked like he was convincing himself of something. Maybe to shoot me, maybe not. It was more than obvious at this point that Villiers' father was off his rocker, like serious impairment was going on or whatever. He was tweaking hard. How'd you kill him? Simon asked. What? Aria's momentum was broken. You're claiming self-defense, right? All right. We don't need the full conversation. Crazy guy came at you with a gun. How'd you kill him? She bit her lip. If she hadn't expected Simon to be interested, she definitely didn't expect him to follow the trail all the way down. Knife through the chest. Obviously, it didn't happen right at that moment. We were far from the kitchen, and there were no knives set up on the table, like I said. He yanked me by my hair up to his huge bedroom and kept mentioning some group he thought I was hired by to weasel out his family's money. Can't remember what it was called. I was too scared. The knife was hidden underneath the pillow. I cut my hand on it as he threw me down. She holds up her hands to show a faded scar on the palm of her hand. I took it and stabbed him. I don't know what else he wanted to do with me. He kept flipping between wanting to shoot me, wanting to rape me, wanting to hear what I had to spill about a stupid group. Jesus Christ, Levi said, shaking his head. I can't deal with the sight of blood. I can't imagine being in that situation. I learned something that day. How much blood the human body really has. I yanked the knife out of his chest and I sat there as it pooled over me. I think I lost it then. Everything came rushing at me at once and I just sat there for what seemed like forever. It just kept spilling out. I think he died on the spot because he made no move to fire the gun. I left Villiers home and never returned. Didn't reach out to him, and I ran away from home. My life was pretty much over at that point. Why didn't you call the police? Luke asked. She looked at him with a tear in her eye. My life is complicated. I've already buried you enough of my soul for one lifetime, I believe. Besides, it led up to where we are now. The last thing I remember before all this was that memory. Not too long after, whoever grabbed all of us must have found me. For whatever purpose they have, at the very least. God, Luke said. It's a lot. If we trust you, Simon said. Right, that's always a question to ask, Arya said. I guess if you want, you can label me a murderer and not want to talk to me. If we could just do that while we get out of here, I won't talk to any of you ever again, and you won't have to associate with the... This is where the point where it became too much for her. She broke, and everything inside her broke with it. She raised her arm to her eyes and looked away, shaking her head, cursing underneath her breath. Fuck this. I just wanted to know a stupid boy whose crazy dad I killed, and... Okay. Simon took in a deep breath. Let's keep moving, okay? I hate seeing girls cry. I'll lay off, alright? This was something surprising. Luke hadn't expected any sort of humanity out of Simon. If we would have likened him to an animal, it would of course been a snake, always looking for prey, but Simon now almost seemed human. He wasn't naive and going to believe that he was going to act kind to everyone here. Luke wasn't a fool. But at least if they had the very minuscule amount of trust between them, they might be able to actually survive. "11. Hey Luke, do you think that vase you're holding goes over here?" Levi's voice was the first to break the awkward silence after Arya's story. Sophie had been right, that they didn't seem to have any sort of time limit in this phase. It was so much to the point that he looked down as if his question was asked in French. He had entirely forgotten he was holding the vase. Oh, right. Where now? He held it up to Levi. He'd been standing next to a balance that had been resting on one of the desks in the far corner of the room. It sat heavy on one end as another vase, this one yellow with a green stripe running across it. Well, if there's any spot for this thing, I guess it'd be there. Levi nodded. Luke walked across the small stream of water and set the vase down on the other side of the scale. It moved to balance itself, but it slid a little heavy with the new vase. Maybe you gotta empty the water? Levi asked. No, I don't think so. I already did. Wait, I almost forgot. He swiped the vase up from the scale and turned it upside down. A black rubber thing that almost looked like a letter D fell onto the ground. It bounced once before rolling to a stop. Another note? Weird shapes for them, huh? Luke muttered. I remembered seeing something inside when I emptied the water out, but the lip of the vase was too thin for me to reach in and grab it. Let's try this now. He placed the vase back on the scale, and it settled back down to an even balance. There's a sound that he could only place as a tumbler shifting in the lock, but as far as he knew, the only door in the whole room had been the one they'd come through, and that one wasn't locked in the slightest. Levi bent down to grab the note, which he called a quarter note, something that confused Luke terribly. That finless fish was a whole note. How in the heavens was the letter D a quarter of that? It was like some joke that soared way above his head. Found out what the unlocking sound was. Simon cocked his head toward the framed painting on the wall, but there was something about the look on his face that unsettled him. It seemed like genuine confusion. Luke followed his gaze and noticed why Simon had focused his attention on it. When they had all entered the room, the painting had shown a padlock that had been fully locked. Now, it had unlocked. Anyone else remember that painting being totally different? Arya asked, her voice uneven. Yeah, it was locked before. When did it switch? Levi chimed in. It was when the vase balanced the scale, Sophie said. It's not the only thing that's changed. Look at the screen. The screen had begun to recede into the wall before finally disappearing for good, leaving 2 indentations left in the wall. One's exactly in the shape of the 2 notes they'd collected. Well, this one should be obvious, Simon started. Yeah, just set them in there and we should be good to go, Luke said, turning to Arya. Do you want to be the one to do it? This shocked her, and everyone else wanted them as well. Me? Yeah, I mentioned before how I want to trust you all here. Luke took a deep breath. We all have stuff we don't want to talk about. I'm sure if I could remember, I'd have secrets I wouldn't want anyone else to know. I don't believe you're the reason we're here, Arya, nor I believe that any of you are either. We all have rooms here, right? That's the assumption we're running with. And that means we're all probably going to be running the risk of losing that trust this game so desperately taunts above our head. Makes a valid point, Sophie said. How? Arya asked out of nowhere. How could you trust someone like me? Someone who's just gone and told you they've killed someone. She began stuttering at the end of breaking once more. Luke walked up to her and handed her the quarter note, nodding up to her. You're the strangest kid I've ever met, Arya said, wiping away a tear and letting away the smallest of sounds. Why the hell are you here? Yeah, the kid's nice. Levi, give her the whole note already. Simon crosses his arms. Levi nodded and stepped forward, holding out his hand. Guys, I'm getting way too emotional for people I don't even... But she took it in her hand, breathing short and looking down, trying to hold it back. Okay, done crying. Sorry for getting extremely heavy, guys. Thank you. You're all very kind. Even you, Simon. He rolled his eyes as she stepped up and placed the quarter note into the indentation. A light had begun to shine through the rubber and glows all sorts of colors. Luke sat in amazement as it flowed from red to green to blue and then to a crazy spilling mix of everything at once. Arya moved to the side to set the whole note into the indentation mix. It took some fiddling to get it to slide over the hole in the center, but it fit just enough. There was a clicking kind of sound as soon as it was fitted in, and what followed was the loudest, most bone-chilling scream Luke had ever heard. It had not come from the room that they were in, but everyone froze to the core as it rang through their entire bodies. Someone was in a lot of pain. No, that couldn't be it. That kind of scream couldn't come from anyone still breathing. There was a silent fact that they all agreed upon as each person slowly looked from one another. Someone had died. 12. The silence strung each of them up like a taut bow of a violin, just waiting to snap on an unwitting musician. Arya looked most frail, as if something inside her had snapped for the second the whole note had been placed in the indentation. Her hand shook with a tenacity that could move mountains. I didn't mean... She sputtered out. Guys, what was that? Levi asked, shaking himself. I think if we knew, then you would know, Sophie said, The best we can do is go and find out. I think we're done with this room. What about the key? Simon asked. Forget about the key, someone's dying, Luke snapped. Simon shrugged. No, they're dead based on that scream. Luke knew it, but something inside him kept pushing him back. Oh, they could still be alive. We need to go now. But he knew better. At least he hoped he had. I think that scream is our key. At least there's nothing else here to investigate, so we've really nothing left to lose by going to check it out. Sophie cracked her knuckles and then placed her hands at her side. Nothing to lose. Sure, we could lose our lives to whatever's out there, Simon added. Okay, Sophie said, leaning a little bit in. Simon doubled back, his face like he just swallowed a lemon whole. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's just sit here. It seems like a better idea. The room was silent, watching the ensuing game between Sophie and Simon. Simon started up. Oh, what? Can't think of anything to do here? Interesting. Sophie, Luke had begun. No, Sophie holds out her hand. I want to hear what his genius plan is if he's going to be the plan man here. Plan man? Luke asked. Let's just go outside and check it out, Simon said with great reluctance. Huh, that's a good idea. Thank you for your contribution. Bitch, Simon muttered under his breath. We've already met. No reason to tell me your name again. Sophie turned to head out of the room. Plan man? Luke repeated. However much she could grab a room's attention and keep it under tight control, Sophie was poor at name-calling. Very poor. Simon looked at each of them with an offended look. Oh, what? None of you are going to call her out on this bullshit? What do you mean? Levi asked. I give apathy and you all pounce like hungry fucking pumas. She's bitch prime and you follow her like sheep. Arya was the first to enter him. She seemed to have regained some of her composure. She's doing it to get us out of here. You've been doing it to be as petulant as possible. I'm sorry for saying it, but it's true. I do believe you're a nice person, but we're all gonna die if we can't act civil. She looked like it was visibly paining to be so blunt with him. Luke understood that feeling. He didn't know how Sophie could manage it, but he's sure he'd find himself in total anguish for long after the situation. Simon seemed to have no such anguish. He simply shook his head and walked along, passing them and following Sophie through the door with Arya's name emblazoned on the front. Luke looked from Levi and then to Arya, shrugging his shoulders. Well, kudos to you for standing up. I don't know, I felt kind of bad, Arya said. Maybe I should apologize, Luke said. We have to trust that he has a heart in there somewhere. Arya took a deep breath, sighing loudly. I know guys like him, they don't get it easily. That's another story, maybe. If we survive this, it's a story I could tell you both someday? Levi raised an eyebrow. I'm not proud of what I did. Not any of it. I'm not proud of where I am, but it felt relieving, getting it off my chest. It was easier telling people I don't know. Granted, I wish it could have been under better circumstances. I know I can't be sure I have all of your trust, but I want you to know you have mine. You both have been very kind to someone you have absolutely every right not to. Once we make it out of here, maybe we could get to know each other better and under better context. Luke nodded his head. I like that idea. I think we could get the other two on board. Well, I'll put it up to pending escape from deadly facility. Speaking of, let's not get too far behind, right? Levi said. Right, Luke nodded. The three of them backtracked through the door and down the extended hallway. The lights from the room dimmed and then faded as the door shut forever behind them. Oscen. 13. The first thing that Luke noticed as they emerged from the door was the smell that pervaded the darkness of the hallway. The pungent copper smell assaulted him, forced him to stop and turn away. He made a disgusting sound and coughed as he breathed it in. Arya and Levi behind him noticed it just after and performed similar movements. What the heck is that? Luke asked, gagging as he spit whatever was in his mouth out on the ground. Over here, Sophie said from a little ways into the room. She and Simon were surrounding something lying on the ground. As Luke picked himself up, he felt lightheaded. His vision began to wane. The smell was overbearing. As he slowly made his approach, the smell of rancid meat pervaded the blood. It stole his breath away, and he had to stop again. It took everything in him to prevent everything in him from becoming everything that used to be in him. When he made that final step, he saw Lucky just past Simon and Sophie. He looked as if somebody had smashed him with a mallet. Luke's eyes went wide as he saw the blood spilling from the circuits, and flesh spilled out from between the metal shell's cracked pieces. The rabbit's face had been smashed in. Brain spilled out the back of the headpiece. Its rear leg was broken at an odd angle, and was only hanging off from a few stray ligaments. It had been too much for Luke. He turned and felt his stomach turn as his throat began to burn. It only added to the foul odor. "What?" he said in between breaths. "What?" It seemed something killed him just after placing that note in the indentation. I'm not sure if it was because of that, but I assume that it was. The timing was just too perfect for it to be a coincidence. I have no guesses as to how it happened. It's not like it just self-destructed, Sophie said. "Shit's fucked." Simon stared at the rabbit. "What the hell do we do now? That stupid rabbit was our one point of contact." There was something alive inside. Levi turned his head away. Maybe a real rabbit is a sort of joke at our expense. I don't know anything other than it's dead now. Stupid rabbit was alive all along. It's a possibility, but not one I'm too comfortable with granting just yet, Sophie wondered. "What do you mean?" Luke asked. "You could clearly see that there was some sort of thing inside." "Oh, I have no doubts about that. I mean, I just don't fully believe that Lucky, the thing that had been speaking to us, was specifically the creature on the inside. I mean, it's most plausible to believe that the rabbit, if we assume the creature inside was one, had no idea where it had been. The metal suit around it had probably been pulling its skeleton like puppet strings and outfitted with sort of microphone." "I guess that makes sense. Oh, not fully, but more than a talking, living rabbit," Luke said. Levi shrugged. "Maybe we don't have to participate in the decision phase? I mean," he took a step back from the rabbit's corpse. "I don't get how that thing worked, but does it really matter? The only thing stopping us was its threat of punishment if we did anything wrong, right?" "Is it?" Luke looked back to Arya, who was up to this point had all been silent. She gave him a look that seemed to say that she hadn't been one to speak the word. He saw a sort of shined metal up above them for a fraction of a second and took a step back. "Guys," the others followed his motion to see a golden songbird perched on one of the lights above. It was larger than any sort of bird he'd seen, at least 6 feet tall, if not longer. It flapped its metal wings and descended down on the podium that stood at the center of the roulette game.
You think you know all the answers, but you don't know me yet.
"Who are you?" Simon asked. "It's probably safe to assume it's under the command of whoever controlled Lucky," Sophie said.
Lucky's been bad.
The bird said, ignoring Simon.
Real bad. Starting his shift early. I mean, that's the kind of thing some Jerry Wonker does. He's been breaking rules, starting games early. He had to be shut down. Or did he?
"Breaking rules?" Luke asked.
My name is Answer, and I'm not here to clean garbage disposals. I beg pardon.
The bird craned its neck from side to side as if screaming.
Ah, my dinner. I'm so terribly sorry to eat in front of guests, but I must finish my dinner.
It flapped its wings twice before landing just in front of them. It stood taller than everyone around it. Luke and the rest backed up, all with their eyes on the bird who had been named Answer.
I wonder, does a human soul taste like rabbits?
Answer asked, bending its head down, elongated beak prodding apart the metal shell that used to be Lucky.
Sometimes I ask myself that, but then I have my answer.
Picks out one of the creature's eyeballs from the long string of tissue that connected it to the brain and gobbled it up.
Sometimes I wonder if you all are made of the same insides, but I've never been given permission to check. Maybe soon.
Simon was the first to reel himself in. What the fuck is wrong with you? Whoever's behind this. What is the point?
Behind?
Answer asked.
I had thought you were all in front of this.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Answer stood up tall, extending out to its full wingspan.
I am here to facilitate the shift of the roulette game.
He mentioned that, but Lecky had mentioned that as well, Luke said.
That is correct. It is our way.
And whose way would that be? Levi asked, doing his best to stop shaking.
I am your answer.
I don't understand, Levi said.
Yet you stand above?
Answer replied. I think Ari had begun, taking a step toward the bird. It doesn't respond to our questions. At least, it responds with whatever nonsense that doesn't make any sense.
That is correct.
Answer said. Luke looked from her to Answer. That's interesting.
Yes, I am quite interesting. My father told me so when I was young.
Answer chimed, folding its wings back up.
I have tried to tell my children, but you know kids these days.
Right, so can we leave? Simon asked. Simon, that's a question, Luke said. Well, fuck, how are we gonna get any answers if we don't ask questions?
I am your answer.
I fucking know that. Jesus.
Jesus was a man of many talents.
Answer trailed off. Simon rubbed his temples, getting a fucking headache. You guys take over. So the next thing that we need to do is to participate in the roulette game, Sophie half-assed, but taking careful note toward her phrasing.
The roulette game shall begin and end with death. That is the cycle. Now, if you pardon, I am very hungry, and these garbage disposal units aren't going to clean themselves out.
You aren't here to clean garbage disposal units, Luke said. He had no idea of where this was going, nor why it even brought it up. It had simply felt right. Answer looked at him, stared at him even. It was a cold gaze that slowed his breath.
There are others than these.
Answer began.
There are others. There shall be others. It's around.
Sophie turned to the rest of them. Let's just see if we could investigate and leave him alone. I don't believe that he'll be any more help to us. She turned a step away, and just as soon as she did, a powerful force slammed her in the back. Luke saw it all. As soon as she turned away to walk, Answer picked up Lucky's corpse and craned its neck back and launched the rotting meat container straight at her.
You shall not leave the premises. You have no need for investigations. You shall play the roulette game.
Sophie's arm twitched as she looked behind her at the bird.
You all shall. I shall eat early if you do not.
The meaning was clear. Throughout all of Answer's rambling nonsense, he had intended to kill them if they did not participate. It was any more tangible threat than Lucky had been. Just when Luke thought their own luck was turning around. Luke was the first to walk toward the chairs in the center. He noticed that there were only enough chairs seated now to fit 5 of them. One for the old woman had been removed. He was sure that Answer could make quick work of them. There was absolutely no reason to challenge him. Sophie looked at him for a moment before fully realizing their situation. She sighed and stood fully, slipping out of her jacket. She noticed the splash of blood and even a little of the flesh residue splashed on the back and tossed it aside, shuddering. Underneath, she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with some sort of band's logo on it. Death Undying. Ironic. Fine, let's just do the smart thing. The rest of you understand? She asked. Arya nodded. I can't be responsible for anyone else to die. Cooperate, of course. Levi nodded, not saying anything. Simon, do you really expect me to do anything else other than the obvious? He asked. We're in some serious shit now, especially with this dumb bird now. Just making sure, Sophie said. She made her way toward the center as Arya and Levi began to follow. Simon looked up at Answer before making his way toward the center as well. Luke took his seat with Sophie, taking one on his right side, Arya across from him, and Levi to his left. Simon finished through with the seat just after Levi. Luke turned to Sophie. "Are you, okay?" She looked at him with a question look, but then her face flashed with recognition. "Oh, I'm fine." Her response was only 3 words, but it said more to him based on how she said it. Nobody'd be okay with this situation, and he was starting to think that maybe the stone-cold detective may be a little less stone than she wished to show. "I'm gonna cooperate, Luke said. "Well, I certainly hope so," she said, regaining some of her composure and shaking the rest off. "The roulette game shall continue. Or shall it?" Answer called, and the restraints around them fastened tight around their bodies. "I can't wait to see the results. Hopefully I'll be allowed to..." Luke didn't hear the rest of what he said. There was a sharp ringing sound that blocked out all the other sound inside his head. He looked down to see the syringe from before injecting new fluid into his system. He didn't immediately feel faint, but he was close to toppling over. Right in front of him there was a screen. Looking out around, he could see the others in similar dazed states. He found himself looking to Sophie. She was pretty. His mind began to smile as he thought about making it out of this place alive. He awoke within himself instantly. This was not the time for his mind to drift. He looked back down at the screen and saw the 2 options laid out in front of him: cooperate or defect. The words seemed to change before his eyes, melding and separating. They soon changed themselves to read Sophie and Lucky. This confused him. What had it been trying to ask? Certainly not who he'd like to see. He knew that answer right off the bat. But maybe it had been instead asking who he wanted to see die. It was equally as likely, he thought. There was something important about these 2 options in front of him that he couldn't recall. Was it the drug? Was there a drug? He tried to think back, but could only find Sophie in his head. Was she always there? He tried to think back and then nodded his head. Yeah, he thought that she was rather pretty. She was smart, too, and she wasn't at all like Simon was. He was sure that Simon was smart in his own way, just a bit too mean-hearted. Sophie seemed like someone had hurt her, and her only defense was to build up a wall. Now that he thought about it, Lucky was pretty mean too. It hurt his head to think of the memory. It pounded his head, actually. He felt like he was on fire, but then felt like it was dipped underwater. Deep, deep underwater, and the only thing he could do was watch. Sophie didn't give him that feeling. Neither did Arya or Levi. Lucky gave him that feeling. Answer gave him a similar feeling, but not similar at all. He was sad for Answer. He did not know why. He opened his eyes and looked at the screen, made the only choice that made him feel like he was above the water, and then shut his eyes once more as the fluid feeling overtook the rest of his body. To numbness his mind went, and the cold feeling that overwhelmed his body had fallen. 14. Luke remembered dreaming, but he didn't think it was his dream, so to speak. It almost felt like he was spectating someone else's dream, or maybe even their memories. The details seemed foggy at first, but as he began to regain consciousness, they fled faster than they could be recalled. "Come back!" he called out to them. They did not listen. That's when the shot rang out. 15. Luke opened his eyes with a startled scream. He had been hoping it was all an awful dream, that he'd wake up and he'd be back in his bed wherever he lived, and he'd remember his life. That had not been the case. Whatever hope that resided in him that this wasn't some crazy nightmare had all but been dashed when he opened his eyes. His first instinct was to look to his right. He saw Sophie looking around just as he had. Her eyes were wide until she caught him staring at her. She seemed to be okay. Arya had cooperated, it seemed. He was alive. That was a fact that he couldn't write off. Sophie had cooperated with him as she said she would. He went on the circle. Levi was alive because Luke had pressed cooperate. He recalled a foggy sensation hovering over him. He remembered how the options transformed in front of his eye. He felt like he was hit with some noxious gas that made him hallucinate. Of course, it wasn't noxious gas, but the drug that was injected into him. Just like the first time he had sat in these chairs. However, unlike the last time, he had memory of the events that happened previous. He remembered walking through the music room, and he remembered Lucky's terrible-looking corpse. Simon was still breathing. It didn't seem the gunfire had broken him like the others. But there was a terrible feeling sink in his chest. The process of elimination wasn't a hard concept to grasp. He heard a gunshot, that much he was sure of, and he knew the fates of 4 of the 5 participants. He turned his head slowly until finally his eyes rested on Arya's limp body. Her head was blown back by the blast. There lies a cave where her left eye used to be. It drained whatever blood and brain matter that used to be resting in her head out onto the ground below. A lot of the fire sprayed blood on the ends of her hair. Luke's chest tightened and he screamed. As the others grew aware of the situation, from Levi's own panic screams to Sophie's breaking composure, each of them had been screaming. Except for Simon, and he knew why. "Do you really expect me to do anything other than the obvious?" was what he'd said. It wasn't a lie, but it certainly wasn't the whole truth either, and he felt stupid for falling for it. He thinks in any rational situation he would have immediately called Simon out on his vague statement, but he didn't have any excuses. This could have all been avoided. "Simon! What the hell? You killed her!" "And she killed her boyfriend's dad," he said with no more concern than casual conversation. "She fought in self-defense," Luke yelled back. He didn't care anymore about playing nice. Not with Simon. He was mad. "I voted in self-defense. How was I supposed to know that Levi would have voted the way he did?" "That's what we've been trying to tell you," Luke shouted. "We have to trust another." "Please stop screaming. You're hurting my ears." Simon shakes off the relative discomfort. "Besides, that's not the only way to get out of here, much less even the fastest." "So, that's it then? You're just gonna defect every single round? How's that gonna work out for anybody if we defect against you?" Simon shrugged his shoulders. "I mean, you're absolutely free to, but that just means we're all gonna die down here alone. If one of you defects, then the others will be forced to defect. The cycle will never end. That's exactly what the mastermind wants, right?" "What the hell is wrong with you? Does the fact now that 2 people have died here mean anything to you?" Luke asked. "These 2? Not too terribly. The old bitch was past her prime anyways. Arya was idiotic for believing anything else other than the obvious would happen. People like her don't deserve to be treated as anything else other than the scum that she is. Well, was. People like her? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Sophie asked. "Someone without worth. Someone without status. I could smell it on her the moment she started talking, only confirmed by what she told us about in her story. Obviously, she lied about it being self-defense. She killed the father to pass the riches to her arm candy. I could smell it on her as I could on any one of you." "She's already admitted to the murder, though," Sophie said. "I fail to see a reason why she would choose to lie about that. The worst was already out of the bag." "People of status make the world go round. People without would do anything to have that position. And the thing is, they're cunning. Look what she managed to do. Admit to murder and still get your sympathies. What a pathetic lot, all of you. We're the agents of change. And you best believe that once I'm out of here, whoever's behind this bullshit game is gonna wish they never even looked on my face." "I can't believe you," Luke said. "Hey, come off it." Simon looked directly at him. "You should have known that this is exactly how this is gonna go down the moment you all woke up. I didn't lie to you. I told you straight that I was gonna defect every round. If you made the choice to cooperate, you only have yourselves to blame. Besides, if it wasn't me, then you certainly would have done the very same. You all talk about being such perfect little angels, but when the cards come falling down, you're backed into a wall. You'd hit defect faster than you could rub your own twats." "You are one sad little man," Sophie said, brushing off his comment. "To think that your social status, whatever that may even be, is even slightly relevant for a judge of your own worth." She looked over to Arya's body and shuddered. "People like you are probably the reason I'm here in the first place." She stared right back to him. "Don't you even dare for a second that you're getting the opportunity to even touch the voting system again, much less vote." Someone's getting a little feisty, Simon said, a grin running across his face. I'm sure killing someone here outside of the game would be breaking the rules. Wouldn't want to risk losing your own life for a personal game of revenge now, would you? It won't stop me, Levi said. But these restraints are currently working their magic, are they not? They won't for much longer, Levi said. Luke could see Levi's arms tense as he tried to push against them. It was the most angry he's seen Levi since they'd all woken up. He was a completely different person when he had adrenaline running through his system. I've only played by the rules of the game. If you have a problem with that, settle it in the game. Until then, I think we got some results on that screen up there. Simon nodded his head upward. Just as he said it, a platform was lowering down from the abyssal ceiling above, with monitors facing outward on all sides. Answer was perched right on the top of the forwardmost screen.
Results for the Roulette game shall be posted here. We might as well see them, even if they are early.
Early. Answer had mentioned that before. Lucky had started his shift early. So it was always meant to be played, but whose idea was this? Why? It had to have some sort of purpose. The podium with the gun in the center began to lower, catching all of their attention. It lowered and then stopped a moment. It had tried to recede into the ground before the floor below fully opened up. It rattled a clanging sound as the metal scraped against the floor until it was finally let through, closing the panel completely. Whoever's in charge must only want that gun around when it's convenient for them to drop a body. The monitors began to light up, one by one, as text began to fill the screen with the new results from the last game. Well, it looks like I've caught back up, and hey, look at that. You three even got additional digits, Simon said. Luke stepped closer to him. Crossed the line, he shook his head.
There are many lines to follow,
Answered called out.
Which ones will you see to their end?
The question silenced their argument. The restraints around all of them were released, and they fell to the ground like before.
There are others,
Answer said. What are you going on about? Levi turned to him, but then shook his head, remembering his mistake. Damn it.
I told you, I'm not here to clean the garbage disposal.
Answer strutted out over toward Arya's body, which had clumped to the ground in one lamp mass. Get away from her body! Luke called out, running up toward it. Answer bent down, ignoring him before its beak jabbed into her body twice, quickly, yanking her up each time it broke the skin. Luke jumped on the creature's wing in an effort to get it off her.
No, you mustn't.
Answer cocked its head toward him and uttered slowly, stretching its wings to its full length.
You mustn't. You mustn't.
It flapped backward once and tossed him off the platform. He slid into a roll that tore at his sides. Answer opened his beak wider and snatched Arya's corpse by the hips and began to fly upward with it. Drops of blood falling from the ceiling splashed down into the small pool below. Answer flew so high they lost sight of him, but the sounds of him eating echoed from above. Useless, Simon grunted, pulling himself up. Why even waste your energy? Luke turned toward him. Anger hadn't subsided. Because she was a human being! She didn't deserve to be gobbled by that thing! She's gone. Get over it. I mean, you're still alive, aren't you? For now, Sophie said. That is, until you plan to kill every single one of us. You're no better than whoever brought us here. Might as well be you. Simon shook his head. If I wanted mouth, I'd ask you to... That was all he was able to get out before Levi slammed his fist straight into Simon's face. His nose exploded into a burst of blood and snot and crumpled onto the floor. I don't care if that kills me, punishment or not. That needed to be done, Levi said, shaking. Luke noticed that he was holding his fist, most likely out of wonder that it performed such an action, rather than out of pain. Sophie bent down and placed her finger along his neck and held it for a few seconds. Wasn't expecting him to be dead, but it's better safe than sorry. Best case scenario is he's out cold and he won't be able to defect. Well, what if there's a punishment for him not voting? Luke asked. That's on him, Sophie shook her head. After the shit he pulled, it's by the graces of God I don't kill him here. Religious, are you? Levi asked, half staring at his fist still. Was never one for God. Sophie stood up from her kneeling position, adjusting herself and stretching. My father used to take me when I was small. To church, I mean. Do I believe in God? I don't know. Maybe. But I can't say I don't have fond memories associated. I wouldn't have pegged you as someone who would go to church, Levi said, with his focus now finally draining from his hand. He regains his composure, but his shake is still there. You seem like how do you say it? Science over faith kind of person. You'd think, Sophie said. I don't think I would have gone in my own time. I just think it's because it was something for me and him to do. Luke began to drown out the sound of their almost casual conversation. It had been strange to him how quickly they'd just been able to shift gears and act as if they'd just not experienced anything that had happened to them. Maybe that was normal? Somewhere deep in his mind, Luke knew that the human brain would do anything to protect its owner, even going so far as to release endorphins before the moment of death, to release the body from pain, an instinct that is commonly associated with adrenaline. Boost that which, in one danger, may overcome the near-death experience. Where did that come from? He'd never thought anything like that complicated or scientific since he'd woken up. Could he possibly be the world's youngest scientist somewhere in that memory he can't seem to recall? Or maybe his parents, whoever they were government workers tasked with researching elements not of this planet. He didn't know what to think, but he did know that he was very aware of his inability to relate to topics that the other two had been speaking of. He knew they knew it was serious, that someone had died and more could too. He knew that it was a mental reflex to distract the mind from the current dangerous situation, to instruct it to prepare for that fight or flight reaction. But he couldn't help but want to take the two of them and shake them wildly and scream until he could scream no more. 16. It wasn't as easy as just letting it go. His mind was latched on like a parasite to the scene he'd seen and wouldn't let go. It played on a loop in his mind until a single sound clicked in. He wasn't sure if it only played for him, as the others seemed to look around themselves as well. Maybe the lock for the next door has come undone? Levi asked. Let's fan out and see which one it is, Luke said, begging his body to do anything to remain at rest. He jogged towards the door furthest behind him before stinging pain in his sides flared up. His body was punishing him for taking the hit, but he didn't know of anything else to do. He saw that the door's lock had not changed from the others. He quickly looked back to Sophie and Levi and checked out the other two doors before moving to the next ones in line. They must have been locked too. Every single door available to them had been locked, even the one that had led to Arya's door. The sound was the door locking, which was a troublesome thought indeed. What were they to do next? It was then that it hit like a truck. Everything came out at once, and Luke felt his legs lock up and fell into his back, landing on the hard floor below. Staring up at the darkness above, where Answer was somewhere tearing apart Arya's body. Hey, are you okay? Levi asked, walking over to him, extending a hand. Luke shook off his offer, simply lying down. No, it's all just too much. It's all so crazy. I don't know how I went along with everything like it was all okay. I can't anymore, he said. This is so crazy. I can't accept it. My body is tired, and it's hurt. And whoever this mastermind is just wants us to keep going, keep tagging along as if we're sheep being led to some sort of cliffside. Luke had enough. No, I refuse. We've only gone through one of these stupid doors, and 2 people are dead. I can't go forward and believe that this is normal, that this is okay. Luke sobbed as he banged his head against the ground beneath him. No, don't do that. Come here. Levi grabbed for his arm and yanked him up. Come on, this isn't normal. We see that. Someone real messed up is behind this all. This kind of feeling is exactly what they're looking for. They wouldn't have made us vote to kill each other if it wasn't. Luke shook his head. I don't know anything, he cried out, taking Levi by surprise. Luke shook his way off, putting his hands on his head. No, I don't know anything. I'm so scared and I can't go on. I don't know. I'm gonna die and not know anything. Levi grabbed both of his arms and was almost squeezing him together like a sandwich. Okay, listen, calm down, okay? There's nothing that's okay with the situation, but that's okay. You get me? I'm in the same boat as you. I may not have amnesia, but I know as little about why we're here as why you do and why you are. I'm sure Sophie's the same way. He looked back for her response. She nodded without saying a word. Listen, it looks like we have some time on our hands. I don't know when this next door will open, but we have to find some common ground, some solidarity, or we're not going to make it much farther. My words, Sophie said. What do you intend? Levi let Luke go. I think we take a page from Arya's book. He turned back toward her. We air out any dirty laundry we have. No judgments, clear the air, clear the suspicion. He turned to look at Luke. And you can join in if you remember anything. The stutter threatened, but he swallowed it down. Around them was a low ringing hum that slowed to a start, but it didn't amount to much more than that. Luke could feel it shake his stomach, but not so much to make him sick. He let his breath come back to his chest as he slowed it with the rhythm of the vibrations around him. Clear the air, something concrete to hold on to. It sounded like a wonderful idea. He felt guilty that he had no memories of his own to share, but maybe that wasn't the whole truth. Historia, 17. I'll start, Levi said. It was a brisk tone that almost hinted at hesitance, but he took in a deep breath and took to scratching at the nape of his neck. I'm gonna try to stay on topic as much as possible, but if I stray, please don't hesitate to let me know. I've not really got a lot of experience with this kind of thing. Sophie said nothing. Luke simply looked him up and down. He hadn't fully taken him in, but Levi had a reasonable bulk to his stature that seemed to be easily hidden by his general fright. He was not surprised that one punch was enough to send Simon to the floor. I run a daycare out in the railroad. My wife and I built it from the ground up. We had a lot of pride and joy come from the daycare as much as blood and sorrow. We live in a small village. Not many people would be able to point it out on a map, but it's on the far edge of Germany. Arya seemed to be from France. Very Eurocentric gathering of people, Sophie asked. Are you from Europe? Luke asked. No, it's just interesting to see, she said. My apologies. Do continue. We took care of children with busy parents, and even those who had no parents. We were open almost every hour of the day. My wife, Ophelia, she would always joke that we were on the lifeblood of the village. Things were fine. They weren't perfect. Our village was pretty poor overall, and it wasn't a large life of luxury, but everyone found a reason to smile. Levi continued to scratch at his neck, almost digging in with his nails. Now, things got shaky when the drugs started pouring in. Drugs? Sophie asked. He sighed. My village is small. Everyone knew everyone, and that was the way we liked it. Things were quiet by themselves, so it wasn't like one of the neighbors started cooking up marijuana in the backyard or anything like that. We were hit with some serious stuff. There was a chapter of a global cartel that had one of their farms set out in the countryside, not too far from my village. It wasn't long until they set sights on us. Not wanting to be invaded and killed, because that was a big problem in the past, we tried to stay out of the way as much as possible. Why couldn't you just have moved? Luke asked. It wouldn't be so easy. We have a lot of elderly in our village, and it's pretty backwater. So much that we could avert from any unnecessary technology. A very old-fashioned place, huh? Can't say I'd be a fan, Sophie said, but I'm sure it looks lovely. Levi nodded. It's as natural as could be. The elders aren't one for moving from place to place. To them, the land is extremely sacred or whatnot. So not only would they probably not make the journey, I doubt they'd even want to leave. Sacred land, huh? Sort of like Native American burial ground kind of sacred? Sophie asked. Levi looked up toward the ceiling, searching for any sign of the bird above. No, not quite. I think they spoke on things on their level. He nodded up. I never was one for the stories. My mother was devoted to telling them every night, but it seemed like harmless folklore. Just stuff about guardian spirits and like that inhabit the soil. So this cartel, Luke said. What was their deal? They have many different names based on where they're operating. I'm not too sure on much besides the chapter by us went by the name of the Blood Roses. They tell them local low-level deals, almost like their existence was to funnel funds into a larger sect, wherever they were mainly from. Didn't mean they weren't armed or any less dangerous than any sort of cartel then. Like, cartel light? Sophie asked. Yeah, sort of like that. Live in an area so long you hear the talk of the land. The few travelers we get relay any information. Talk on them most certainly. Things were always a bit tense when they started and settled near us, like an unspoken fear that we'd be wiped out in an instant and the land would be cropped up into a meth field. Even if I wasn't big on the folklore, others were. That sounds scary. It almost seemed tame by comparison. Luke looked over at the roulette in the center of the room. Almost. The first day that they entered our village, it was calm. 2 guys dressed in business suits and slicked hair walked in with briefcases at their sides. I was playing with some of the children outside, showing them some of their first snow. I remember it clearly. They walked through the center of the village and demanded to speak with the elders. I brought the children inside and my wife watched them as I stepped out and volunteered to speak for them. Damien Wise, our mayor, so to speak, was actually down with an illness at the time, but I'm sure I would have gone to speak. Much less than desirable to have those things near. You don't seem to have any bullet holes in you, Sophie said. No, but truth be told, I almost wish I did considering the circumstances, he said. They were very polite, but their message was clear, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. They said that our village was a perfect location to cultivate a strange new drug they were making, based on some flowers that grew in our village. They'd have their own building constructed and have 2 of their members working inside it, and in return the village could be assured it wouldn't suffer any shortages with food or water. Were these common issues? Sophie asked. Strange they'd offer a deal, Luke said. Not common, inevitable, Levi said. And I was shocked by it too. There's little enough of us there that pulling a running gun could have been swept under the rug. There's only 24 of us. Whatever the reason, they asked for the deal. Moore told us what was going to be the deal, and I had no choice but to agree. Our police force is not what we provide. And on that day, 1/2 of the force is currently talking to the 2 thugs. You're a policeman, too? I'm a man of many talents, he replied. Interesting, Sophie said. Anyway, we couldn't fend them off if we wanted to, and I'm sure if we said no, I'm sure they would have reported their superiors. That would have been the end of us. So they said what they had to and left. I didn't say much at all through the whole conversation, to be frank. So, what happened after that? Did the building get, made? Luke asked. It did. It took 2 months and was set up on the edge of town. It looked like any other one of ours, which was surprising as they must have studied our style. Our buildings are more out of stone than with wood furnishings. Very close to nature, as the elders say. They must have been studying us for a while, because they mimicked it perfectly. Of course, they brought all their technology inside, filling the belly of their beast with their electronics and generators. Couldn't tell you how it looks now. I never ventured inside. But they got a huge power station in there and started working immediately. I'd say within that month, probably late March, was when they started their work. I don't know what drugs they're making, but by the way they spoke about it, it suggested it wasn't anything that was currently on the market. And also based on the fact they chose my little village that housed this unique flower, it seemed they wanted as little as people as possible to know. That's absolutely crazy, Luke said, imagining a sort of small-scale factory pumping out mystery drugs. Things almost returned to normal. I mean, we were all aware of the situation, but they never asked us to do any of the drugs, nor did they leave their little building unless they were shipping our product. That actually leads to me getting kidnapped and brought here sometime in April, I think it was. I'm having a hard time remembering what day it was exactly. Things were as normal as they could be in our situation. I went to sleep one night and woke up here, tied to that chair. So it's a pretty safe assumption that the mastermind is in some portion related to that cartel, Luke asked. It would seem that would make the most sense, Sophie says. Are there any cases of kidnapping in your village? No, none. People rarely travel out there unless their sole reason is traveling. And any who have passed by have all been well-meaning, or at least the very least tolerable. I do agree that the timing of their arrival must have some factor into it. Maybe there's a rival faction somewhere close you aren't aware of that noticed your village, try to kidnap you as some sort of leverage, Sophie reasoned. I'd be poor leverage. Luke rubbed his head and tried to think of anything in his mind that would relate to a cartel. Anything at all in that mind jogged some memories deep within him. Maybe he was the kid of a cartel's leader who decided that he wanted a girl instead. Maybe this was some sort of punishment for not doing well in school by a parent who seriously needed mental help. He scrolled through every possibility, but none sounded right. He sighed as he looked up toward the two of them. I keep trying to think if any of that sounds familiar to try to clear my amnesia, but I don't think any of it helped. I think I see fragments of a memory, though. The others looked surprised at him, interest filling their faces. It was a mutual look that he'd seen on for the first time simultaneously. I don't think it's mine, though, if that makes any sense. Not yours? I don't know how you could differentiate, Sophie said. It's strange. I know I don't have any frame of reference on what is mine and what isn't. And the memory should be mine, right? This just feels off. It feels like I watched a scene from a movie and I'm remembering those details. Or am remembering the events of a friend. Something like that. There's no personal connection I feel, but it doesn't feel random. Well, what is it about? Anything good? Levi asked. Depends on what you consider good, Sophie said. I don't know. Maybe anything that would help us get out of here, or maybe that or a scandalous sex scene to keep us entertained. Sophie pegged him with a stomach across the elbow. Not anywhere is that in an appropriate context. She looked to Luke. Please tell us so we can change subjects. Right, Luke muttered, as he began to tell them of the memories he'd seen. Memero II. 18. The day that Cain and Abel would visit the library came not too long after the torrential downpour. Once the rain began to clear and the street's water levels receded to about average levels, the sun returned to the sky and the clouds began to part. It wasn't a particularly warm day. The spring was still used to becoming summer. It didn't bother Abel much. He loved being outside any chance he could get. It didn't cease Cain's complaining on their journey, however. The two brothers lived half a mile from the library on the west end of Salem. It wasn't particularly rare that the inquisitive kids would find themselves magnetized toward the library from their homes, whether they walked, biked, or even rode the bus. Salem was a town of independence. Cain would always walk beside his brother. Abel always took offense if he started to push him first, so Abel would begin for a stretch of their journey rolling himself along the sidewalk, albeit at a much slower pace than Cain's regular walking speed. It wasn't that he couldn't go faster, he didn't want to. He loved looking up at the trees that lined the side. They engrossed him. They would reach the library in time. Cain would be the first one to get a good look at the building as they approached. Once inside, they could feel the air conditioning, and each relaxed a little more. What section are we going to check out? Abel looked over to Cain, who had just pressed the button on the elevator. He looked down to Abel with a smirk. It's time I show you what I've been reading when I come down here. They stand next to an older woman with two books of her own under her arm. She looked down toward Abel and shook her head, thinking that nobody else would see her emotion. Poor boy, the look said plainly. The elevator opened and the woman dashed out to continue her day without the thought of the boy in the wheelchair. People chuckled as they made their way out toward the third floor. Sick sense of humor, man, Cain said. I can't help it. Older women are the best. They always get that, oh, poor boy look on, and it's like their minds turn off as they think about how to approach the situation. Devious, man. Devious? Hardly. I didn't do anything. No, but you saw an opportunity, and that's exactly the kind of thing I've been reading about. Could you just tell me already and stop being vague? Abel asked as they moved their way past the rows of adult fiction. One moment, Cain said, pushing a door that led to a deeper section of the second floor. A girl a few years older than either of them brushed past, avoiding their gaze. Not too many other dudes here, is there? Abel asked. Think of it like fishing. Different kinds of fish come out during different seasons, times of day, right? Well, yeah. Same concept. It's spring. Most guys around here don't want to be cramped up in a stuffy old place sitting still. You'd think there would be some come out if they knew about the boy-to-girl ratio. You're sounding a bit like Dad, you know that? Well, I mean, I can afford to just a little bit. I mean, even you met Sophie here. Yeah, but we're not here to pick up girls, dude. We're here on a mission. It would be great if I knew what this mission was. Cain made their way to the back of a very large room, scanning around the different lined bookshelves. They were so deep into the inners that they were in what Cain would call the undesirable section. This was a whole sort of books that were taken out so infrequently that they hadn't bothered to filter them with the other, more commonly read books. It was the one thing that Kane wished he could change about the Salem Public Library, but it wasn't like he could force people to read the books. There were too many of them to even count. However, it did make it so he could read them whenever he wanted to, guaranteed. He went to the far end of the undesirables and grabbed a thick black book out. Gravity almost took it to the ground, but he swings it back upright and placed his other hand under it to keep it upright. Kane carried it over to the desk where Abel had parked himself. There were two other people scouring the undesirables for new reads. Kane put them out of his mind. This is the Eye of Timaeus. He lets the book fall flat on the desk, catching the attention of the other two vultures before they return to their own work, shaking their heads. This here is the good work I had heard in. Make it sound like it's the next Bible, Abel said, curiously studying the outside of the text. It had certainly looked like some part of his ancient foregone tome, black binding embossed with thick letters. He hadn't thought such a thing would be used for reading at first, maybe bludgeoning someone to death with how much it looked like it weighed. Wanted to know why God does the things he does? Bible won't tell you that. It'll only tell you how it's good, even if you think it's absolute shit, Kane said, making the effort to poke Abel's legs as he said so. This here's your answer. What's in it? I honestly don't even think I could read a fifth of this without dying of boredom, Abel said. It's by some old philosopher named Timaeus. He wrote his life's encounters with God, and he thought the same exact things you were thinking about the other day. Flashed in my mind as you said them. Okay, well, that's still way too much to read in one day. That's crazy. Dude, I'm definitely not sitting here all day watching you stare at a book for 3 hours. No, I've got a dinner date with Soph later. I'm saying you're going to be the very first person to check out the Eye of Timaeus in, forever. Here, you can just sit it on your lap like this, and he dropped the book into Abel's lap. His left leg bobbed a little from the recoil. There. We'll go sign it out with my card, and we can head home. I don't want to spoil any more than I've already said. You don't have to read the whole thing, but once you start it, I swear you won't be able to leave it unfinished. Kane puts his hands in his pockets, looking down at the book. So, you read this whole thing? Abel asked. Yeah, it didn't catch my interest at first. It's a bit hard to get into. But I know you're a smart kid, probably smarter than I am. You'll probably blaze right through it. And this will help. Kane looked away from the book to his brother's face. I felt like you did. Like absolutely nothing was going right here. Like we were fucked from the second we were born. But nobody wanted to step away from pretending that everything was okay. That there, he nodded at the book. That gave me some perspective. And how did you find this out? I'm sure you just weren't choosing to randomly stroll through the undesirables? Abel asked. Kane grinned. Soph, of course. I told you about how we first met. She was the only person I'd seen at the time actually enter here with something in her eyes. She was searching for something. Curiosity's my weakness, so I just had to know what she was looking for. And it was this book? The very same. Couldn't tell you what made her look for it. That I'll see if I could ask when I see her later, but I'm sure she won't remember. It was 2 years ago when she was looking for it. Right, Abel said, looking back up to Kane. Well, I'll take a look at it, but no promises it won't land in the trash if it's too boring. I'll take that bet, Kane said. 19. The boys went home a little after noon. They spent more time walking to and from the library than they'd actually spent at the library. This was, of course, the norm for Kane. He typically knew what he wanted and where to find it. The bulk of his time then became reading the actual book. This time, however, he would not be the one reading. The boys separated as they entered their home. Kane greeted their father, who was sitting in the family room reading the paper after his long day of work. He celebrated his days off as he worked long stretches away from home. During the front half of the week on this night shift, he'd be out of the house writing reports based on the findings of his team. Their father worked as a marine biologist for the Genros Foundation, a Japanese-based firm that was established long before even their father was a kid. But only more recently have they branched out as an international organization. They specialized in technology development, but had branches in medical, automotive, and even biological researching. Their father was hired straight out of college after sharing a room with one of the now heads of the Marine Research Branch in his senior year. The man's name was Wayne Banner, and was very generous in hiring their father straight out of college. Their father always strived to work hard to earn his position, but the truth of the matter was that Banner needed feet on the ground. His days off kept him home, and busy always working to update and upgrade bits and pieces of their home. He'd start a project one day to leave it sitting until the very last moment before he would return for work. This week's assignment was fine-tuning the sink, but he would sit in his chair until the paper was finished, and that would be that. Kane moved past his father with a nod of his head and moved through the kitchen toward the pantry. There he found his mother ironing a blue dress shirt. He'd asked her if she could help him out with the clothes for his date later with Sophie. They had been going out for 2 years, but he still felt the nerves that he had approaching her for the very first time. He knew they had clicked when he approached her in the library that very first day, but there was something very intimidating about her. She always wore her hair down. That much he knew because she thought it was always such a pain to wear it up all the time. He asked her if it ever got in the way while it was down. It was down to the small of her back, and she said that whenever annoyances that brought, it beat tying it up. The answer made only a little bit of sense to Kane, but he shrugged it off. He didn't know much one way or the other. His hair had always been cut close to his skull. Sophie always had a way of silencing the tiny filter in her head. It didn't have to be if something frustrated her. If she had something on her mind, Kane would hear about it no matter the time or place. He didn't feel like this was a bad thing. He actually appreciated her blunt nature. It made it easier to know when something was wrong. His parents kept the way of the halfie, smiling when something was wrong. He's sure they hid a lot of their problems from him and Abel. Sophie wasn't like that. She was exciting, like an unlit firework. She kept him on his feet, and he found it very alluring. That's why it was so easy for him to get so absorbed in the book she had been looking into, The Eye of Timaeus. Kane hadn't been fully truthful with Abel. He knew in part why Sophie had been looking into the book, but that wasn't something he could tell his brother quite so easily. He'd have to find out for himself. He knew Abel. He wouldn't be too angry with the lie once he understood. That was all he wanted. As Kane's mother finished up with his shirt, he heard his father calling for her. She left to answer that. Kane grabbed the shirt and moved to get changed. He wasn't leaving for another hour, but he started to feel the anxiety crawl into his legs. There was still a lot that had to be done, and the time to do it was shrinking, minute by minute. 20. Abel was outside for a time longer than Kane. As Kane went back inside, Abel took notice of how the sun looked in the sky. There weren't any clouds in the sky. It was a very nice day, but there was something in him that felt unappealing. He couldn't fully describe the feeling. The day was set up perfectly for him to enjoy a nice day out with his brother and a chance at reading something new. Maybe it was the look he saw on Kane's face when he'd woken up. He'd been seeing it every so often now. It was most prevalent during the storms. He'd wake from a nightmare and go to the bathroom, thinking he didn't wake Abel. He always did, but he figured that he'd want the time to recover and not be embarrassed by his kid brother. The sun shone extra bright for a moment, as if it were stretching itself out. Abel nodded slowly without understanding why. It just felt like the right thing to do. He wheeled himself up to the door and pushed it open. He found his father standing up from his chair and setting aside the newspaper he'd been reading. Abel stopped just beside his father's chair. "Hi, Dad. What's up?" He regarded Abel with a smile. "Hey there, I'm just gearing up to go take a look at the sink again." "Again?" "Yeah, I think it's the dang garbage disposal. I swear the thing acts like I'm there solely to fix it up." He walks over to the thermometer and turns it down a few degrees. "Gonna need any bit of saving from the heat as I can," he chuckled. "You find something you like from the library?" He cocked his head back toward his son. "I think so. I might need some help lifting it onto the desk, though," he said, nodding toward the book in his lap. "Hey, honey, could you come help Abel up to his room?" he called. "Sure thing. Be right there." His father hesitated a moment and then worked his way into the kitchen, passing by his wife coming the opposite direction and planting a kiss on her cheek as they passed. She blushed and smiled as she saw Abel. "Hey, sweetie, you find anything good with Kane?" "Yeah, I found it right here." She made her way down and looked at the cover. "The Eye of Timaeus?" She looked confused as the words left her mouth. "Don't think I've heard of that one before." It looks incredibly thick. You sure you're okay with that? Cain pronounced it Timaeus, like how it's called the I on the front. And yeah. Oh well, don't worry about it. I'll help bring you up now. Maybe after you're done, you could look at a book I've got next to my bed. I believe it might match yours. Abel knew she was talking about her good book. He could sense quite a bit of irony when he'd been holding onto Cain's supposed good book. He only offered a chuckle of his own that was tinged with a bit of awkwardness. Thanks. I think I'll be good with this. Maybe some other time? All the same. She clapped her hands together and wheeled her son over the homemade wheelchair lift that had been her father's previous month's project at home. He finally completed it, and it made their household a much easier place to live in without the need to physically carry their son up and down the stairs every single time. All that would be needed is assistance connecting and disconnecting the chair to the lift itself. It worked almost like a conveyor belt. The only downside was sometimes the chair could get caught in itself when trying to disconnect the wheelchair before turning off. But his father had gotten pretty good at keeping the order straight as to not bung up the whole thing. His mother, on the other hand, seemed to continually make the mistake, and hand-wave it off as something that her husband had forgotten to test. This time, though, she remembered to turn the track off first and disconnected the chair with much ease as could be. Huh, he finally got around to fixing that, she said, more to herself. Abel couldn't help but suppress his smile. As he got into his and Cain's room, she took the book from his lap, muttering, "Oh, bejesus!" the weight of the book and set it down on his desk, brushing some imaginary dust off the cover. She left with the door still open, one of Abel's biggest pet peeves. He wheeled his way over and closed it tight before making his way back toward the book. From the side, he could see that all the pages looked like they'd been stained with the kind of coffee over probably years it's been at Salem Public. He turned the cover open, not knowing what he'd find inside. It was time to begin, a voice in his mind said. He wasn't entirely sure if he recognized it. Abel looked as he flipped the cover open. There was a dedication scrawled on the inside with bright silver ink. A large chunk of it had been scratched off, but what he could make out was as follows. If found, please burn. That certainly didn't do anything to calm his nerves. He moved on to the next page. It seemed to be a foreword written by the author, or in this case, the translator, as something from an old philosopher must have gone through several translations through the years. He began to read. "21. The Eye of Timaeus. Translator's Note. This book shall not be reproduced in any capacity or be taken from Arctic Systems premises. You will know if you have proper clearance by asking your supervisor from directly in your employee records. If you have no supervisor, congratulations, boss. You're clear to continue reading. If not, please burn this book immediately and without hesitation. Read no further if you've not been given clearance. Offense is punishable by termination and sentence to death. There is no negotiation for this. These works inside have been translated from text older than any of us, so clerical errors must be taken as such. The translation team is not but filled with humans made to err. Thankfully, we believe that the writings that follow are, to our knowledge, as accurate as we may possibly get. These writings have not to this point been published, translated, or much even so read outside the ones who have been written inside them. They have been long since to history from the annals of Timaeus, a philosopher largely forgotten by history who lived in the 4th century. Our department has worked tirelessly for these past 5 months, translating this book in full. While there are several faces behind the work in this book, the brunt of the writing is the work of one, so you shall have no worry about the tone of the work. Timaeus' ideas shall be kept as pure as can possibly be. I have studied Timaeus' work and compared it to other philosophers of his time, their language, pacing, and even some of their slang, as they attribute from their root language. What has resulted is an ultimate translation of the magnum opus of Heaven's Lost Angel. Before I introduce the text in full, I wish to give some context in which the Eye of Timaeus came to be. Timaeus had been born to a time long before his work could be fully appreciated and analyzed. As with most of his time, he was born to a poor farmer's family off the coast of Greece near the end of the 4th century BCE. He had 5 brothers and sisters, all his elder. He was born the runt of the family. A misshapen foot had almost guaranteed his early death to his parents. Their family suffered much and rejoiced little. What they could rejoice came from the fact that Timaeus lived far past the time his parents would have thought. He outgrew his conditions. Each of his brothers and sisters would pass to sickness or starvation, before Timaeus himself would reach 10. He then became the sole heir to his father's name. This left a lot of strain on the family, as both of his parents had long expected Timaeus to pass, as his siblings had. They fed him the bare minimum, using their defeated logic as justification. They had long accepted it by the fourth. His eldest sister had passed on, but he did not pass. By the time he was a young adult, he had taken over his father's share of the work on the farm, proving to them that he wasn't going to immediately fall to illness. He had made it farther than any of his brothers or sisters by this time, but unfortunately his father had too passed from this world due to a sickness to the brain. It was a genetic poison that had similarly flared up in each of Timaeus' siblings, and it had been by mere chance that the condition had ended Timaeus' life yet. For the coming years after his father's death, Timaeus fell into a depressive rut that consisted of little else other than farming and worrying. From before sunrise to near sunset, he would tend to the fields as his father had shown him to put food on the table for his mother. By nightfall, he would tirelessly wonder which night would be his last, stranding his mother for good. She wasn't faring much better in those years. A battle with pneumonia almost silenced her heart, but a healthy harvest moon helped her regain her strength. All of what had encapsulated farm life seemed much too mundane for him. Often, Timaeus would find himself staring at the sky, wondering what kind of worlds could exist among the stars. One day, while the sun had been out for far longer than it normally would have, Timaeus had found an old beggar crawling the fields which he had plowed. The poor man looked like an animal asking to be put out of his misery. Instead of yelling the beggar away, he walked him toward it with an odd curiosity. He had never seen the beggar before, and while there certainly was their fair share of hooligans on the island that would try to steal from their farm, this old beggar didn't seem to mean much for stealing. It seemed he was watching the crops, visualizing how they would look when they matured. Something about the way he envisioned the crops like some great art piece had intrigued Timaeus. He didn't know if it was something fully within him or the pull of some higher power, but he walked toward the beggar and offered to treat him to a hearty dinner. The crops were doing really well this time of year. Timaeus had really gotten the hang of his father's work. He wondered what he would do if their roles were swapped. If Timaeus had wandered onto the farm, or if some luckier fellow than he. It was the first time that he had viewed anyone else as less fortunate than himself. The beggar happily accepted the invitation and revealed himself to be an old monk from atop the mountains who had lived alone for most of his life. He had stepped down to share his infinite wisdom with the people below, and Timaeus had been the first person to accept him into their home. Timaeus' mother, Demetrora, had been initially wary of the stranger in her home. This was a fact she had not let slide into secrecy. The beggar named O had offered to teach Timaeus his infinite wisdom in exchange for this hospitality, to which Timaeus had happily accepted. This had been the break from his normal life he had been looking for. On the same day, he would follow the beggar back to his mountaintop home. Timaeus showed very little qualms about leaving the farm behind, as he knew his mother was growing older by the day, and that she, too, would pass like his father. He experienced enough tragedy in his life firsthand that he could not have witnessed any more. He left his mother with all of the money he had, knowing it couldn't fully make it up for taking away this work source for their home, but it was all he was willing to give. The journey to the mountaintop had taken them a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Timaeus had been a thin man as he was, the majority of food going to his aging mother, so it became more of a struggle come the end of the first day, where hunger began to swell in his stomach. O seemed to not care for his appetite, for he kept on walking, never slowing to allow him to stop. Somehow he found that the journey became easier. He almost accepted his death come at the end of the third night. He hadn't had anything to eat or drink in almost 3 full days. His body became too weak to keep up with O's pace. It was at this point that O stopped, and this would be the only point on the entire journey that he would. And he reached out toward Timaeus, placing a finger first on his forehead, and then shifting it down to his lips. O slid his finger into Timaeus' mouth, and suddenly a cold liquid began to work its way down his throat. He spoke not a word, and it only lasted seconds at the longest. After it was finished, he turned around and resumed his pace. Having the issue of his thirst resolved, he stood back up and pushed back on the looming feeling of hunger still in his stomach. If the knowledge that O could give would lead to such miracles, then he would have to find them out. The two of them finally reached the top a day after Timaeus' mother passing down on the surface. She had been hiding a sickness from him for weeks, and when it came time for him to leave, she gave up on living. Timaeus learned as he reached the top the true meaning of sacrifice, as he gave everything to finally reach the end of the journey. What awaited him inside was a library filled completely with books of all sizes. The collective knowledge contained in these books eventually came to be known as the Eye of Timaeus. He had begun by staring incredulously at the large amount of books that lined the interior of O's library. It seemed to extend for half a mile outward into what must have been the interior of the mountain. He walked and passed book after book, yet each of them was thicker than any he had seen before. They looked alien with their bindings so perfectly laced. Each of them had bold words on the spine to denote their name. Timaeus made his way back toward the entrance to search up the first name of the first book. More simply, life. His curiosity would not allow him to begin without first confirming the title of the final book in line, and as he ran down, he had seen that it had been given the name of the Greek god of death, Thanatos. The only rule that O had given him was that he had to read each book in order. There could be no skipping around. The end of each book would lead him to the next, so that he could never get lost. The reason for the rule had been that the books were laid out in a very specific order. The information would be too much out of context, and it could very well kill him. Timaeus had agreed to this stipulation, and he had begun reading at life. O then took his leave from the library forever. Timaeus would not see him ever again, and the mysterious connection to the great library would hang in Timaeus' mind before long. He would then dedicate the next few years working his way through the books as quickly as he could. He cultivated a fascination with the information he learned, and realized before long that there would be no conceivable way that he'd be able to finish the books before he himself had passed. As he too had grown older, Timaeus had realized that it would simply be impossible to fully understand all of the books that had been provided to him, and managed to keep a surviving record of them. The month before his own passing, Timaeus made his way down toward the people below him for the first time in years. His health had been deteriorating quicker than he had hoped. He had still so much to learn from the books, of which he'd only been able to make even a small dent out of. He carried under his arm the manuscript, the Eye, I shall refer to him at this point as. He needed to ensure that the information kept within the Eye would be safe, passed down to a future generation. If he had died inside the great library, then he was sure that the knowledge would die with him. This could not happen, and just before his death, he had managed to find someone who had the same visions of grandeur as he had, someone who wanted to learn the truth of the universe. He was a student, a young boy willing to learn what the Eye had to offer and then some. He would take this boy far, from his family all the way back up to the home on the mountaintops. The boy's family would have nothing to do with Timaeus speak of prophecies and libraries, so the first meeting was not but a lost opportunity. It became Timaeus' mission to pull the boy's desires from his family, who had obviously not appreciated the concept of furthering one's knowledge. It is from this point that Timaeus would steal away the boy in the night, and he brought him up toward the library just as O had brought him years prior. He kept up the same pace that the old beggar had, but where the boy, Adrius, showed much restraint after the first hour of the journey up. He was nearing adulthood, so he understood patience, but he also thought that he might have understood regret in those moments as well. Nearing the top of the journey, the boy realized he'd wanted nothing more than a return to his family. But the moment he caught sight of that great library, everything but the hunger for knowledge had melted away. Timaeus hadn't expected that Adrius would finish the work he started. He made it very clear to the boy that when he took him inside, there were simply too many books to fit in a lifetime, maybe even two. If it was something he wished to do, it'd be likely that he'd have to take his place someday, and add the knowledge that he receives to the books of the Eye, and in turn pass it down to the next generation. These were the words he shared often with Adrius, expecting to be able to finish the job would only lead to stress and doubt. They became his untimely killers, and he wonders if he could have made further progress without them. So, it had been set. Beginning from that day began a cycle which would culminate into the book you carry now. The title of this book may be The Eye of Timaeus, but really ends up only being a half-truth. Without the proper context, it wouldn't have made much sense, so for that facsimile, I apologize. The Eye is a culmination of generations of hermits and their collection of knowledge from the original beggar's library, of vast and seemingly infinite universal knowledge and stories. Nobody knows the true origin of the books, their authors, or even who was able to construct the library without a single soul letting loose the information. Our best guess leads only to the original beggar, O, that Timaeus had made contact with. It is unknown to us what had happened to O after he introduced Timaeus to the library. It is also unknown how Timaeus and all the future hermits had been able to survive on their quest without proper food, water, and personal upkeep. They spent their time, according to the Eye, completely and wholly focused on seeking out O's knowledge. The best theory we have comes from the tale of Tamiah's tales during his climb up to the mountain originally. O's mysterious power to produce water from his fingertips warrants some skepticism, but seeing as the original writings are here for us to translate, we have no choice but to believe the authenticity of his words. To date, countless souls have written their fair share of excerpts from the Great Library in hopes that the baton would someday be passed for the final leg of the race. But unfortunately, along the path, one soul had abandoned their post from the mountaintop to sell the eye for profit, and thus began a long history of it changing hands, before eventually succumbing to legend. Fewer and fewer people believed in the original source of the eye, and fewer than that believed the tales about the man who were even true. As such, Tamiah's was a name that would not go down in history as the world's most recognized philosophers do. The text would remain hidden to history until 1976, where it had been uncovered by our excavation team in a small stone home off in a small village in Eastern Europe. The village had maybe less than 10 people living in it. All in all, it was a close-knit community, closer than most know that we know to this day. We seized it during an operation where our soldiers were to raid a small village where we had readings of something big. I know not the exact details of the mission, only what had been told secondhand from coworkers that had participated in the retrieval mission. Someone either must have loose lips, or they have exceptional spies in the fact that the entire village had been vacated before any of our soldiers had arrived. But it must have been such short notice that they did not have time to hide any of their valuables. Do not worry, for we are not savages. What had been taken had not been gold or their furniture. What little of it there was. That much I am certain. I know our people, and when they are given a mission they follow it to know. No more, no less, just how you like it. There were tales of an old book showing up in this village, and when one of our men, Pontiff Cesaro, had managed to find that tome, it had been enough for them to leave the village well enough alone. I fear I do not know if they've returned to their homes or fled altogether, fearing another invasion. I do know that the book they have found, the book we've spent the last 5 years working to translate, have been nothing short of the real deal. I had become fascinated with it immediately. Diving into it, we could sense the emotion and excitement that each individual person had scrawled down, each of different styles running to the book as soon as they had found something that made their hearts flutter like nothing they'd ever experienced. We didn't know much of the language that they used, but 5 years with that book showed us its inner patterns. The book was passed from person to person intermittently as we tried to break the initial barrier that became this book. Now, the year is 1981, and this script here is the closest thing we have to a full English translation. I know not what purpose this information will be of use for humanity, but I can say with utmost certainty that this is going to be something not unlike anything we've ever seen. The original text I've disposed of, burned. We've had some incidents surrounding the original that I can't bear to write down. I shall try to keep them to my own mind. They are my secrets to lie with. But the reason isn't for pride and secrecy or anything similar. I'm afraid I can't mention it here, for if I do, then all of this will have been for nothing. For those that wish to know, keep reading, and you will. But you shall also know why I'm unable to talk about it here. And now, finally, to everyone in my life that I've done wrong, that I've gone against, I am sorry. I had thought this knowledge about the world was the ultimate goal, that nothing else had mattered. I'm afraid to say I'm at the end here, and after this book I shall be no longer. There is beauty to the curse that is infinite knowledge, and it's for that reason I've looked upon its pages and smiled at its face. The Eye of Tamiah shall never be a widespread book. That is not the purpose of this translation. Consider it a warning. I've done my part, and with this the text may be started proper. But be warned that there is powerful knowledge in those that follow. Do not read for spite. Do not read for pity. Read only to learn and only to pass on. Nobody knows what sorts of demons reside in the knowledge of the infinite worlds. W.B. Confidential property of Arctic Systems. (22) Abel kept on reading throughout the Eye. The book started with some Bible-level God speak of supposedly how the world came to existence. Abel didn't care much for any of that. The result was the world he lived in now. How it began didn't so much concern him to a point, and it was to that point that he cared for. Once he got past the first few passages, he found an entry that caught his attention. It spoke of some monsters of the dark. almost childish tales of the boogeyman. He looked up from the book, questions buzzing in his head. Why had Cain been so adamant that he'd enjoy this? Or as if he were told to fear the monsters waiting underneath his bed, waiting to grab at his legs. They could have them, he thought. Wasn't much use to him as it stood. With a bit of spite, he turned the page to see what this Tamais fellow had to say about these supposed creatures of the dark. The next heading read simply off a terrible creature, draconian in shape with the blank face of a human. Abel studied the face. It almost looked like a stone statue of some Greek hero. The expression was plain, staring out into nothingness. He wasn't sure if the drawing was accurate to whatever this Sakana was, or if it was on part of the translator's imagination, but there was certainly enough detail in it to give him a mental image of how this creature would stalk in the night. He followed down to see the eye make mention that Sakana was the first creature of the Noctem to arrive on Earth after something called the Dark Bright was shattered. Whatever that had been, he didn't know. He had only skimmed the portion above. He backtracked until he saw the term again under the previous heading. He traced the line with his finger, reading aloud. Our world of light had begun to expand farther than the craftsman could control. In order to avoid the complete overtaking of Noctem, Luxmund had to be sent far enough away so that it could grow into its own. This is when the Dark Bright barrier had to be formed, an invisible wall that could stop Luxmund from overtaking Noctem if it expanded too large. This is how our universe continues to expand, and shall continue to expand until it cannot anymore. There are only theories to rest on what will happen to our world once the expansion had fully taken place. We could know now that the expansion had fully been an accident on the play of the craftsman. Our world was an accident, huh? Abel began to think that this craftsman should have left well enough alone. This caused so much pain and sadness. He took in a breath and pushed himself back from the desk, propelling himself to the center of the room, staring up at the ceiling. Well, maybe if this was so, then they'd be able to get their fair share if our world were to keep expanding. It would shatter this dark, bright thing and teach that craftsman thing or two about pain. He shook his head, silently letting off a single curse. Oh no, he mustn't get too angry. This is all just gobbledygook that some fraud wrote over 100 years ago. Cain must have just known that he liked to read and thought it was a good story to read up on. But then his brother flashed in his mind. I felt like you did. Like absolutely nothing was going right here. Like we were fucked from the second we were born. But nobody wanted to step away from pretending that everything was okay. That there gave me some perspective. Well, Cain had sounded serious about this book. Like he really believed whatever nonsense he was going on about. It helped him come to terms with what we were going through. He turned to stare toward his door, imagining his mother and father's room just outside the end of the hall, imagining what could be going on there now. He shook it off and wheeled himself back toward the desk. Reading it as a skeptic wouldn't do him much good. It wasn't like he could debate the translator on his points or even question his intentions. He might as well start from the top and see what his brother had meant about this book. The Eye. "23. The Eye of Timaeus. Life. Life is an experience. Consciousness is the experience of experiencing. They are joined by the sight of seeing, the smell of smelling. It is so very complicated to some ask of the question, but it is not so strong to match the experience. Life is fragile. It can be ended for almost any reason at all. It is not so by accident, as we have a creator who we may point our frustrations and our blame, as well as our thanks and our praise. This is a fact that many will find difficulty with. The existence of a creator implies that our imperfections are intended in that of imperfection itself, intended through negligence, or that we may imperfect creatures are meant to suffer unquestionably. This is okay. These questions' existence shall persist no matter what I write down here, and I have come to terms with that. Their existence shall persist whether it is difficult or not, whether it is fair, just, or even welcomed. To such a creator, we extend such complicated feelings because we ourselves are complicated. We experience joy, sorrow, love, heartbreak, life, and death. A juxtaposition of these two expressions is nothing that we cannot expect. You might exclaim to Olympus that your prayers have been unheard for, or your son to be well. But it shall be known as a first truth that these two activities would be just as well as tossing sand in the air and expecting it to rain fortunes from your roof. Our Creator is not one of the sky or of words. They are one of experience, a separate, darker experience. Our verse is but a half of its own whole, and but a fraction of it from its own half. There exists a realm outside of our own. The Creator, the craftsman, I shall label him for the purposes of purpose, made very deliberate choices with which substances would originate our universe, but they would also bring the beginning to a many-verse. Air, water, fire, earth, these substances are all born from a weightless nothing floating in the darkness before there was light. They did not exist with physical bodies as everything within the darkness, but with waves. Waves that rippled across the cosmos that yearned to touch one another. The craftsman brought these four waves into the world but with a microsecond of imagining them. He had felt an immense and overbearing coldness in the darkness that existed outside all of time, all space. A quick aside. The Great Library makes reference to this great darkness many a time, Noctum. It makes a very important distinction that Noctum and our world, referred to as Luxmund, are two separate entities entirely. It can be theorized that Luxmund is our world of light, and, while the world of the night, Noctum, is the true origin point of the universe. From darkness is a world without light, without physical form. The forms exist as waves until they cross over into the light where they may have physicality. As with the elements that shaped our world, they began without shells to inhabit. Before they entered our world as substance, they were without substance. Such is the same with life. Life began as nothing but waves inside Noctum, a dark nothingness that which the craftsman inhabits. Whether through benevolence or through malice, light was created. Light fused with more light to create sentience. The light cannot survive in Noctum without being suffocated wholly and fully, so the craftsman had to create a new universe for the light to inhabit. Fire, water, earth, and air. They began Luxmund with a roaring bang that echoed throughout Noctum. Fire would batter the earth until it had cooked. Water would douse the flames on the surface, and the air would mold the remains into a single, final sculpture of imperfections and scars. It had been all wrong from the beginning. Luxmund wasn't ever perfect. It had been a mistake on the part of an imperfect creator from the beginning. Our world of light had begun to expand farther than the craftsman could control. In order to avoid the complete overtaking of Noctum, Luxmund had to be sent far enough away that it could grow into its own. This is when the dark bright barrier had to be formed, an invisible wall that could stop Luxmund from overtaking Noctum if it expanded too large. This is how our universe continues to expand, and shall continue to expand until it cannot anymore. There are only theories to rest on what will happen to our world once the expansion has fully taken place. We can now know that the expansion has fully been an accident on the play of the craftsman. In an attempt to restart Luxmund, millions upon millions of stars were placed in the sky, exploding infinitely as the craftsman grew infinitely more annoyed with his own failures. It had turned out that the stars had done little to restart the universe. They had rather lit the sky from which the beings of the universe could look out toward. The craftsman, of course, had created the light, but as any artist would tell you, that when a piece created spirals out of control and threatens to be the death of everything that you know, there is a form of regret in the creation. Once Luxmund had escaped the craftsman's grasp, he could no longer adjust the new worlds he had created. It had forever been out of his reach. He knew that he would not be alone in his despair, for there were other creatures of the night that had felt even more threatened by the light than he had. These were beings without form until they would cross over into our world, and for a few of them, these volumes have terrible descriptions for these monsters. Noctum isn't a lonely place only inhabited by the craftsman. No, far from it. It exists a realm of beings and creatures that live through the waves of the darkness. The human mind couldn't be able to comprehend their original forms. They each have their own wills, and are but one that share the existence with the craftsman, another of the creatures of the dark. An important fact must be learned about these creatures. There is no such thing as true evil or true good. Goodness and evilness exist on a scale which is wholly human-made. In our world, there is only survival. Thus, to the creatures of the night, once Luxman came into creation, they immediately perceived the thread of the light within Noctum. If the universe the craftsman had created expanded to its fullest size, they would be engulfed in light and extinguished completely. For as long as they knew existence, there was peace. They received a calming notion when they saw the separation of the two worlds and the creation of the Dark Bright. Luxman was free to expand as much as it dear long needed to, and they could exist as they had in peace. Things had not remained as such. Luxman would soon grow larger than even the craftsman could ever imagine, and he could imagine infinite expansion. As Luxman grew and grew, there became a tear in space, as the energy the universe had been creating had been too much to sustain itself. There had been so much excess energy that a second, identical Luxman had been created just beside the original. As the two of them continued to grow and enough energy built up, that they would in turn split into their own, near perfectly identical universes. This is not what the craftsman had wanted. It is not what he had imagined when he created Luxman. He couldn't have seen that it would expand in such a way, and now with every separate copy that would be created, the Dark Bright would be assaulted with another blast of light. If left alone, there would be no Dark Bright left, and they would all perish. The craftsman realized he had to do something to stop the expansion before it had enveloped them all. He had moved to step into the light, the first time any of his kind had done such a feat. He had to use the largest of his energy to cross the Dark Bright. Even with the damage from the light, it had been a strong force created from his own will to be unbreakable. As he touched the light, he began to scream. He had flesh, and suddenly it began to burn. He experienced pain for the first time. It burned him with fires greater than the Earth's core. His screams echoed in the form of cosmic waves that shook the galaxies into motion, sending planets and asteroids that were previously sluggish into full motion in their orbits. One of these asteroids hurtled toward the Earth, still in its infancy. The collision was massive, and it decimated a large portion of the life that had made its home on the planet. But it would not be enough to ensure the end of life. Far from it. Life would truly start here for those that would consider this planet home. Luxman faced a near death after the craftsman's excursion. It's a falsehood in its own right. Never before was there any such danger of complete destruction by its creator's hand. It had been multiplying too quickly, for if the craftsman were to totally annihilate a single universe, 3 more would take its place. It had spread it far and wide. Initially, the craftsman had believed that it was the immense energy growing from the universe that had caused the multiples to appear. But this wasn't a whole truth either. Choices were what drove the multiplicity of the universe into the manyverse. Would the wind blow this way or that way? Would the butterfly choose to rest on this particular flower or the next? Would it choose to do so again the next day, or would it be eaten by a lizard prowling the grounds? Everything and anything made choices based on the environment, and the light knew this. The light gave room for all of these choices to exist parallel to one another. For each choice that was made, a separate but almost equal universe had been created to accompany any results from those choices. The inhabitants of one universe would not be able to cross these universes, especially not to know of their existence. The knowledge of parallel existences would overload any mind with analysis paralysis. Any person in this position would spend an infinite amount of time pining after their desired universe, and die before they ever see it. Their death would mean nothing to the cosmos, but it would mean everything to them. They would build civilizations around the fragility of their own life, as we of this world have. The creatures of the night, those that the craftsman had left behind in Noctum to combat Luxman. They despised everything that our world had come to stand for. Their darkness was singular, stagnant. It had not expanded a micrometer since the creation of Luxman. It had not previously needed to, but in comparison to the light, which had been expanding effortlessly and continuously growing, it had become too much. Each universe created launched its own attack on the Dark Bright, though no fault of the inhabitants that existed within, but that didn't matter to the creatures of Noctum. Their home was being attacked, again and again and again and again and again, Something had to be done. The creatures of the night banded together and broke through a weak point in Darkbright, allowing a spillage of both worlds into each other. Now that they were free to, the creatures of the night began to roam Luxman. This is the last of the linear tale that the book seems to tell. I have done as my mentor bid me, and not spoiled myself of the contents of the future books, but I cannot promise their contents. After many verses, the books seem to go into detail on the various creatures that exist within Noctum. The oddity is that it doesn't seem to tell just of our world's history. It even gives light to our planet's future. To change subjects so quickly and without notice is jarring, but I must follow the order the books are given. So, I hope you can forgive my resilience. First comes the tale of the horrible Sakana. Calamitatum 24. Luke was shocked to see that the reactions weren't quite in line with his expectations. Levi was the first to speak after Luke had finished summarizing the scenes he had seen. That sounds really strange, Levi began. Friends of yours? I don't think so, Luke replied. I don't remember seeing it personally. You know when you remember something, it's like so obvious to you that you don't know how you ever forgot it? It doesn't feel like this. I still don't think it's anybody I knew. Well, maybe you are the mastermind behind it all, Sophie said. I mean, out of all the names you picked for that kid's girlfriend, you picked mine. That's not funny, Luke said, quieter. And I don't know, you sure you're not this mysterious girlfriend? She shook her head. I'm aromantic. I don't care about that stuff in the slightest. There are much more important things to worry about. She took in a heavy sigh. I've never heard of anybody going through what you're going through, though, so that's kind of tough shit on you, she shrugged. Luke didn't know what to think to that. Sophie didn't seem much for talking typically, but here she didn't seem to stop. He wondered, how much of a coincidence would it be that the person and the memory shared the same name? It wasn't that odd of a name, but it wasn't like his own where he could see several people with the same town sharing it. And again, if only he could see the face behind the name and clear it all up. It sat as a mystery box in his mind. You sure you're not behind this? Levi asked. Positive, she said. Listen, if I were even the slightest bit behind this, I would have set up an infinitely more efficient game. This is the work of the lazy. Lazy? Luke asked. Think about it. We've only been interacting with robots, for lack of a better term. The roulette game is set on a timer. These doors open on timers. It's practically set to run itself. I mean, sure, we've got a hillbilly, a kid, a rich brat. The most dangerous of killing-wise is already dead. Doesn't really stack up to mastermind material. What are you suggesting? Levi asked. I don't believe you two are behind this game, and I don't believe Simon's smart enough to concoct anything on this level. Besides, the mastermind would try to avert suspicion, and everything he's done so far has pretty much been the opposite of that. Okay, follow-up question, only because I'm curious. You said, if I were to run a game like this... You see, that's where I have a bit of an issue, Levi began. I don't think of this game as anything other than the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I mean, it's 10 times worse than running drugs, and that's saying something. To hear you so much as say that, to think of how you could even do something better? She shook her head. I don't want to make this game. I'm not psychotic. I'm just trying to explain that this would have been a much more efficient game if I were behind it. I think trying to organize it from within the game would be horribly unfortunate. I'm big on being in control, you see. I even made an example of you two right here. What do you mean? Luke asked. You didn't ask the right questions. The right... What kind of questions would those be? Levi asked. The memory you were speaking about? Yeah, I know the two boys you remember. Luke had to stop everything that he was thinking about just to stare at her with the expression he had. Excuse me, what? I never denied it. You totally did. No, you specifically asked if I was Kane's girlfriend, or if I was behind it all. I'm neither. But you never asked if I knew the two of them. I do. You implied it, sure enough, Levi said. And that is very critical information. I don't see it as critical. My life outside here isn't pertinent to why we're here. And how are you so sure about that? Luke asked. It's not important that I'm suddenly remembering these people? Because both of them are dead now. Luke saw sorrow in her eyes for the first time. He took a step back and took in a deep breath. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know why you're remembering them. Those private conversations I didn't even know about. Luke had nothing to say to this. Just what was happening to him? Surely he wasn't going crazy. There had to be some importance to those two. Why else would she be here all of places? And he be remembering them of all people. Is more than what could be coincidence. How should he tell him? He didn't think so. Not right now. If they really were dead, then it'd certainly be a hot point of contention that their little group didn't need at the moment, with all that had happened. If they weren't dead and she were lying, well, he couldn't expect the truth from that scenario either. As much as he hated to admit it, he'd have to let it go for now. I'm sorry, I don't know either. If I did, I'd share. It's just a huge ball of confusion inside me right now. Luke looked down at the floor. She eyed him before nodding slightly. Right, I understand. I mean, if I thought any of it were important, I would have brought it up. I just don't see how it could help us right now. Well, what do we do from this point? Levi asked. But he didn't have to wait long for an answer. The sound of metal grinding echoed through the cavern of the room, and Luke spotted first that the easternmost door had begun to rise. The time limit must have been up for when the door would open. Strange that it seemed to differ from the last round. Or maybe he just underestimated how much time Lucky'd been speaking to them. Either way, the path forward had been opened, and he thought that he was out of tears and out of questions. I have to continue forward, and if I keep stopping, then we're all going to die in here. No matter what happens, I have to keep strong. That's what Ari would have wanted. She wanted us to be friends when we get out of here. And I think I do too. Even if I can't remember who I am, I know that I can control this. We will get out of here. Luke stood up and then walked over towards Simon's unconscious body. He hadn't noticed it before, perhaps because of everything that was going on, but there was a remnant of a scar just underneath his left cheek. It was mostly hidden by the lighting of his cheekbones, but coming closer he could see it more clearly. I wonder what he did to get that sort of mark. Hey, what are you doing? Levi asked. I'm not going on without him, Luke said. Are you daft? Sophie asked. Luke looked from her back to him. I haven't forgiven him for what he did, nor how dumb I feel for letting him do what he did. He's a manipulator and will stop at nothing to get out of here. But I'm sure that if we go through that door without him, he's gonna die out here. Serves him right, Sophie said. Luke gripped his fist tight. I can't let that happen. Come on, Luke shook his head. I can't leave him here to die. That would be stooping down to his level. If we can make it out of this place, he can be tried fairly. I don't think fairly is gonna stick, Sophie said. Besides, even if we make it out of this and he doesn't kill us in the process, he certainly sounded like he had enough money to sue his way out of anything. Not even if you said, if what happened here is legally prosecutable. Stick. Luke thought about it, and what she had said had made sense, but it didn't change how he thought. I still can't leave him. Levi sighed. All right. He walked over to the both of them, deftly swinging his elbow into Luke's stomach. He doubled over as the air left his lungs. "What?" he coughed out as Levi hoisted him up. "Nice hit," Sophie said. "Think of it this way. You tried your hardest, okay? You're not leaving him. I am. Guilt-free." "That's not how it works," Luke called out, but before he knew it, Levi was barreling toward the door. Sophie was following closer behind. Luke tried to call out and fight him off. He couldn't leave him behind. No matter how bad he was, he couldn't leave him behind. Hey, where'd you go? Hey? The voice shot through him like a gunshot and froze his body. He watched as the two cars melded together behind his eyes as the door began to shut behind them. There were no words that left his mouth, only the sight of Abel crying out as his legs would never move again. Emet. 25. The door that came next had a single word inscripted on the face, just as the previous one had. Levi. It opened slowly as a gust of fresh air brushed past the group. Luke, now back on the ground and his legs feeling like jelly, could see just past them that the door led outside. He could see the sky up above them, and the sun peeking out over the day. It almost seemed unfair to him. Was this it? Were they free that easy? Was it that close and now he'll have to live another and one of them is dead because he wasn't strong enough? For some ugly reason, he had almost hoped that it wasn't over. He wanted to be free, no doubt about it, but he felt a horrible blackness inside the pit of his stomach. Just before it formed into a solid feeling, he looked back up. The sun was still beating brilliantly over the field, grass flowing in the slight winds. "What the?" Sophie asked, stepping out. She was the first, but as soon as she did, Levi and Luke poured up behind her. They felt the soft dirt beneath their feet as tiny patches of grass interspersed throughout. It looked like there was a small village across the bridge. The bridge itself was small and old-fashioned. The wood looked ancient but sturdy. The village itself looked like it had been stolen out of an old fairy tale. Buildings made of stone and wood with unlit lanterns would grow when the sun sets. Luke let the door close behind him. "This is your room," Luke said, not believing it. "But it's not a room at all. This can't be right. Where is this?" Sophie asked, looking around. "Where are we?" Luke turned around to see the building from which they left, but all he could find was the door. There was no building for which it would connect to, just a heavy-set door standing in the middle of nowhere. Behind the door stretched hills that swept up and down. You could almost see a valley of some sort in the distance. Farther than that even was a large mountain that poked at the sky. Luke yanked for the knob, twisting and opening to reveal the hallway inside that would lead back to the central room. How could that be possible? Was this door some sort of magical portal to a different place around the globe, if this was still on the globe? "Getting worked up about it isn't going to help anything," Sophie said, coming to terms with it herself. "I'm curious, but the best we could do is explore our surroundings and see what we can make of it." "I have a bad feeling about this," Levi said. "I think that's my village out there," he said, pointing it out. "I think that's Stein's child." Sophie turned her head. "The village is called Stone Shield?" "I see you know some German," he answered, but he was focused on the village. "A very minimal amount," she said. "Really?" Luke asked. "Picked it up in school. Never known it'd come in handy, you know?" Levi shook his head and began running through the village, leaving both of them in the dust. "I'm not so sure that I like that he had a bad feeling that we were here," Luke said. "Good catch. I was mainly concerned that it took him a bit long to recognize the area." Luke nodded his head toward Levi, and they both started running to catch up. Luke's body started to feel more right with itself. He could keep up a bit of pace, eventually matching Sophie's. There was something about the door that stuck in his mind. He knew that he wasn't going to stop and ask any more questions, but doors just take you to random places, especially when there was nowhere for it to lead to such a hallway. If he squinted his memory of the door, he could almost envision a word faded on the door. Emet. 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 Whatever could that mean? Emet was Hebrew for truth. There was another fact his mind knew as a truth, but he had no bearings for how he knew it. Something about this door wanted to share with him an invaluable truth, but he didn't even know how to begin to understand its meaning. There was a truth that lied just in front of him, if only he could grasp it. If only he stayed a minute longer, he would have seen the E vanish from the door as if it had never existed. Met. It was Hebrew for death. "26. Luke could see the buildings more clearly as they got closer. They looked handcrafted. The stones had imperfect cuts between the tar that would cement them together. It had been lucky for those that might inhabit these buildings that the sun had been out and shining brightly. Any rain would totally seep through the cracks. Levi walked into the central plaza and noticed an extremely short woman with little else other than a rag to cover her essentials. Others were around that wore similar clothing. They were all shorter than Luke, but definitely looked much older than he was. The older woman stared at him with a wide-eyed sort of look that would mean pretty much anything other than, "I want to have a conversation with this fine young man." "What is," he started, and stopped in his tracks. Luke and Sophie managed to catch up to him as he had. The woman asked Levi something in a language Luke had never heard before. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "What?" he started before he answered back to the woman in what Luke assumed was German. Luke turned to Sophie. "You know what they're saying, right?" She shook her head. "I only know so little, and this village seems to have their own tongue anyway. So even if I did know textbook German, I doubt it'd help here." "Oh, I see," Luke said, and turned to Levi. "Hey, what's up? This is your village, right? Why so—" "Nothing's right," Levi said, turning from the woman who gave a puzzled look. "Nothing." An older woman looked like she'd almost shed the skin off her bones approached them, hobbling her way. "Atsana oi akulo!" "Levi, you're gonna need to talk to us," Sophie said. "What's she saying? What's wrong with this place?" Levi swallowed hard. "This place looks like my village, but houses are in different places. I don't know anybody here, at least from what have I seen." "Doesn't look like a big village," Luke said. Levi responded back to the older woman, speaking in her tongue. She nodded to his reply and made a motion for them to follow. "My village is matriarchal," he thought on it a minute. "We have a maternal leader," he repeated. I can't understand much of what she's saying. I have bits and pieces. She's the elder of this village." "What?" Luke asked. He turned from the woman who stopped speaking as he looked away. "There are small pieces I know, but large chunks that seem to be gibberish." He looked back and spoke to her in the tongue of Stein's child. He nodded before he could finish, and she turned around and began to walk further into the village. "Where's she going?" Sophie asked. "Rude if you ask me." "She wants us to follow." "I don't like this one bit." He turned back to them. "Nobody in Stein's child speaks like this. We understand each other and have since, well, forever." Sophie shook her head. "A lot of options if we don't follow," Sophie said. "Might as well accept some new campers might have planned it down in your village. Our only way is back, and I'm more than positive we'd die if we trekked out toward the mountains." Levi nodded. "Yeah, the climate makes it difficult to cross unless you're heavily prepared. That's why we get so few travelers, and why it's so hard to believe that all these people just settled down." "Well, I mean, we're free out here, right?" Luke rubbed his hands together. He was colder than he expected to be. "We don't have to go back in and play that dumb game. We're out. Maybe we can get something to eat. I'm sure we can make it up to them somehow." Levi looked back at the older woman. She'd not made much progress on her hobbling, but it wouldn't be long before she was out of view. don't think this stupid game is over yet, he said. That'd be way too convenient. Well, if that's true, then we'll have to figure out what to do then. Now, I say, let's see what information you can get out of her, Sophie said. Levi took in another breath and nodded his head. Okay. He tried to steel himself as he walked up to catch the old woman. Sophie and Luke caught up much easier this time. The old woman walked past a large stone statue that looked almost like a large dragon with a human face at the end of its long neck. Carved into the face were 2 slits at the end of the mouth that reached each cheekbone. The figure made Luke shudder. What is that? Levi kept his focus on the old woman. His eyes shifted to the statue for a moment. It's from an old fairy tale. Something about an old dragon that stole the faces of humans. It's supposed to have been built sometime in the 1500s, if I remember right. I haven't heard it in a long while, but if I am remembering right, it was supposed to live in one of the mountains that walled off the village. Obvious fairy tale kind of stuff. Why'd you guys make a statue of it? Luke asked. Do I look like I lived in the 1500s? Well, no, I guess not. It's like me asking you why you all kept the Statue of Liberty around. It's just been there. It's a symbol of your nation. The statue's always been here. Luke glanced at it for a second longer before looking back toward the woman. He could see where she was heading. They walked a few minutes longer down a stone path. There was a stone hut smaller than the rest that surrounded them. He could count 3 people staring at them as they entered. Luke looked then to Levi as he started to speak. The woman nodded her head as she slid the door open to a smaller structure. The wooden door scratched the ground and made a horrible sound. She stepped aside and motioned them to follow once more. Levi nodded his head and he walked in first, Sophie moving in beside him. Inside, he could see that the light was much dimmer than it was on the outside. There weren't any windows to let in any natural light, so instead lit torches were hung on the walls. It sent a cone of light around, illuminating the barren rock floor with rudimentary furniture that seemed more built for purpose than luxury. She began speaking again. It was a guttural language that she rapped off very quickly. Levi's eyes looked like they were spinning, trying to understand it all. He would interrupt at certain points to say his own piece, and then she'd continue. This kept on for a few minutes. For Luke and Sophie, who simply stood awkwardly in the woman's excuse for home, felt like eternity. She said, Levi had begun in English, that we arrived just in time. I asked her what that meant. I told her I lived in this village, and she said that was impossible and doesn't recognize my family name. She then rounded around trying to say that it was written that we'd show up here. Written? Like some sort of prophecy? Luke asked. He nodded his head. I asked her if she knew anything about the roulette game. She didn't have any answers. I then asked if she knew a way we could make it back to our homes. What'd she say? Luke asked, more excited than he intended to sound. She said she felt like we would not be able to go back so soon. Was that written in the prophecy? Sophie asked, a tinge of sarcasm ringing out. Levi nodded. She wouldn't give me any details on the supposed prophecy. I promised my village isn't all that crazy. My elders are old-fashioned, but this woman seems a step above, he said. What if she's in on it? Luke asked. Why else would the village just be outside one of those doors? Ask that, he said. She didn't know any doors to any buildings outside her village. We're here, though, so obviously there is one, Sophie said. Yes, but if you recall, we didn't see any building from which we left, right? He asked. Right. Does she have an explanation for that in her prophecy? Asked that. She said it was a story we wouldn't have time for. So then she knows, Sophie said. We're on a limit here? Luke asked. The old woman stepped forward. Her hunchback seemed to scrunch up even further. She spat out a phrase that looked like it took half her energy. Sophie looked right to Levi. Well, she said to beware of the dragon. Sophie chuckled, looking down to the floor. Okay, I don't think there's anything else of value we're gonna get from this woman. She either speaks in riddles locked behind a language barrier, or she's senile. I'm surprised, Luke said, looking toward her. That sounded very Simon of you. I have limits, she began. And what have you really learned here? Some dragon's gonna be a threat? Unless there's a significant iguana problem in your village, Levi, I don't think we learned anything useful. Hey, don't blame me, Levi said. I'm just the translator, he said with his hands up. Question, Sophie asked. Shoot, he said. If we go investigate elsewhere, do you think you can get us some actual useful information? I can try. I mean, I'd almost prefer it, he began. It's kind of hard to keep switching back and forth. Okay, Luke, you want to join me check out the rest of this place? Luke nodded his head. Okay, yeah, that's okay. How long do you think you'll need? He asked. I guess that's based on which scenario she pointed out is true. Fair, Luke said. Come on, Sophie said, moving to open the wooden door. My legs are cramping up. Got it. Any trouble, just yell out to us, okay? Luke asked. Levi looked from the old woman to him. I don't think that'll be necessary, but if she somehow transforms into a big ugly dragon, you'll be the first to know. Luke nodded as he followed Sophie out the door. "27. I want to check out that statue again," Sophie said as the door slid shut. Huh? Luke ran up to keep her pace. I thought you said that was bogus. She bit her lip. I think it is, but it'd be dumb of me to ignore giving another look around. We only glanced at it coming in. Luke nodded. Sounds fair. He was looking up toward the sky. Crazy how weird the sky looks when you don't think you're ever going to see it again. She looked up for just a moment before looking back down. Yeah, it's okay. Luke went silent a minute. Go ahead, ask, Sophie said. She knew that a question had been bubbling up inside. You said you knew the two boys I keep seeing, but you aren't Kane's girlfriend. That, conflicts with what I saw. Correct. Kane, she began. He was difficult. A friend, definitely a good friend, but he always saw it as more. Do you think that they might have a part in why you're here? She looked at him and smiled. I'm sure of it. He didn't expect such an easy answer. What? They passed a round man who had reached Luke's shoulder and not a stretch taller. He whispered something to a woman beside him. It was chatter he couldn't understand. He tried his hardest not to focus on it. If you've been seeing what happened to them, maybe you'll see even further than that. I'm sorry. I'm not comfortable sharing that information with you. Oh, that's... I can't really take that as an answer, Luke sputtered. You know something. She turned back and walked a hair faster. I do, and I don't have any reason to share that with you now. You don't have any reason to know why I'm here. It doesn't affect you. But it could, it doesn't. End of story. She was nearly jogging now. Luke knew it had to be more than just that. He'd have to try to remember more of the two boys' experiences. He put that thought on hold as they arrived at the dragon statue. Sophie was climbing onto the base, much to Luke's chagrin. Get down from there. What if someone sees that and doesn't like you doing that? She looked down at him as her arms lashed around the dragon's neck. "Excuse me?" Luke backed off and held up his hands. "Sorry." She nodded once and continued checking the statue out. Luke figured he'd check out the base while she tackled the top. Sorry also for being nosy back there," Luke said. He didn't know if she heard him, but he continued anyway. "Your business is your business. I'm just desperate for things to make sense, and these memories have been a lead, if not anything else." She jumped down beside him, nearly making him jump out of his skin. "Eesh!" She chuckled once and her smile fleeted. "I don't keep grudges. Don't get all twisted. If there's anything I needed to tell you, I would. I don't, so I don't." "Got it." She cocked her head up. "Check around the backside. I'll take the sides here." Luke nodded, not really sure what he was looking for, but as soon as he reached the back of the statue, he found it. It was a green monitor with text displayed in bright white.
You are Levi Strauss, the White. You are frail and often find others making choices for you. The executioner has you in his sights. The red has sealed your fate before you were even aware of it. Your enemy is bathed in flame. The white cowers in the middle, constantly threaten to be melted down the same. The only respite you find is that your death will be painless. The molten metal shall bind to your skin and burn any nerves to cinders. Water cannot douse your fire. You are scrap to be thrown away, so that a new sword may be forged. Night falls with the axe. What can you do but fall?
Luke didn't know what to think as he looked at the screen. Sophie must have seen that he'd found it and stumbled up next to him. Her eyes shifted down to the screen, then turned to Luke. "What's going on here?" she asked, turning to face him. She felt a bubble of question rising to the surface. You said something like this back in Arya's room, did you not?" Luke nodded, bent, but wholly unmoving from his spot, staring at the monitor. "Yeah, some of what's said here at the bottom is different, but the core idea was the same. White metal, something to do with fire, something to do with water. If only you had that mysterious notebook on you," she said, almost wistfully. He stood up straight. "I'm not hiding it on you or anything like that, if that's what you're implying. No, I'm just having a bit of fun." "Fun?" Luke looked up at her now. Saw her face was unchanged, still looking up at the monitor up and down. It wasn't the look he described as one that was having fun. She took a deep breath and shook her head, looking toward the sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. Something about it brought out the smallest of grins. It lasted only the shortest of moments. "It's been a while since I've stopped to look at the sky." "The sky?" Luke looked up, but nothing caught his interest. It looked as plain as could be. Wait, no, that wasn't quite right. There was something in the sky. A black speck of some sort hung across the blues. It looked quite strange, and he couldn't quite tell what it was. "Hey, what do you think that is?" She looked back to her sullen look before stepping away, holding her hands at her side. "I'm not sure how to say this," she started. Luke turned to face her, concerned. She apparently didn't know heads or tails of the speck and didn't seem to even consider it. "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" "I've been a bit unfair." Her body loosened a bit and she bit her lip. "It was unfair of me to hide what I did. I know you're not a bad person, and you're just trying to piece yourself together." Her eyes cast at the floor, and she shook her head slowly. "You're willing to talk about it now?" Luke asked. It came a bit harsh than he intended it. She looked up to him, and in her eyes he saw a flash of something in himself. was like a storm through his mind, and a flame filled in his eyes. He saw himself only hours before as Lucky the rabbit hopped closer to his restrained body. He was both in and outside of his own body at once. The rabbit's eyes were shined and almost dead, confirmed only by his eventual death after Arya's room. In the rabbit's eyes, he saw his own reflection. "Your name is Abel." The flash of his reflection didn't occur to him until this very moment. He looked just like the boy in the memories. There was no way it could be true, but no way it couldn't be either. Of course he was, if you've seen the memories of the poor boy, of himself. But things didn't line up right. If that were true, then he shouldn't be able to walk. Abel was in a car accident. He was paralyzed from the waist down. There was also that creeping feeling in the back of his mind that he was someone else. Those memories didn't feel personal to him. They felt like if someone were telling them to him, like a bedtime story. But he couldn't argue with physical evidence. He was able, no matter the circumstances. He saw how he looked. The only reason he'd clung to Luke for so long was because it was the first thing he attached to. It was like a safety blanket. Two voices in his head had to stop fighting or else he'd explode. He was able, whether he liked it or not. Whether he was crippled or not. "My name is Abel," he said, looking down to his hands. "I don't know where you got the name Luke from, but it isn't your name." It was, he thought back, not looking up. "It was on that notebook I got." "Notebook, huh?" she said. "Around and around it comes, but nowhere does it seem to actually show up. Doesn't seem that notebook was meant for you after all." She cocked her head. "It wasn't meant for him. Then why would he have woken up with it? There had to be a reason." There were thousands of questions he wanted to ask Sophie rising in his mind, but he had to silence them, just for the moment. Something wasn't right, and once he found that out, "Maybe it was meant for Levi?" he asked. "White metal, huh?" She looked back to his monitor. "You have nothing to prove that there isn't more than one white metal," she had the message. "But it'll be good to keep in mind." "Right. I don't know why I'd say a different name, though, even if it was his. He'd have no reason to lie about his name if that were the case." "Why don't we go back and check up on him?" Sophie offered. "I don't think we're going to get much more out of the statue here." Luke nodded. "Sounds good to me." Two of them began to walk back toward the elder's shack. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the black speck in the sky. It was bigger than before, and for it to have grown in such a short time made him feel uneasy. He tried not to think about it. There were other things that needed his focus. He became overly aware of his own footsteps as he broke the ensuing silence. "So, you know me. The me I don't fully remember." "Yes. And you didn't say anything." They passed by an urn that had fallen off of one of the nearby stoops. It had seemed to break from as it fell, spilling a kind of seed onto the ground in front of them. It looked like it had been knocked over in a hurry. "Yes." "Why?" Luke stopped. No, that wasn't right. Abel stopped. He felt a hot feeling rise to his face. "Why didn't you say anything? You know me!" It was the first time he saw her speechless. She stopped a few paces after him, looking away. I couldn't risk." Sophie took a sharp breath and clenched her fist, turning back to him, the same fire in her eyes. "I couldn't risk being left here. It didn't matter that I knew you or not. I can't die here. It's my number one priority, so I'm sorry. I was unfair to not tell you, but I have, and now that I have, I'm done talking about it." He was taken aback by her outburst. Wait, no way! That's totally adding not fair onto not fair. She stood her ground. I don't care. You pissed me off. If you want to know more about it, check your damn memories. I told you what I wanted to. My priorities haven't shifted. I'm done talking here. She stamped back onto the path. Abel stood there for a few seconds longer as he tried to work out through the logic that brought out such a reaction. I can't die here. Something about that was strange to him. He didn't want to die here either, but it seemed to be more than that for her. Something that drove her, motivated her to consider playing this game while keeping secrets. He kept it in the back of his mind and looked down at the seeds at his feet. To think, these poor things probably won't get all the chance to grow into whatever kind of vegetation they were destined to be. Something about that thought made him sad, but it quickly blocked out when a shadow overcast him. He looked up to see the black speck had increased almost 100-fold in size and had been covering the sun. A large explosion sounded off in the distance. It seemed to be unrelated to the black speck, but he couldn't tell where it came from. It took him a moment longer to realize what the black speck had been. It was a meteoroid, and it was headed straight for them. Memero III. 28. Cain rubbed his hand across the stubble on his chin that wasn't quite enough to be called facial hair, but wasn't gone enough to make him look like he were years younger. He cocked his head and leaned close over to the sink to look deeper into his own eyes. He craned his neck back until he felt like cracking in between his joints. This was 2 years before the torrential rainstorm that would barricade the people of Salem in their homes, but only a month after the accident in 1986. Cain looked into the mirror and imagined his brother standing beside him. He nudged the bathroom door closed as he balled his hand into a fist and held it tight against the sink. Images of the crash flashed in his mind like a pendulum, always returning to the center before swinging, just barely out of sight. It wasn't a new memory. It had been recycled through his mind several hundred times since the accident, but it had been as volatile as a stab wound. Flashes of a warmer memory entered his mind. It was Halloween a few years prior. Cain was all set to be a pirate for the spooky season. He was dressed in the garments and had his grunts and laughs prepared days prior. His mother even crafted a paper bird that she sewed onto the shoulder of the costume. Abel, on the other hand, couldn't decide what he wanted to be. At first he settled on a plain old skeleton, something their father offered up at his indecision, but it never seemed like it was what he wanted. He was sure to let them know about that. A week before Halloween, and Abel had thrown the largest tantrum he'd ever seen. Abel needed to be a pirate the moment he saw Cain trying out his costume. Cain remembered giving his parents attitude at this. He was the pirate, and Abel only wanted to be one because he was one. He remembered the look on Abel's face when he looked up to him. Their parents made a happy compromise that he could be a skeleton pirate, taking the excess bits of Cain's costume and repurposing them for Abel's. This had made Abel happy, but Cain remembered being bothered by it in the moment. He was the one who wanted to be a pirate originally, and it wasn't fair now that he wasn't the only pirate. His hand gripped the sink tighter. He wished that Abel could stand beside him like he did that day. He'd give anything to have his only problem be that his Halloween costume was copied. Thoughts kept returning, transforming to the day of the accident. He wondered if there was anything he could have done to change what happened. What if I stayed in the car instead? Mom might have taken longer coming out because Abel would have walked slower. Walked. Maybe the other guy would have just missed him. What if he went to the bathroom and caused her to take just the littlest bit longer? Guy might have crashed into somebody else, but that wouldn't matter. It was important he crashed into them. Abel. He bit his lip again as the day was laid out before him once again. Worst of all, he was knocked unconscious when the other car hit them. Maybe if he was awake, he could have helped somehow. He is the older brother, and he's the one who got knocked unconscious. Stupid. Stupid! He turned back and opened the door, stepping quietly out into the hallway and peeked into his room. Abel was tucked into his covers on his back. His eyes were closed and his chest rose up and down peacefully. Kid's damn good at being okay. He probably doesn't even blame me at all. He's so good at being okay, it scares me. It's my goddamn brother, and this guy just slams his car right into him. He paced back and forth, finally settling and walking back toward the bathroom when he held his hands on the edge of the sink, gripping as tight as he could. He could almost feel where he was in the same spot the morning before. It was certain close to where he'd be the next morning. The only thing worse is having nightmares when you sleep, is seeing them every time you wake up. "29. Kane was out of the house by 8. He headed out the same time that his mother did, although they parted ways as they headed down Cardale Avenue. She was headed to the store and he to the library. Abel was home and spent the day with her father as it had been his day off. He saw an envelope sitting on the table as he passed by with an elegant 0 stamped on the back. It intrigued him for the slightest of moments, but he saw his father's name printed on the backside, so he let his curiosity wane as he stepped outside. There it only grew to a feverish intensity which would only settle as he laid his eyes on the library. It always gave him ease. There was always another book to read, even if it read like garbage. He always felt a warmth when stepping inside that he didn't many other places. He pulled the doors open and walked inside. He wanted to bring Abel here so many different times, but his parents were never the biggest fans of him going on adventures without them, and they also didn't like the library. Kane only remembers his father visiting the library once to donate some old books he had. Kane stopped in his tracks in the entryway as a stray feeling tightened his spine, unlike anything he'd ever felt. It constricted and his arms began to shake for the slightest of seconds. In a flash it was gone, and he was hyper-aware of his surroundings. The woman that sat behind the customer service desk, the younger boy who walked past him, the whispers of the couple on the floor above them. He blinked twice before swallowing whole. He looked around to see if anybody else had felt what he had, and when he found that everyone else had moved on as nothing had happened, he did too. There was a rumbling sound coming from the floor above. This was enough to cause the receptionist to look up, and then over to Kane with a look that he knew immediately as, "Which of us is going to check that out?" Kane almost responded with a look that said, "Which one of us is paid to check that out?" But thought against it when he realized the receptionist had no intention of leaving her book that she'd been gripped to. Kane stood still no longer. Moving out through the hallway and toward the stairs, he wasn't surprised when there was a different receptionist sitting behind the desk when he would return the next week. He continued up the stairs and moved past the bookshelves that threatened to sandwich him in on both sides. Normally he'd take a little less than 20 paces after getting off the staircase to go to the adult mystery section, but the ruffling sounds of the books thudding against one another continued to stray through. He followed it past the younger boy who had passed him earlier, and he froze as the boy continued along. His eyes followed the boy as he walked back to the staircase and made his way up to the 3rd floor. That was why he froze. That little boy looked like Abel when he was a few years younger. He had a similar mushroom-style haircut, one that Abel would be embarrassed to wear today. The face was a bit different. In the glance Kane saw of his eyes, he could tell they weren't as blue, and the nose was a bit fatter. From the front it was obvious, but not so much from the back, and he couldn't help but stare at the boy as he left his sight, the personification of the weight of his heart. The loudest of thuds sounded behind him, and jolted him back to reality. He continued back toward the rear of the library, entering a room that he realized he'd never actually entered before. It was just past another receptionist area, but there sat nobody behind the desk. It seemed that one of two things were possible. Either nobody ever came up this way, so the heads were able to cut some costs on receptionists, or times were especially bad and they straight out weren't able to cover the space. He hoped it was the former personally. Now, with the knowledge of this whole different area, maybe he could branch out and find some new books. As he pushed the doors open, he ducked just in time to avoid a book flying directly at his face. "Whoa!" he called out, startling the girl in front of him who had just launched the book from the bookshelf in front. To her credit, she hadn't been looking. Against her credit, she threw a book. "The heck are you doing?" he asked. She looked back once. A second was all it took for her green eyes to strike him solid. She looked really cute, but the thought only processed for a fraction of a second before he took a step back and held his hands up. But with a hesitant sort of step, he walked closer. "You know, there's a more efficient way of finding the book you want, right? And I'm not even sure it's here with all of..." He looked around for any identifying genres, but couldn't seem to find it. All the shelves were unlabeled. "These are the undesirables. Nobody wants these," she said, returning to pulling books off the shelves, looking at the face and tossing it aside. "Well, it's a bit harsh, don't you think? I mean, every book somewhere had someone that was waiting to read it. It's just what they are. I'm not the one that made them that way." Kane found himself scratching at his arm, shaking it off immediately. "Well, okay then. If nobody wants them, why do you?" Another book flew past his head. She wasn't looking when she threw it, but a piece of him said that it might have been aimed at him. "I don't want these ones, obviously. I'm looking for a very specific one. I thought it was here. Today it is not. Maybe someone else checked it out?" She glared at him. "Impossible." "Okay," he said. "Mind some help looking for it?" "Yes." "Okay, so what's it look like?" She stopped, then turned to look at him. It was the first time she'd done so for longer than a moment. "That's a yes, I mind, not a yes, you can help." She looked behind her toward the bookshelf. She's still not checked inside. Turning back toward him, lowering her head. "Okay, you're tall. Go fetch the higher shelves of the ones over there." She pointed him off toward a shelf on the right-hand side of the room. "It'll save me from having to get a ladder." "You mean a step ladder?" She turned to him and stared holes. "I don't have time for your bullshit. Either go look for a black book with markings on the front, or shove off." "How strange are these markings?" Kane asked, not missing a beat. He was intrigued by this mystery book, after all. But if he were totally honest with himself, he'd say his heart was pounding out of his chest. She sighed and turned once again, dropping the book she was holding. "Think of shapes you doodle in class. You do go to school, right?" He nodded. She thought a moment, and an idea flashed across her face. "Great, so you must come here often." "Yes, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, though." "Do you have a library card?" she asked, taking a step closer to him. It made him uneasy, and he took a step back. Yeah?" "Excellent. When I find the book I'm looking for, I want to need you to sign it out for me." "Why can't you just sign it out yourself? I mean, if you don't have a card, you could easily..." "I can't get one." The phrase was so simple, but she said it with a tone that wasn't quite irritation. It was almost sad. "If I could, I would. So, mind helping me out?" I sensed a complete 180 from shove off. She turned back and made a step further down the shelf. "Get to work. The receptionist who's actually going to care if I'm going to make a mess is going to be here in an hour or so." "Seems you come here often." She didn't smile or react at all, really. "So, what's this book about?" "Nothing special." "Makes it seem like it's extra special then, you know that?" He reached up toward a book on the top shelf, the same one she was picking from. "What do you like to read?" she asked. "My, aren't we getting personal?" Kane joked. "I don't actually care. Talking will just make it go faster. And I'm sure you could talk up a balloon." "I see. Well, Then I read a lot of things. I mainly try for the Bible every third Tuesday, but this month I was planning on double dipping and trying every second Tuesday. Her pace slowed for a second. He could see the reaction on her face and started to laugh. It's a joke. I'm a nerd, get it? She had him for a moment and resumed before moving down the next shelf. No, I don't try to read the good book. I've had enough of it for a life, personally. I only come up here every so often, not much so recently. Something happened. She looked at a thin book and made a look of disgust. Gods, look what trash they allow to be published. She interrupted herself, passing it along to him. Colors of My Eyes, a thriller that will put you in your sheets. What does that even mean? He asked, setting it back on the shelf. No, toss it, she said. That one deserves to be undesirable. He looked for a moment from the book to the shelf and set it back neatly. I don't know, it just sounds silly, but I haven't read it, so I'm not the person to judge. He pulled down some more books that looked shoddy at best, whether they were damaged or just looked plain off. He set them down gently on the pile and moved on to the next that didn't satisfy her vague criteria. Didn't answer my question, she said, tossing another behind her. Huh? He asked, looking at her as she moved down the line faster. He said you haven't been coming around much lately. Something happened? Her eyes didn't leave the shelf. They scanned each cover from head to toe. Kinda rude to just assume, you know? Am I wrong? He stared into the spine of a book for a moment. The cracking sound of his legs threatened to overtake him, but he pushed it aside. The image of that boy that looked just like Abel shot in his mind for a moment, but vanished just as quick. I really would rather talk about anything else, to be honest. Now you don't want to talk, she mumbled, tossing another behind her. Quite unfair, don't you think? She asked. Come here wondering what I'm looking for, and I'm more than open with my answers. Well, not but I can't seem to get a straight one here. Shame. Part of him wanted to get angry, but another part saw the tiniest of smirks on her face. In that one smirk, he understood. Anything to distract from the obvious hurt that happened. He was sure a terrible act of hiding it. I was in a car accident this past April, he said, smoothly, slowly. I'm okay, obviously, but my younger brother became paralyzed from the waist down. She looked over toward him. Your fault? The response surprised him. There hadn't been any of the reaction he'd expecting. Oh my god, is he okay? Are you okay? You must be so scared. It was almost refreshing. He already knew how he felt deep down about all what happened, and he realized that with every person that knew about it, the same reactions came from them. It only doubled down on what he felt and gave a sickness to his stomach. But now he didn't feel that. It almost felt nice to just say it and have a reaction he didn't expect. I think so sometimes, he said, returning to his row. But it always comes back to one spot, the actual hit, and I realized there wasn't anything I could have done. She moved on to the next book. Shame. My mom died in a crash when I was 4. Really? No, I lied. I was 3. Huh. He forced himself not to say the very things he'd been thinking. Of anything he considered the kindest courtesy. You seem to get it, she said. Not many people do. Thanks, I guess? Kane looked back at the shelf as his hand brushed against the next book. A thick cloud of dust exploded off the front, causing a coughing fit. I'm not sure what you mean, though. I hate sugarcoating. It's a waste of time, and people would be better off without it. Kane finished off the shelf he'd been looking at and didn't seem to find what she'd been looking for. He walked across the aisle and stood up on his toes to check out the next bookcase. I think people would be better off if they didn't drive like a maniac. The girl said nothing. Kane slid a thick brown book from the shelf and noticed there had been an even thicker black book tucked behind it. Hey, I think I found it. He took it out, and before it finished, she snatched it out of his hand. Yes, this is it! She tucked it under her arm. Okay, let's go sign it out and we can part ways. You can go back to... Well, whatever you were doing. She turned on a dime. It barely gave him any time to blink. Whoa, hold on a second there. He held his hands out. She stopped inside, cocking her head without turning back around. What? I don't know. It's just all so weird, like you're in a rush or something. It's a book, not a heart for a dying patient. She turned at this. Just a book? God, I can't believe you. Come on. If it's so special, what's it about? I've never seen anything like that. What, Greek? Jewish? Those marks are old. He didn't know where the curiosity bug had bit him, but there was too much that was offered him just to do what she wanted. It's like I said, nothing special. She was defensive, and he knew he was right on the money. Okay then, so you wouldn't mind waiting for me to find something before we sign out? It did not make much sense for me to sign out stuff twice. She looked back to him with a don't push me kind of look. I don't have time for this. I'll just find someone else to lend you their library card? He asked. I think you'd have better luck asking someone for their car keys. You overvalue that damn card, she said. He shrugged. I don't think so, but if you're sure, then I'm gonna go find my stuff and head out. He started past her, letting his snare catch in 3, 2, 1. Stop. He did. Why do you want to know so much about it? She asked. Now it was his turn to play the cool guy and talk without turning. He thought. It made him grin. I don't know you. I don't know that you won't just hightail it out as soon as it's signed out and I get stuck with all the fines. She didn't respond. Exactly. I'm happy to help out, but I come to this place too, so it isn't really about what kind of book it is. Not wholly, at least. Why would I ditch town over a book? She asked. I don't know, but it's very special to you considering you were gonna steal it, no? I wasn't gonna... Those books there. He pointed to the large mountain. The receptionist, not the one already downstairs, the one that's coming in, wouldn't let you within 10 feet of this building if she saw this. Obviously, she will know because that's down there is going to report in when shift ends. 15 minutes from now. He glanced up at the clock on the wall. He knew this because he enjoyed her much better. Her name was Mrs. Nesbit, and she loved talking about what kinds of books they were getting into. But that was beside the point. If you were planning on finding it just to read it here, well, I doubt you could do it in one sitting considering how thick it is. And second, I don't think you'd get the time before you were asked to clean up the mess and escort it out. She said nothing. And since I only just came here to check on the noise, there wasn't any plan on how to get the book out, am I right? Silence. So, for whatever reason, you need this book. Looks old, and it's hidden away here in the undesirable section. Probably a low print or one of a kind of thing I get. Collectors eat that kind of stuff up. I'm not gonna sell it, she bursted out, not meaning to, shaking her head. No, just shut up. She tried her hardest not to scream. I don't know why, and I largely don't care why. I mean, I kind of do, but it's not my main priority. I just don't want to end up on the short end if I sign it out for you. So if I do, I'm going to need some sort of assurance. The way he spoke reminded him of his father. Put memories in his mind of how he must have sounded negotiating for the car. You see, sir, I'd like to pay you, but I'm going to need some kind of assurance the thing drives. May I take a spin? He wasn't too sure on the details of what actually went into buying a car. He'd only seen it on the tally or read about it in stories. She shook her head. 423 Diamond Way, Talbot, she said. Huh? Kane looked at her in confusion. It's where I'm staying. Apartment 237. Help me out here and meet me there tonight at 6. I'll prove I'm not jumping ship. All the way out in Talbot. That's like wicked long bike ride. Now it was her turn to be confused. I thought you drove. Kane shook his head. No, not my time yet. and left it at that. She shrugged. Come. Or not, that's your choice. He thought about it. He could probably hitch a ride on the bus, and that'd only take him 40 or so minutes. He knew Talbot well enough. He had friends that lived there when he was down in Sunnyside, closer to Talbot than he was. Kane didn't want to ask his father for a ride because he knew his father would make an extremely large deal about his boy going to see a girl. He nodded his head and looked up toward her. What's your name? She looked at him. He couldn't read what emotion was on her face. She hoisted the book against her side, propping it up on her hip. Sophie. That was it. Just Sophie. It was so unfitting that it almost did in a backwards sort of way. He smiled and held out his hand. Hello, Sophie. My name is Kane Gray, and I'll see you at 6. But first, let's check out that book, shall we? "30. Kane was on time. The bus ride wasn't bad. He had guessed the time it'd take almost to a T, and was able to find the apartment building with no issue. This part of Talbot he had never been to. Diamond Way certainly seemed an antithesis for its namesake. Garbage hanging in the street, and it looked much lower maintenance than even Sunnyside, which had its fair share of economic issues. Salem was a bit better off in comparison to much of the Northwest. It obviously wasn't California levels of wealth streaming in, but it was the perfect place for those with just a little bit of extra cash to get away from everyone else. Who'd willingly travel to Oregon, much less in a town that shares the namesake with the infamous witch trials? It was like doubling down on the bad voodoo, but for the Salemites, it seemed to be the exact opposite. Things, when not smashed in by cars, went fine. Kane opened the door to the apartment complex and walked inside. He made his way up to the second floor. He passed by an older man on the stairs who had a nasty cough and quickened his pace as he searched for door number 237. He knocked once and waited. He wondered if he should have brought something with him, but before he could continue, the door opened and Sophie looked at him. Huh, you actually showed. She wore her hair up in a bun and he stood there for a moment, desperate for his voice to come and save him from looking at the idiot. Well, yeah, Kane said, looking down at the floor. I mean, I said I would. Right, well, are you just gonna stand there? She stepped back into the apartment. He nodded hurriedly and stepped inside. As he did, he immediately was overcome with the smell of what seemed to be conflicting air fresheners. He had to swallow a whiff of it first that almost made his eyes water, but then it calmed down afterward. Don't mind the smell, she said. I didn't even notice it. He almost coughed. It smells awful. He corrected. Yeah, I know. I'd change it if I could. Your parents like it or something? She walked further into the room, which looked antique. The sofa itself looked like it was at least a decade old or longer. It looked as if it carried a warmth at one point, but it had no longer. No, you came here for a reason, remember? Yeah, he said, off guard. He looked around as he caught up with her and found a picture hanging on a wall. The only issue is Sophie was none of them. Who's this? He asked. Previous residents? All this their stuff? Used to be. He turned her. Okay, I think it's fair I ask a few questions, she said. I don't know where they went. Not here. Haven't been for at least a month. Landlord doesn't seem to know or care. It smells theirs. I keep it up so he doesn't come snooping. Don't you have a proper home? Parents and everything? My mom died in a crash. Oh, right. He felt so stupid for forgetting. And your dad? Came here for a reason, she repeated. Do you want to know about the book or not? Yeah, it's here? He asked. She left him alone for a moment, coming back with a thick book in her hands. Of course it's here, she said. At first I was going to skip town, like you said. She said it so blunt, took him off guard. Something changed your mind? I did some looking into your name, she said. Normally I wouldn't have, but it sounded familiar. Your father works for the Generous Foundation, does he not? The question was so odd to him. He couldn't help but make a face that asked any question he could have posed. I have a manual here from his work. I was able to find your family name in it. That's why I stayed. Might be fortunate that we ran into each other. Manual? Is that like a phone book? Do jobs really come with those kinds of things? She motioned toward the book she'd been holding. It deals with this. But before I do, I need your word that you'll stay quiet about it. Why? If I tell you, then how am I supposed to know? He took in a breath, and she looked serious enough about it. Something about the whole situation seemed like it was more serious. It's gonna depend on what's actually going on. It sounds like you're in some serious trouble. It's gonna depend on if you agree or not. That's all it depends on. I can easily just head out now and that'd be it. I'm choosing to place some trust in you. Can you do the same? Kane nodded. To answer your previous question, no. Jobs don't typically give out manuals with a list of employees on it. My dad kept a running tab. He was cautious, especially since they were responsible for my mom's death. What? You said she was in a car crash years ago. There was a similar situation back then when something high-risk of theirs was stolen. Turned out it was one of the engineers trying to profit off of one of their designs. People in charge didn't know that at the time. My father believed that they may have been put out at hits as a scare tactic. The guy who crashed into my mom had no identification. He was a ghost for as much as the police could tell. It was a quiet day. Witnesses even said that he'd been speeding like crazy on a normally slow day. It's awful, but it sounds a bit crazy if I'm going to be honest. They're a high-profile company. Do you seriously believe that they do anything to harm you? As long as I've been alive, my dad's worked there. Worst thing to come of it is his long hours. I know how it sounds. It doesn't make much sense, and it'd be a PR nightmare if it were true, but he still works for them, right? And he really believes they're behind it? Doesn't that contradict itself? If I believed I was working for people that could do something like that, I wouldn't be working in there anymore. She looked away. There's no way they'd let him quit. I know how crazy that sounds. My dad studies fish and ocean stuff, Kane said. There's no way anything dangerous is coming of that. Sorry what happened to your mom, but I think this is just a little too much for me, he said. I think you should contact the police or something to get a real place to stay. Or something. He started to back off toward the door, turning. What if your brother's accident wasn't an accident? She asked. It stopped him cold in his tracks, one hand on the doorknob. That was another thing that caught my attention, she said. I know car accidents aren't exactly rare, but they weren't able to identify the body of the person who crashed into you, were they? Complete ghost? He didn't move. He answered slowly. The images of the wreck hammered fresh into his brain. No name to the body, no registration to the car, but it was just an accident. Police said it was a robber on the run. He turned around. It's just a coincidence. She looked at him with something in her eyes. It looked like contempt. It's not. Janice Humphrey, Management, Arctic Systems. Brain damage after a car slammed into hers last year. Teddy Thornton, R&D, Arctic Systems. Lost a leg after a collision 5 years ago. Sharon Upton, R&D, Arctic Systems. Miscarried after the trauma of being in a terrible auto accident 3 months ago. Wayne Banner, Marine Biologist, Head Arctic Systems. His entire family was killed in a tragic auto accident 4 years ago. She continued on a list of 25 names in total. She didn't even need to read off the list. She had them memorized. My father was keeping tabs on all of the employees at his work that were involved in accidents. 25 people at all, in different times. But in each and every one, the other party could not be identified. That's another point that has me confused on this whole thing, Kane began, as if only a single point were something small. These all seem like, I don't know, extreme measures for taking out a hit on someone. Like, how could you be assured you'd find someone willing to throw away their life and destroy a vehicle? No less just to take out one person. I don't know. I'm not the one who came up with the idea. People obviously did, as there are bodies for it. Ghosts, Kane said, taking a step back in. It's suspicious, she said. Every single one. Obviously there isn't any evidence to do anything legally about it, but it's suggestive. The thought of it burned something hot in his chest. You mean that someone crashed into our car because of that book? I think so. I can't tell you why that'd be the go-to method of enacting a threat, but I can't argue with what's happened. What the hell is so goddamn important about it? He found himself louder than he intended, but he couldn't stop it. What could be in there that's more important than Abel? Shut your damn mouth first, she said, hushing him and bringing her finger to her lips. It's gonna cause a scene. Second, I think I might know in part the answer. He fully let go of the door and walked up closer. Show me. She nodded and opened up to a passage in the book. Come here. "31. The Eye of Timaeus. God Song. Existence cannot exist without the active will of its creator. Without will, the order of the manyverse begins to devour itself like the muddy Ouroboros. The craftsmen vanished from the manyverse when they stepped across the dark bright into Luxman. It would follow logically that the order of everything should have collapsed the moment that this event happened. The fact that it did not, and we possess to this day, suggests a few different possibilities. Firstly, when the craftsmen's waves were exposed to light, they didn't simply disappear. The whereabouts and what form which they took thereafter is an unknown variable. Secondly, the craftsman wasn't the only order of will within the manyverse. It is possible that this second engine of will continued its existence if the craftsman's zone ended. This second engine, an ancient creator substitute that existed before the creation of all. It would be more apt to say that the craftsman was a creator substitute for the engine, dubbed God Song. However, it exhibits no sign of sentience, so it was merely considered that of an engine, just in case by the craftsman. It is what I would refer to call a probability matrix. Clawed in shape, it exists on a level above waves, above flesh. Whatever we existed as before God Song existed with it. Energy on infinite levels runs through the engine that powers its own sort of will. As we know it, it is the physical representation of the manyverse. It is through God Song that Luxman populates with new possibilities. The name God Song is due to the melodic waves emitting from the engine. It emits at any and all frequencies, able to tune to that of another universe or even a living creature. Using these frequencies, it can usher in its will of those waves it connects to. A song of unhearable tones bends will to God Song. The craftsman would utilize God Song to guide the Roan Noctem, but found an interesting bit of resistance when attempting to tune to the frequencies of Luxman. It was possible, but the ever-increasing universes would ruin the sync and that manual use of God Song had brought. Reading this, it seemed more than likely that God Song's responsibilities were twofold: the autonomous actions it carried out by its own non-sentient will, whether they be programmed from the before or not, and then any manual input from the craftsman. It is repeated in these texts that under any circumstances should no form of sentient life have any contact whatsoever with God Song, should the situation arise. Considering the tone of these texts, it seems that the work of the craftsman was highly scrutinized. Kane took a step back after reading the passage. What is this? He didn't know what half the book was talking about. A world of light? Craftsman? There's a bit before this that explains some of the weirder terms, Sophie began, closing the book, holding her fingers firm down on the cover. But that's the part I wanted you to see. I think that engine it speaks about might be why they want so much of this book. Kane furrowed his brow. He took in a breath as if to dissect what she'd said. Think that thing is real? Think about it. Why else would they care so much about a book? That part is still under heavy consideration, Kane said, pacing to the side. Besides, it's only one passage. You see how thick that thing is. Okay, but the beginning just starts out as some Greek philosopher's story. Do you think anyone would be willing to kill over that? This here is the supposed power of an omnipotent being that's just waiting with a sign attached to say, use me. Oh, how do we know even something like that even exists? Like, this book seems to be very detailed as if the person who originally wrote it was there. Well, they're a collection of stories found by an old philosopher. Yeah, but who wrote the stories? It only refers to them as an old beggar. Kane tapped his foot. I'd like to believe you. Trust me, I do. I want there to be someone else to blame for the accident, but you're just too much here for me to put blind faith into. Supposedly some beggar wrote stories of places he couldn't have been to and about things he couldn't have known about. So he just plucks a random farm boy up to study in his great magical library for all of his existence. Sophie didn't say anything to him. She only looked at him with a confused look that only grew as her jaw dropped. How did you know all that? Kane stopped pacing and looked at her. Huh? Arts, you just said. I didn't tell you those bits of him raiding in the library or being a farmhand. So I got lucky. She shook her head. Without reading it at all? I doubt it. Kane had no idea what she was talking about. So what if he guessed that the old philosopher, as she had put it, was a farmer before it became important? Most, if not all, were back then. That was kind of the lifestyle. There was something so cyclically trapping about this conversation. He regretted coming in the first place. Surely what she was talking about couldn't be so. There were too many uncertainties and holes. Why didn't he leave then? The door was right there. She wasn't blocking him or even restricting him from leaving. But he stood still. He can leave right now and prevent any more headache-inducing chat. He stood still. It was because of Abel. He woke up every morning thinking of Abel and what he could have done different to save his legs. Every morning he wished he could do anything to fix the injustice brought to him. And standing here was a possibility. It made him laugh inside even calling it a possibility. There is no possibility that anyone could have written these events as they happened. Something pushed forward in his mind immediately after this pressing thought. He regurgitated an image so vile he was sure he would have emptied his stomach if he had anything to eat for dinner. The rotund, scaly body sat on plump legs inside the earth, shielded in stone and magma. A long neck extended upward, framed in stone where it lay, and at the end of the neck was a humanoid face that was expressionless save for the scar that ran along the length of its mouth. He came back into himself, and then at once he found his body moving on its own accord, following a rhythm predetermined. He walked towards Sophie, who mouthed a question he didn't hear as he came close, then backed up. He went to the book and opened it just after the section that they were reading. Sakana. Sakana is one of the earliest creatures of the night to have been sighted in human history. As early as the 1st century, the beast had been a visitor to our planet. Sakana had also learned from the mistakes of the craftsmen. It could not exist as waves inside the light. As Sakana crossed the dark bright, it fossilized itself into using a shell of hardened darkness, a substance so dark it would be known to Luxmund only as a black hole. Inside the hole, it would sit in space until it could attract enough space dust to create a body from which it could further travel with. As the dust and ice particles began to surround it, the hardened darkness would be released. Draconian in stature with almost human face, it kept traveling closer to the planet, whose light kept multiplying. As Sakana made its way closer to the planet, more stardust gathered closer to create appendages it would understand as legs. floated for hundreds of years until it finally made it to the stratosphere of the planet that had been rapidly evolving. New life forms had been created every day, it seemed, the blink of an instant for Sakana. It made impact with the planet before humans could properly speak to one another. Sakana had been the first to find its way from Darkbright to Earth, and had been the only creature of the night to make landfall for almost 1,000 years. For the first 1,000 years, Sakana waited in silence, studying the landscape of how it formed, studying the people and the animals that lived on the planet. It remained encased in rock as it waited, watching. It learned how they moved, how they ate, how they communicated, and even how they died. They weren't like the craftsmen. Exposure to their polar opposite didn't send their flesh to the fires of a million suns. They rested, they relaxed, enjoyed the night. It brought them smiles to close their eyes. Being happy at night wasn't a universal feeling, however. Sakana could feel the fear of the dark that had remained in some humans' hearts, even at this early of their infancy. It had almost been a programmed weakness into the hearts of man. Sakana took this information and learned it well. Humans could be afraid of the dark. Sakana's first recorded killing happened near the beginning of the 11th century. Throughout the years, the meteor that Sakana had fallen to Earth had soon grown into the face of a mountain on what would soon be the Indian border. Humans would construct near the base of the mountain. One night, when the sun had fallen earlier, a longer night was in store for the humans. But that wasn't the only thing. From the innards of the mountains, a tendril rose from the meteor. It wormed its way through the rocks, carving a hollow space inside of the mountain. The protection from the light the mountain gave allowed Sakana to temporarily retreat from its earthen shield. Some say it shall rest under the surface until it can build the energy it lost from crossing the Darkbright. What it would do then was unknown. But it shall not be good for those of Luxmund. Cain looked up at Sophie. He was sure there was a wild look in his eyes. What was weird was the confusion that had left hers, and all that was left was a determined sort of look. "You saw it?" she asked. "You did too?" "Not now, no, but when I first went through the book, I did. That's why I believe there's something up with it. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced, and no matter how crazy the words in it were written, or how implausible they seemed, something that led to that intense of a vision only to see what I had seen was written down in the book. That's insane. How did it do that?" Cain asked. His fingers were gripping the book tighter. How could it have given him that image? He looked back down to the book and saw his fingers shaking. Sweat started to bead on the back of his hands. He let go and started to pace once more. His stomach started to churn and he felt his head start to warm. He felt the impact of the crash once again, and behind his eyes he saw Abel and the car impaled. He shook it off and leaned against the wall. Sophie stepped closer. "You okay?" He held out his hand and stabilized, nodding once. "We have to do something about this. Toss it, burn it, whatever." Sophie turned and grabbed the book, holding it close to her. "I can't do that." Cain wiped his forehead and then his hand on the side of his pants. "Why not? If it's that dangerous, and there's a legitimate reason why you're hiding out here, why not just burn it and be done with it?" "Even if I do that, it's not going to stop anything. It's not like they'll just stop because they magically know it's burned." "Yes, that's true. I want revenge." He perked his head up. He looked to her and noticed her death grip on the book. "It might not have been for this stupid book that my mom was killed, but I believe that they had something to do with it. Whatever it was, I don't care. I care that it happened, and I want them to pay for what they did. What about you? Don't you want revenge for your brother?" Cain felt a bubbling feeling swell in his stomach. It had been threatening to come up ever since he came in. "I want..." The image flashed again of the crash. "Abel didn't deserve this pain. You didn't do anything to save him. You're his brother, and you didn't do anything." I want to know if they found this machine, God Song. If it's as powerful as this book seems to say it is, then maybe it could fix all of this. Ursum, 32. The meteoroid approached the small village with a burning intensity. Abel could only stand in horror as his legs had frozen him stiff to the ground, anchoring him to his thoughts. His mind was paralyzed as the meteoroid grew closer. He might as well have been frozen in time, only to be moved by the grapple of Sophie's grip, yanking him out of his trance. In his stupor, he had noticed she came back for him. She was screaming something that he couldn't hear. The ringing sound in his ears overpowered it all. He thought she said, "I won't go there. Evil is..." But it turned out to actually be, "I don't know where Levi is." He shook his head as his legs began running on their own to keep up with her pace. "You," he said. "Stop talking, keep running. We're headed back to the door." "My mom died in a car crash when I was 3. I won't forgive the people who did that to her, to us. My priorities haven't shifted. I can't die here." A word solidified in his mind and swirled like a twister of chaos and disorder. Their legs carried them all the way to the door. The meteoroid was overbearing. It seemed to drain the air right out of the atmosphere. Sophie threw the door open and yanked Abel inside. He tripped as he slammed the door shut behind them. He fell on his face and she sat down, holding her arms over her head. "This is the end, I'm sorry," she called out. "I'm sorry it didn't work. I'm sorry about Cain. She was cut off by a deafening boom. It must have broken the sound barrier outside. It slammed Abel against the ground once more and overtook everything he could hear. Everything was completely silent until the shaking stopped. Abel picked himself up, putting a hand to his chest. It ached as it slammed against the ground. He'd be okay. Something like that wasn't going to keep him down. As he looked up, he saw Sophie standing herself. "Do you know if Levi made it out of there?" Abel asked. She shook her head. "I don't. He was gone when I went to go look." "Wait, how long was I out?" "You were standing there since I left you." She walked closer to him. Her balance hadn't fully returned, so she stumbled but managed to catch herself. She put a finger to her chin. "About maybe 10 minutes or so." "What the hell were you doing?" He looked up toward the ceiling of the tube that they'd hidden in. "I was remembering something." The irritation on her face left immediately. "What do you see?" The question was loaded, he was sure. "It was strange," he began, and for the first time he heard a bit of... He didn't know how to describe it. Potency to his voice. He sounded like he had something to say. Something only he could say. "I wasn't in this memory. Like, at all." "What?" "All the other times it happened, I saw Abel, or I saw myself. They were memories I could realistically have. This was different. I was seeing them through Cain's eyes. It was about that book, The Eye. He first met you at the library. That was the same book he showed me 2 years later." "Are you sure I'm not him? I mean, he's been in all the memories I've seen." She shook her head. "No, of course not. You're Abel. Cain is..." His eyes perked up, looking right to her. Something terrible clicked in his mind. "Just before, you said you were sorry that it didn't work out. That you were sorry about Cain. He's dead. You were telling the truth about that?" The question had been too much for her. She walked past him and through the corridor. That in of itself was an answer, but it wasn't good enough. "Stop!" he called out after her. She didn't stop to answer. Cain was, "Stop!" He ran after her and grabbed her shoulder, stopping her himself. His face was soaked with tears that ran down his cheeks. What happened? He mustered out. She was crying, shaking hard. She looked away from him and then ran, shoving him off. I'm sorry. I don't know what went wrong. She screamed as she doubled over. What? He yelled. Hearing his voice echo through the corridor made it hurt a little less, but then it came back through as he understood. There was a mind-numbing smell that forced its way through his body, and from underneath the door to the roulette room was a fresh puddle of blood. The two of them stopped immediately. The sounds from the other's tears were silenced as Abel stepped one foot in and grabbed the handle, opening the door. Out in the main lobby, a horrifying cacophony of blood and chunk of flesh lay. They splattered across the ground and even against the door they just opened. Abel stumbled back as the image, odors, and all stole his breath. He fell against Sophie and the two landed on the ground behind the door. She didn't call out or yell at him, only moved his body off hers as she backed away, using her elbows to dig into the ground to lift herself up. Abel's head was spinning as his consciousness threatened to leave. He brought his hand down to the ground and it landed straight into the puddle of blood. It sent the shock to his brain that brought him back to his senses. He jumped up and took a step out of the door once more. He took 3 steps out into the pool of blood before he noticed a glimmering wing the length of the body resting in the pool. The answer was here. He said as he looked around the room for anything different. Sophie slowly made her way out of the room, and the door shut for good behind her. There's going to be another, just like last time. Abel turned fully to look around at her. I don't think they will until we sit in the chairs. He looked down to his feet. God, I knew we shouldn't have left Simon behind. This could all just be from Answer, Sophie suggested. Abel knew that it had shaken her. She wasn't thinking logically. This is too much for just, well, even if Answer was like Lucky and something had been stuck inside, it's still too much. It's also too much for just Simon, Abel said, wondering. So it seems the both of them. But that would mean Levi. He turned back to the door. He's still out there. Sophie crossed over the pool of blood to the center of the room. She placed both her hands on the backbone of one of the chairs and rested her head down on it, taking in a deep breath. Her fingers tapped incessantly as her leg twitched. None of this was supposed to happen. Kane wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to. She slammed her fist down into the chair. Now Levi's gone. And fuck Simon! She roared back to him, slamming her fist into the back of the chair. He's an egotistical douchebag that didn't care about anyone else. He's a coward. Coward. She fell to her knees behind the chair and started to cry. And I'm no different from him. I'm a fucking coward. No, we don't get to break down here, Abel said, crossing the puddle to the center podium. We have to live, okay? He bent down and put his arm around her. We live because we choose to live, okay? We're here for a purpose, and it's not to die because someone else said so. Don't even know if it's because anyone said so, she said in between the small whimpers. Even if it's not, we have to believe we can get out of this. If we lose hope, then all that we have left is despair. I don't know how I'm going to feel about everything I'm learning. I'm not even sure how I'm walking, to be quite honest with you. Right now, none of that matters. What matters is to take away everything else is that you keep on breathing, keep on standing, keep on fighting. She took in a short breath and wiped away a tear. She sucked in and let it empty out of her system. They sat in silence for a minute, and that minute, it was like everything else had melted away. For that minute, they were just a boy and a girl. And of course, it ended. You're able to walk because our experiment was a success, she said, almost under her breath. Although, to be fair, calling it an experiment makes it seem like we knew what we were doing. Abel looked over. You okay to talk? I think we have some time before the game pushes us to vote. Sophie nodded her head. I'll tell you everything. "33. Abel told her in detail what he'd seen in his latest memory. He was lying with his back against the chair beside the one Sophie had been lying next to. She nodded and listened intently as guilt crossed her face. When he was finished, she placed both hands on her legs, scratching an inch that wasn't beside her knee, but still feeling the impulse. It's exactly how it happened. The first meeting was as awkward as you remembered it. But how do I remember it? Abel asked. I wasn't there. The Eye of Timaeus was a very special book. I don't know everything, or hell, most anything about it, but I do know it gave both Cain and me those vivid hallucinations. It was almost an act of foresight. You described him seeing that creature, Sakana, before reading about it in that book. I think you might be experiencing something like that. Seeing things you shouldn't by reading a book. I can't say I've ever heard anything like that before. But it was at the exact moment a passage flashed back into his mind. The original text I've disposed of. Burned. We've had some incidents surrounding the original I can't bear to write about. I shall keep them to my own mind. They are my secrets to lie with. But the reason isn't for pride and secrecy or anything similar. I'm afraid I cannot mention it here, for if I do, then all of this will have been for nothing. For those that wish to know, keep reading, and you shall know. But you shall also know why I am unable to talk about it here. And now, finally, to everyone in my life that I've done wrong, that I've gone against, I am sorry. I thought that knowledge about the world was the ultimate goal, that nothing else had mattered. I'm afraid to say that I'm at the end here. After this book I shall be no longer. There is a beauty to the curse that is infinite knowledge, and it is for that reason that I've looked upon its pages and smiled at its face. The Eye of Timaeus shall never be a widespread book, but that is not the purpose of this translation. Consider it a warning. I have done my part, and with this the text may be started proper. But be warned that there is a powerful knowledge in those that follow. Do not read for spite. Do not read for pity. Read only to learn and to pass on. Nobody knows what sorts of demons reside in knowledge of the infinite worlds. Actually, Abel began, I might. The translator's note mentioned that there were some accidents because of this book. Do you remember that? Yes, she nodded. I never fully understood what he meant. Maybe it's like cursed, like whoever reads it get this crazy hallucination shtick. I don't know how they'd pull that off, especially since the Eye is only a copy. It isn't even the original text. I guess that would be difficult. He slumped back, looking upward. It was that hallucination that Cain had that had pushed him on board. I knew he was conflicted on it the moment he stopped himself from leaving. She looked at him. He loved you very much, but he hated himself. Hated himself. That I could see too. Abel wished he could remember more of Cain, but all he could work with was the fragments that he had since he'd woken up. He had nightmares, a lot of them, Abel said. Sophie nodded. He was obsessed with the accident. It was a dormant obsession before the day in the library. His mind was convinced that there was nothing he could have done, and so it would have tormented him until the day he did do something about it. That changed the day he met you, Abel said. I can't say if it was for better or for worse, she said. As he looked at her, he noticed a mixture of sorrow and doubt in her eyes. When he came on board with the idea of the Eye being something we could use as revenge, he really came on board. He was there every other day, it seemed, combing through the book with a feverish eye. I was just as excited, mind you. I wanted nothing more than to find out who killed my mother. If not the person who drove the car, who gave the order. It was the only thing I wanted. I was obsessed. Abel was silent, nodding along. Most of the eye was about the different kinds of creatures that existed in their other world, ones like Sakana that took up the most space in the entire book. But God's song appeared throughout, and in much greater detail. There were drawings of what it looked like, instructions on how each nook and cranny worked to the greater function. It seemed absolutely limitless in what it said it could do. The book certainly didn't mislabel it. It was a probability matrix. She looks wistfully off past Abel, remembering with the slightest of smiles. God's song infatuated him. It was literally what he'd been asking for in corporeal form. An infinity engine with the power to do anything. If it existed, then it would be the greatest solution to his greatest problem. The smile disappeared. He grew infatuated with me. I think it was because I introduced him to the possibility, but I can't say for certain. But he made his feelings known, and not just once. I couldn't say no. For the first time in forever, I found someone who knew the burden I'd been carrying, who knew and didn't think that I was crazy, who actively wanted to help in whatever I was planning. For once, I had a friend, and I couldn't say no because I couldn't lose him. But I couldn't say yes. I'd be lying to him and to myself. He thought you were a couple, Abel said. He knew this much, and it would paint what she said earlier about being aromantic as true. I tried to steer it as much as I could, but he thought what he thought. He became obsessed with this, too. It worked out in his mind that things would work out perfectly. I was scared that everything was going to fall apart. She sighed and scratched the length of her leg. We spent 2 years going through the entire book, front to back, to front to back, to front to back. We learned everything that we could and took to memorizing everything about God's song in case we had to ditch the book for whatever reason. Then 2 years later, I got it. Cain was the one who offered the idea. I learned that he'd been conducting research on his own at the time. God knows where or how, but he managed to find out that Arctic Systems had a secret facility hidden from the public eye. Our fathers worked there, right? Under Genros? She nodded. She looked like she aged a whole decade. You mentioned something about how your father kept records for his work separate from your mother's. Something about how they did their taxes at separate times piqued his curiosity, and found information in some of his files. That was only the start. From there we went to public record and found works on an ocean cleansing unit that was being constructed by the Generous Foundation, Arctic's benefactor. Underwater cleansing unit? Unit's a bit of a misnomer. It's a huge facility that was to be installed at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean to filter pollutants from the water. A gigantic facility to filter water. That reminds me of Arya's room. It had that little river flowing through it, right? Don't get ahead of me now, she said, looking at him, nodding. This was that facility, he thought. That's where they were. That was as solid a confirmation as any. They called it the Subcon facility. Cain was sure that there was some activity going on related to the eye. Something had to be there. It was just too perfect. So we went down. You went down? He repeated. We were obsessed with getting revenge, she said. We were desperate, and we were mourning. We wanted to do anything but mourn. So we did the most logical thing in our minds. Of course, we knew it was extremely risky, and that you, of course, weren't going to cooperate. You hadn't thought how we thought yet. I remember saying that exactly. But Cain wanted you to understand. He got the book for you to read. He thought that if you read it, you'd instantly understand like he did. But, of course, he was also impatient. He wanted to fix his mistake. She brought up her hand to her head and rested it. He drugged you, and we left. It was just like that. No plan, no supplies. 1 minute we were here, and the next we were gone. It was a bit of a blur. Everything was happening so fast. Cain figured out how to get into Subcon. For the longest point, that was our biggest barrier. I should think so, Abel said, trying his hardest to stay focused. But he drugged you was doing a mighty fine job of stealing his attention. It was actually one of the last things he saw from the eye. One of those times of foresight. They brought in supplies for the subcon facility through a spot just on the west coast called Three Rocks Point. It's about an hour and a half from where we lived. And you just dragged me there? Something tells me that wouldn't have been easy considering I was wheelchair bound. Right. She whipped a hand in front of her face. I remember now. We were going out there for... I think he said it was just a trip between us. It took a bit to convince your parents. It was the most I regret now because I indulged Kane's ideas of... We took the bus. A few of them, actually. It was when we got there that he, Did you know that he would? No, I swear. Abel nodded, listening closer. I'm sorry for the mix-up. It's like I said, it was happening so fast after so long of nothing. She took in a deep breath and the scratching on her leg continued. Supplies like fuel, food, fresh water were all brought to Three Rock Point and shipped by boat to the point above where the subcon was located. We sneaked on board the ship. It was a large freighter, and nobody ever visited, so they could get away with such a big boat. And we found that there was a sort of helicopter platform out in the middle of the ocean. It was connected to the long tube-like elevator that went all the way down to the entrance. They must do something with the interior's air pressure, because if it really was located at the bottom of the sea, there was no way anybody could feasibly survive down there. Abel didn't reply. He simply kept his hands folded and kept his eyes on her. We made our way inside. It was extremely dangerous. There were guards in the boat, a whole bunch of them in heavy clothing, armed most likely. Now think about this, setting the alarms off in your head. Of course it did. It's why we did it. It strengthened our resolve. We were stupid kids. Are stupid kids that were obsessed for revenge. And somehow we made it all inside. Kane ditched your wheelchair then. He was convinced you wouldn't need it anymore. I'd say it was probably better to bring it just in case, but he wouldn't hear it. There was no just in case with Kane. Not then. We were so close. He tried to imagine his older brother pulling him out of the wheelchair as they lay unconscious, giving us the shivers. We made it inside. It wasn't easy staying still for so long on the boat, but we did it. We waited until the shipments were all dollied out into the elevator platform and headed down before we moved from our hiding place. Obviously someone was going to pick up the supplies, and they would carry pretty heavily if we were there. So the guards loaded back onto the ship, we snuck off. Kane carried you piggyback style. It was windy, and the sea salt sprayed in both of our faces as we made our way down the elevator. What was weird was that the supplies were at the bottom when we got down there. They had been moved off the elevator, but they were pretty much piled up and untouched otherwise. There didn't seem to be many people, if any at all, in Subcon. Maybe they were just bringing supplies for future endeavors, Abel asked. I felt that if they were, and the place had nobody inside it, then they'd go in with the supplies instead of leaving it on the doorstep. Abel nodded. This made sense. We were confused by it, but it didn't stop us. We took off running. We didn't know which way we were headed. Kane seemed to, at least somewhat. As soon as we reached a fork, he'd choose instantly and not give it a second thought. Then,
Why haven't you voted yet?
a deep voice bellowed from above. The both of them stretched their necks up to see a giant black figure falling from above. It landed with a loud sound that shook them each. Abel sat up to see it was a large bear that had been half fur, half metal. It was different than the other creatures they'd seen so far. It was only half an exoskeleton, whereas the fleshy half looked dead enough. Circuits and needles were jammed into its open headpiece, plugged directly into its brain. Its right arm was completely made of metal, sharpened claws that could cut through just about anything.
You haven't voted. Your time is up.
It roared, sending slobber out like an infant. Who are you? Sophie asked.
Alpha, The first, although to you it shall be the last.
What are you talking about? Abel asked. The rules, Sophie said. Lucky's rules mentioned that 2 people minimum needed to place a vote.
You didn't vote, so now you shall be penalized.
It took a lumbering step closer.
Just like Answer and the other.
So they were both dead. Abel and Sophie both climbed to their feet and grabbed onto the chair nearest to them for support. Oh, we're here. We can vote, Sophie said. There's 2 of us here. We can vote to cooperate. The bear, Alpha, lunged at her. Would have mauled her in one go if she didn't send herself down the steps by pushing off of the chair. Abel followed suit and slid on the bloodied floor, sending him slamming chest down next to Levi's door.
You are too late,
He called up, echoing above them and all around. The claws dug into the wood of one of the chairs as he propelled himself into a mad dash toward Abel. He tried to get up, but before he could even react, the bear had been pinned by his neck. Alpha's trunk of an arm pressed down hard, cutting off his air. The bear lowered his head, and the faintest of whispers left his furry lips.
How'd the metal piercing your spine feel?
All at once, pain filled his lower half, distracting from everything else, and he could only see the back of the headrest in front of him. His back in the car, and the other car that had made impact. Blood pursed on his lip, and he felt everything. Nothing was numb. He was taut and wished nothing more than for it to end. Just kill me. Just kill me. Just kill me. Sophie screamed from the other end of the room, but it wasn't scared sort of a scream. Abel was running out of breath. He tried to think of how it sounded. Just then Alpha let go and rolled off of him. Abel's head shot up, and he saw that Alpha didn't simply roll over. Sophie had grabbed Answer's wing. The end where it attached to the rest of the exoskeleton was sharpened like a knife, and she'd ran with it, carrying it in both of her arms and rammed it into Alpha's fleshy side. He grabbed for it with the metal claw and yanked at it hard, gushing thick blackish blood onto the floor below. Sophie reached for Abel's hand. He took it, and she helped him to his feet. "Where do we go?" he asked quick. "Come here," she hurried toward the center of the room. Alpha kept his fleshy paw on the wound, breathing heavily.
You won't live.
He growled.
Revenge.
He launched the wing like a spear toward them. Abel stopped running and then bounced off the ground in between them. "I've had enough of revenge," Sophie said. "Come on," she turned to Abel. He saw what she was planning as the roulette came closer in view. The podium in the center wasn't acting right. He remembered what seemed to have difficulty falling lower into whatever chamber acted as its second state. The podium seemed to be stuck halfway, and the space between the top rim and the floor looked just big enough for a body to slip through. There were several things that could go wrong with the idea, but Sophie had seen it as a way to be out of immediate danger with Alpha nearby. He agreed it had to be worth the risk, whatever was down there, if anything at all. She slid as he made it to the top step and shielded her arms over her head. The blood they'd been running through acted as enough of a lubricant to ensure that she made it through the crack. Alpha started to make his way toward them as Abel followed her lead, falling down through the crevice into darkness. Memero IV. 34. Kane and Sophie were running through the hallways of Subcon. Kane carried Abel on his back. Sophie had his backpack on hers. Abel had been unconscious from the sleeping pills he'd taken from his mother's cupboard. Everything was so close to coming how he and Sophie had planned. He wouldn't have to feel guilty anymore. He'd be the hero. Abel would get to live a normal life. He'd study the machine's demise described from cover to cover. If he had the chance to, he'd sure he'd do what he needed to do. As they reached the 5th dead end, Kane was bouncing on his feet, looking for another way to go. They had already been through 2 floors of similar-looking hallways that was making them sick of being lost. Thankfully, they hadn't run into any troublesome people. That much he could consider his own luck. "Next floor down?" Sophie asked. "Yes, seems like we're not going to make much headway here." You doing okay?" "He's fine," he said, incredulously. How could he not be fine? He was about to have everything fixed. All of his problems were about to go away. He didn't realize how good it was going to be. He ran back to the nearest lift and descended even deeper into subcon. Sophie couldn't as much feel it, but Kane felt there was a noticeable difference in how the air felt. Something felt like he was sitting in the back of his mind, a whisper that rang through like the tone of a bell, a song just below the surface. Abel didn't realize how much he'd been risking for him. The next floor held what they'd been looking for. Not a soul lingered, except for the two brothers and the girl. They walked in on an observation room with a long window at the far side. Just outside of the window was the interior of a large shaft-like room that had housed a very large machine with thick and heavy cables. It looked like it stood on three pointed legs, almost like the claw of an arcade machine that had multicolored core in the center that shined brilliantly like a crystal. "That's it," Kane said, approaching the window. "That's it." He was exasperated. His heart flooded with all kinds of feelings. None of them were joy, but he pinned it up like he would feel after that was complete. Sophie had a smile on her face, a justified look as she clasped her hands together. "It's real. It's actually real. I can't believe it. We're actually going to save him." She looked toward the two boys and smiled. Kane wondered how much of that smile had been for him, and how much was for Abel. "Come on, let's go," Kane said, moving toward the far right side of the room. There was a doorway that would lead to the inner areas of the observation room. A walkway led down another few feet before depositing them just before their target. "Godsong," Sophie wondered, looking up at it. It was probably 15 feet tall, sitting in the middle of the darkened room. A heavy cable ran out through the backside and all the way up to the ceiling that must have stretched hundreds of feet up. Beside the machine itself was a small circular pod. It was hollow and didn't look very comfortable to be used as a chair. The inside was coated with a leathery material, but it didn't accommodate much space for the human body. Kane laid Abel down in the pod, bending him in a V-shape with his useless legs pointed upward, and his rear end sank into the bottom of the pod. "Okay, now bring out the cables." Sophie nodded and swung the backpack off her shoulder, kneeling down as she unzipped the bag, pulling out Mr. Gray's jumper cables. The human brain was a complex system of signals being received and transmitted. When these successfully arrive at their intended destination, the brain gives a response. We burn our hands on the stove, so the nerves in the body send those signals to the brain to make our body experience pain to avoid hurting itself again. It sends similar signals when we move, when we walk, when we listen. When those signals are interfered with, we receive complications. People went through some complications when that car accident severed the nerves to the lower half of his body. It was their goal that day to repair the connections that had been lost using the power of Godsong. It had been the will of the universe under its very own control. How selfish had Arctic Systems been that they'd hide it all to themselves? Didn't know why, only that it complicated things. Abel complicated things. He was very lucky to still be alive. He was very lucky. So lucky that his older brother was here to save him. Receiver of good fortune had been he, the lucky brother. Kane took the cables in his hands and walked over to his brother. "The lucky one," he played back in his head. He didn't have to keep thinking about it. He moved on. He was the lucky one. He clamped one of the cables onto Abel's right foot, just above the ankle. He made sure it connected to bare skin. He then ran the cable up the length of the distance between the pod and the man in the machine. The lower edge of the core hung low between the legs. It looked like a brilliant gemstone. Gawking was not what he was here to do. There didn't seem to be any surface with which to connect the cable, but he knew better. He read the eye. His glasses wavered on the bridge of his nose as he thrust his hand holding the cable into the core, entering it as if it were made of gelatin. He let go of the cable and let it dangle below, turning back to Sophie and Abel. She'd been caressing the top of his head, whispering something under her breath. There was something about that, something that he didn't like. The lucky one. Something he didn't like very much. Lucky one. Man, it's a good thing you've still got your sense of humor, or else I would have dumped you like the sandwich I had for lunch yesterday. Kane flashed back to the morning. The torrential rains had kept them to their room. You still ate it, though, Abel pointed a finger at him. And you tell me that my feet stink. Imagine how your breath must smell. Sophie must hate kissing you. They had been talking about a sandwich, he thought. But it wasn't just a sandwich. Yeah, Kane shook his head. Go on, keep your jabbering. At least I could get a girl. Yeah, $10 says once you kiss her next and she smells that stuff on you, she'd rather take the cripple. Kane chuckled. Yeah, pigs will fly and God will descend upon us. Pigs will fly and God will descend upon us. He looked up toward Godsong, and then back down toward Sophie and Abel. God indeed. "35. Your troubles will soon be over." A voice stirred Abel awake. He was remembering through his own eyes. His body ached, and then he saw he couldn't move his legs. Where am I? What happened? He asked. He felt a hand on his shoulder, looked up as he saw Kane's face upside down. There was something troubling about the way he looked. All right, we're ready to begin, he said, without emotion. He stepped out of view, and then all at once there was a tingling sensation at the nape of his stomach. He looked around, confused. What's happening? What's happening? We're fixing you, dear brother, Kane said. His voice was gruff. Does it hurt? Sophie asked, and then turned up to Kane. Maybe we should stop. Stop? How could we stop? Kane pressed a lever on the desk nearby forward a little more. The core began to glow dimly. There was a hum in the air that felt electric. The tingling feeling moved down towards Abel's crotch. It was a feeling that confused him, excited him. It continued down until he felt the tingling in his leg. His right first, but then it spilled over to his left. They vibrated as if they were dancing on their own. How could we stop and deny Abel his luckiest day? King continued. It's all for him, and he doesn't even know how much I had risked to get him here. Kane, that's enough, Sophie said. Shut it down. I can feel my legs, Abel said, lifting his right leg slowly, using muscles he hadn't in years. See, Soph? It's working. You know what they say. It's working so well we should make it a double lucky day. He raised the power higher. The core grew brighter and the hum was palpable in the room. The vibrating increased, and Abel felt it through his whole body. It stopped feeling good. It was not good. Kane, help, he tried to say. Kane, stop this. She placed a hand down on the pod. He's the lucky one, Kane screamed back. A terrible look engulfed his face. He's always been the lucky one. He betrayed me. How dare he leave me with the guilt? He looked up at Sophie, who was trying to help Abel out without getting shocked herself. And you tend him even now? He called. Kane frantically looked back at the taut cable going from Godsong to his brother's leg. No! He screamed at the top of his lungs. Now it's your turn! I am through! He grabbed the cable and yanked. Sophie's screams joined his own, and Abel's were off in the distance. A bright light formed at the connection, and from Godsong an outburst of energy traveled down the cable and set Kane aflame. His skin melted to the cable's exterior. His hand wouldn't let go even if he tried. His screams echoed forever, and his body slumped against the desk. The sound of a door closed behind them. Abel saw the tall shadow give off a blinding smile before his eyes closed. Apocalypsis. Red. 36. Abel woke as soon as he hit the floor. His eyes opened to a total darkness. Was this it? Was he dead? He moved his arms around to try to place where he'd been. His right hand felt metal. His left felt something more soft. He couldn't place where it was at first. "Excuse me." His eyebrows raised and he took a guess at what it was and pulled away. Sorry. Forget it. You okay? We were out of it for a while there. She was awake then, Abel noted. I'm good. Another memory. I learned why I can walk again. Oh. Abel shook his head, not that she could see it. We need to keep moving. We can worry about what it means in the end once we're free. It'll be easier to process everything then. He didn't see it, but he could sense that she nodded too. Right, there should be a way out of here. I'm no architect, but the fact that there's something down under the podium hints that it'll lead somewhere. Do you know which way to go? No, I've been underneath you this whole time. Why didn't you wake me? She was quiet a moment. I needed a second to myself, and I hoped you were seeing something else and not dead. Well, I'm not dead. You can get off of me now, she said. Right, he said, making his way to his feet. A sliver of light poured down from above as the podium attempted to open once more. It shone down as a ray to illuminate the tiniest of circles under his right foot. There was a splotch of blood on the ground underneath. It must be from the blood that was underneath his shoes. In the light he saw Sophie and helped her to her feet. Both of her clothes had been very massive blood stains on them, but that was the least of their worries. Abel's biggest worry was that Alpha would find a way down there with them. Didn't seem to hear him, but Alfie was gonna worry about it. I think I could see something over there, Sophie said, pointing a hand he couldn't see. She took out a step and he followed, keeping close behind her. Here, it seems to be a door. She made an effort to pull a handle down by her gut, and it slowly pulled outward. She bumped into Abel as she pulled it back, and as she did, light began to fill the room completely. It was extremely bright for the both of them at first. They turned around so that it wasn't shining directly into their eyes. Once they adjusted to the light, several things caught their attention at once. First was the trail of blood that led from the spot where they fell to the room they just opened. It wasn't little specks like he'd assumed to come from their clothes. There was a proper trail, enough so to turn them back around. Second was the door Sophie just yanked open. It was so heavy that she was sure it'd close on itself if she let go. On the face of the door there were 5 letters written in bold. Lucas. I think you... Sophie began. I see it, he said, looking at it intently. His eyes naturally flowed to the center of the new room. Before he took anything in, he saw it as plain as day. It was the third thing. The body that had been lying in the center of the room, minus a leg and an arm. Blood leaked from both stumps openly. It was Simon. Abel's throat was dry, so when his breath had caught, he had a terrible cough that slashed against his throat. He stepped inside, following Sophie, and let the door close behind them. It slammed shut with a heavy thud. The rest of the room began to fill itself in his mind. An extremely large monitor sat on the right side wall, with just as big of an input device. The center of the room held a rectangular table that had a peculiar design imprinted on it. It almost looked like a map to the very building they were in. There was sort of a workshop in the back with all kinds of junk laid out on the tables, but none of it interested him. He took another step in closer to the body and turned it over. He wasn't dreaming, he wasn't seeing hallucinations, and he wasn't crazy. Simon was here, but he was dead, due to blood loss. Sophie confirmed as much when she placed 2 fingers to the vein running up his neck and shook her head. How? I thought Answer killed Simon for not entering the door of this, and then Answer in turn was killed by Alpha just like Lucky was. This doesn't make any sense if he's down here. I think I have an idea, Sophie said. It's only a guess based on the information we have, though. We're still missing Levi, right? She asked. Yeah, but wasn't he left behind when the meteoroid hit? I think he was out of that whatever that was, I still don't know how to fully process that, but I think he left before us. Whether he learned something from that woman or not, something happened when he came back in. Maybe it was considered a violation of the rules for coming back in too early? What would constitute that, though? How early is too early? Abel shrugged. Well, maybe. The monitors turned on at their side and glowed a blue light onto them. Maybe, Sophie repeated before reading the words that appeared on the screen.
You are Abel Gray, the Red. You get to live with the guilt of my death. Everything is your fault. Everything. 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 Everything.
The screen then cut abruptly to a video feed coming from the main lobby. It's pointed at the ground from above in a bird's eye angle. Simon is laying on the ground where he had been before they'd come back from Levi's door. A few seconds passed before Levi burst through the door. He looked left and then right frantically. Answer floated down from above, flapping wings slower and slower until landing between Simon and Levi. I am your answer, he said. I don't care about your answer. I need to figure out how to remove the was all he cut out before his body exploded before their eyes, enveloping Answer in the blast and completely vaporizing him save for a lone wing. Simon was caught in the crossfire, awakened by the forcible removal of his arm and leg. A terrible scream filled the air as hot, steamy blood coated everything. Simon looked up as he coughed up blood, probably coming from an internal wound. He pulled himself closer to the center of the roulette podium, which had looked as it had before they entered the room, closed off. He was shaking. He slammed a fist down on the panel. Somehow, it activated and tried to open up, getting stuck on it as it had before. He crawled into the opening and slipped into the hole. The screen powered off, this time for good. He crawled all the way here thinking he finally had a way out, Abel said. Sophie shook her head. I don't think he expected to live, Sophie began. I think he just didn't want his body to be used by those. She started to tear up. Oh, fuck now, why am I crying over him? Abel found he couldn't keep it together much longer either. Too many people had died. And for what? What brought them here? Who was the tall shadow? He started to shake as he took a step over Simon's body. He saw past a partition that separated the workspace with another, more open area. Sophie followed without saying a word, because she had seen what he had. There was an elevator just past the bed in the open space. Elevators had to go somewhere. He pressed the button on the wall and waited for the familiar ding. The doors opened and a space that felt safe welcomed them. Abel looked at her, silent, and nodded his head. She wiped a tear from her cheek and nodded back. They hadn't beaten this stupid game, but he didn't care. He saw the button labeled 1F amongst a host of sublevels he didn't care about and pressed it as hard as he could. Finally, they were gonna be free. Finally! The elevator began to move. It rumbled slowly underneath their feet. There was the faintest sound of bells ringing in both of their ears. Abel swallowed hard. The bells evolved to a faint voice. It was familiar. They're right on time. Just then, the wall started to shake as much as the floor had. The two of them looked at each other as worry began to set in. The walls began, if they were seeing things right, to move the smallest bit closer. They weren't seeing things. They had definitely moved closer. And closer. And closer. They could do nothing but scream and pound on the walls as they moved until they could move no closer. The cracking of bones and crushing of skulls was the last sound to emanate from that room. Their blood would forever paint the walls as they would never be touched again. Nobody cheats the game. A devilish smile laughed in the darkness as the world faded to black. Act 2. Sileo. 37. Sudden sounds pull a young boy's consciousness up from the depths like the hand of God tearing into the ocean, reaching downward through the depths to feel its existence before tightening to an iron grip. Something was very similar about what had been happening, but it was at the same time different. His eyes opened up and he found he was restrained to a chair by his arms, legs, and neck. He need only look around to see that other bodies had been strung up like puppets as he had been. There was something familiar about it all. Something that... Nobody cheats the game. The voice rippled through his mind as if a pebble were tossed into a small pond. It knocked his memories loose and instantly he knew where he was and who he was. He was Abel Gray, and he was in the main lobby where the roulette game was held. Around him were the bodies of Simon, Arya, Sophie, Levi, and the old woman I. He smelled blood, but it was a familiar scent. The same one he smelled when he had first woken up in these restraints. I, at his side, was still leaking from the hole in her head. The others, however, brought a swelling feeling of happiness to his heart, considering the circumstances. They were not dead, blown up, or eaten by any mechanical monstrosities. That was when it occurred to him that he too was alive. He distinctly remembered the feeling of his bones breaking and the walls closing up on him forever. But could it all have been a bad dream? No, that was impossible. Everything was so vivid and he remembered everybody around him. There was no way it was just a dream. He tried to wiggle out of the restraints, but as he expected, he wasn't able to make much headway. As he did, Simon began to stir. His eyes opened slowly and looked around his surroundings. He tried once to break out of his restraints. Another cycle, huh? He said to himself. Hello, Simon? He looked up, confused, and for a second recognized him, but corrected quickly. For fuck's sake, what are you looking at? Simon, what the heck's going on? Abel asked. How do you know my name? You mentioned a cycle, Abel said, ignoring his question. You remember too? What happened before, I mean? Simon's face gave away his mind. Yeah. I remember you leaving me behind again. Again? Abel asked. Simon started to laugh. It was a horrible sort of sound. You leave me behind every cycle, Luke, and you wonder why I despise you so much. Abel looked confused at his answer. Luke? That's your name, isn't it? You've told me again and again and again, and it drives me crazy. There was malice in his voice. His eyes looked much darker. Leave behind every cycle? This has happened more than once? This roulette game? Simon leaned his head back and stared up into the darkness. You say you remember, but you don't know anything at all. Tell it to me then, Abel said. And my name's Abel, by the way. My real name. I remember who I am. Oh, of course you do. Simon, I'm sorry we left you behind. It's news to me that this has been going on for far longer than I thought. I don't know how that could be possible, but obviously we're living it, so I don't have any reason to not believe you. Simon didn't say anything, still staring upward. I found you, and it made me sick what happened. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. There wasn't supposed to be an explosion, he thought. His eyes wandered until they settled on Levi. His head was bent forward and his hair dipped over his eyes. If what he remembered about whatever that came before was true, then it was very likely what caused him to explode back then could very well do so here. He mentioned that it might have been so it was likely he could have assumed he meant bomb. But when did he figure out about such a bomb? Had he known all along? It wasn't likely. He was running back to confront Answer about it. That would mean it was most likely he found out about the bomb from the old woman. Maybe the elder had said it had been a part of his prophecy. Wait a minute. If this place were truly the subcon facility, then we should be underwater completely. How were we able to visit Levi's village? There were so many questions that plagued his mind. Hello? Simon asked. Are you brain dead already? Abel shook his head and the thoughts vanished. Oh, He looked up at Simon, who was looking at him as if he had claws for hands. You remember, Abel said. We already went through this, he said. Why do we remember? Why is this happening again? Do you think if I knew I'd still be here? You could. Knowing doesn't necessarily get you out of the situation. Well, smartass, then you can stop asking me. Knowing won't help you. Abel moved to respond, but felt trapped by his own admission. Why are you so mean? He decided to ask a different sort of question. You mentioned that we leave you behind every cycle. Is that really true? We're done talking, Simon said. As he did, Sophie beside him began to stir. She looked first at Simon and then looked at him confused. Where? She looked at Abel and her surprise took over. Abel. So you knew his name too, Simon scoffed. Figures. To think I've been trapped through this 100 times and you still find new ways to disappoint me. 100? Abel asked. 100 what? Sophie asked, confused. Where are we? Sophie, we're alive, don't you remember? Remember? That's a sick way to see it. Cain, She never remembers, Simon said. She has never remembered the Passover. He was looking at the floor now. He looked from Simon, then back to Sophie. A pained look of confusion doubled on her face. Passover? Abel, what's going on? Passover, is that what it's called? Abel asked. Yeah, it's what I call it. Hence, that's what it's called, Simon corrected. How many times have I, passed over? Simon looked as if he was about to give an answer, but stopped a moment. You haven't. This is the first time. First time for what? Sophie screamed. She clearly had enough. Her scream rustled Arya and Levi awake. They each looked like they had a massive headache. What's going on? Arya asked. And who am I? I don't like this one bit, Levi said. Well, Abel, Simon said. Looks like the party's just about to begin proper, so it seems you'll need to stick a pin in it. He grinned for the first time. The rambunctious voice of Lucky filled the room all around them, but Abel couldn't listen to anything but his own thoughts. Something was keeping their minds stuck in this strange facility, this strange place where doors could lead anywhere, and rabbits wore suits of steel. Somehow they'd been repeating the roulette game, traveling in a circle for 100 games at the very least, if Simon was to be believed. As much of a pain as he'd been, Abel could only think of the body he'd seen in the room under the podium. He had no reason to lie about this kind of thing. So why is it that he remembered this time? It has to be because something different happened in the last time that didn't happen during the others. Maybe if he could keep it up, they could break free of the loop they were in. He owed that much to the others, especially the others who didn't remember. Lucky hopped closer to them. He finished his speech to them while he'd been thinking. His beady little eyes looked up to them. In them, Abel saw himself. But it wasn't just himself he saw. There was someone else he saw behind those cold eyes. His little head perked up and mouth opened.
So, Greybeard, you passed over.
Aren't you the lucky one?
Memero V, 38. The day of the accident was one that stayed with Cain, although he wasn't the only one it had a lasting effect on. Outside of the bank, minutes before the fateful crash, a young man named Donovan sat in his car with a slip of paper tucked tight in his fist. His full name had been Donovan Bertrow, a maintenance tech at Arctic Systems. He was here outside the bank, and didn't particularly know why. He found the slip of paper a few days back when it had been sitting in his mailbox. There was text printed on the slip in small, black text. Crash it. Burn it. Remember it. Donnie didn't know what it meant when he walked back inside his house. He had the day off and was planning to go lay around for a while. Maybe do a little dope to relax on his day off. He lived alone, so he could smoke up almost any time he pleased. It was his time, after all. He started come noon. He hadn't even changed out of his boxers from the night before. The half-eaten bowl of cereal still lay out on the table in the dining room. He shrugged and grabbed the old bowl and lit up. Finishing the cereal he started the night before, an hour passed and something caught his attention outside. He set the bowl aside and hunkered over toward the window. Moving the curtain aside and letting the light spill into the room, there wasn't anything outside, so he let the curtain fall back into place. Then the sound caught his attention the first time and rang in his ears again. He heard it more clearly. It was the ringing of a bell. And then there were 2, 4, and they all echoed off one another. Where were they ringing from? He walked into his bedroom to see if they left an alarm on, but no luck. They didn't seem to be coming from anywhere, and then the ringing turned to a faint singing voice. He looked up to the ceiling and shook his head. The next day continued much of the same. He didn't even smoke then, convinced he was just hearing things because of the dope. When that proved to be untrue, it finally broke him inside. He could finally hear things in the songs that sang in his head. They were like instructions for his body, heavy persuasions he couldn't help but follow. He listened to the words that filled his ears, and before he knew it, he was sitting in the Volkswagen with a black ski mask and a loaded gun in the passenger seat. He didn't know where either had come from, but he noticed he was gripping the slip of paper in his hands. The voices spoke to him louder, and he looked back to the black mask beside him and slid it over his face. Crash it, burn it, remember it. His body felt weighted as he entered the bank and fired the shots off. It was as if someone was guiding him along. He still felt stoned even though he'd been 2 days clean. This only changed when the car collided into the Gray family vehicle. His body burned inside as the stone smile never left his face. His body was eventually recovered by police after the Gray family were taken to the local hospital. But late in the night, a shadow, tall and fierce, stole away the charred remains of Dodman Bertram. The police never found out how such a thing could have happened, and since then he was never identified on the scene. They had nothing to work with. The case was closed, and Donnie's personal effects at work were burned and his identity erased. Exchange 39. Abel looked at Lucky with an incredulous stare. What'd you say? Before he could say anything else, Lucky bounced back up toward the middle of the podium. They were released from their restraints. Abel grated his teeth as he hit the ground, not expecting it to hurt as much as it had. It passed quick enough.
Now, if you all follow me over here to this monitor, then we can see which of you devilish little players decided to defect.
Lucky called, bouncing off with a mounted gun. It doesn't matter who initially voted, Abel said, climbing back up to his feet. Sophie got the points for it because the old woman, I, chose to cooperate. Lucky began to chuckle. The others, sans Simon, had a confused but scared look on their faces.
Well now, it's such a shame that you said that,
Lucky said.
I was hoping you'd keep your mouth quiet so we could have some time to spend together.
He hopped toward Abel as he got closer, and he saw 3 sharpened claws slide out of each of his paws.
Father said that cheating is wrong.
Lucky moaned as he swept across Abel's throat. The flesh was torn and ribboned in Lucky's right paw. He went again, and Luff caught bone. He grappled it hard as the blood sprayed from Abel's neck. The others looked on in horror as they watched the young boy be torn to pieces before their very eyes. A terrifying shriek echoed as the claws retracted. Abel left to bleed out.
Time for you all to get going then. The roulette game begins now,
Lucky said, tapping the ground twice with his feet and then springing high into the air, up into the darkness far beyond what they could see. What did you do? Sophie yelled up after Lucky, but was pointless. He wasn't coming back down. She ran over toward Abel. He looked at her with something in his eyes that said, I'm sorry. The blood was draining quickly from his body. It pooled out onto the ground. Levi and Arya couldn't bear to look. Arya felt as if she was going to be sick. What's happening here? Levi asked. Should have kept his mouth quiet, Simon said. There was an airy sort of feeling around the room. Simon hadn't moved from where he stood before, and it didn't seem that death fazed him that much. He spilled a secret and broke the rules. Lucky punished him. It's done and over. Let's move on. It was harsh in the way he'd said it, a perfected edge that he sharpened to hurt the most. But for the first time in a long while, he didn't fully mean it. This time, he'd tone it down a bit. He'd have to take charge and be the leader that he was in the last cycle. It was strange. The boy never passed over before. What would this mean for the rest of the game? He couldn't let it shake him. He steeled his nerves and looked to Sophie, who had been kneeled by his body. He'd known that she knew him. He never knew the specifics. He was always dead before she revealed the specifics. "Get up already," he said. "If you don't want to end up like him, then you get up. It isn't much of a bother to me. I'll get out faster if you do." He said it with just enough of a sting to get a rise out of her. He knew that if she was left to her own devices, she'd stay down here with him forever. He knew there was no out. They would keep going around and around until the end of time. He wasn't going to have another cycle where she cried the whole time. He was right, Arya called from the monitor. Sophie stopped and looked to her. "What?" "Mirror," she was waving them over now. "It says it right here, Sophie. You have 2 digits to your password." It's like I said. He revealed something he shouldn't have known, and he got punished for it. Shame. His lucky was just about to talk about it too, so really he died for nothing. "You shut your mouth," Sophie said, looking back to him. "Yes, I do think we should stop talking about him. It doesn't matter what he did or didn't know." "You seem to know a lot about how this game works," Ari said quieter. "Me? I know nothing. It's just what the damn rabbit said. Of course, he did know, and Abel almost ruined it for him. If things were going to be different, they were going to be a lot different in his favor." "What if he was behind us getting trapped here?" Arya asked, persistent as she could be considering the circumstances. "Well, then we're stuck here forever without answers," Simon began. "Come on, use your head." Sophie shook her head. "He's your friend, right?" Simon figured it had been the kindest question he'd asked, and he didn't know how long. And it wasn't even particularly kind. Maybe there was just something about the uncertainty of everything that lit the littlest candles of hope that things would be different this time around. Or maybe he was just excited there was a body so early. He couldn't remember which it was. "Yeah," Sophie said, taking a short breath. "Doesn't matter now." She resigned herself to the fact. Are you behind it? Are you the mastermind?" Levi asked her. Levi was always a bit on the slower side of explanations. It wasn't his fault. He grew up in a small village. He lived to see it quite a few times. Of course, he always said how it seemed like something was wrong in the village. All in all, it didn't seem like it was breeding any geniuses anytime soon. "Of course not," she said, recovering more, but she did look back to his body, shaking her head. "Come on, please. I can't bury the body here and I can't stand to look at it. I think I heard a door unlock." Arya looked from her to the body. Her own body looked as if it was about to empty its contents. Arya was always the peacemaker, although Simon did notice a little bit of fire here. Of course, it made her story about her victim all the more interesting. Humans did funny things when put in the right situations. He stopped for a moment. Was this what omniscience felt like? Put a rat in a maze and eventually it'll have every twist and turn mentally mapped out. Give that rat infinity to explore the said maze, and you've essentially given it godhood. But what, though, of the rat that simply wants to escape the maze? What of the rat who no longer trembles at the threat of death because he's died every single run-through? Simon had felt like that rat. And it had been no surprise that come the origin of his disdain came anger and hatred for everything and everyone around him. Who were they to him? For all he knew, they were elaborate actors, forced to reset their roles as soon as they were killed or left. Nothing ever changed, and nothing ever made him forget that each time he went through this maze, he'd be left for dead, alone. Nothing ever changed. Except for the boy. He changed. He remembered. He passed over. Something inside him couldn't let that fact go. It was like one of the puppets he'd been surrounded by for so long was finally given life. A rat had escaped its predetermined path in the maze and landed directly in front of him, and Lucky killed him. The rabbit had been many a things in as many cycles past, but caught off guard wasn't one of them. And that is how he'd been when he'd see Luke. Abel, that was his real name, he heard him say. Something almost seemed pleased in a sick sort of way when he realized it. And he could realize it. That was an important fact. Lucky could tell that he remembered the previous cycle even before he opened his mouth. Simon didn't know what he was going to do next, but he figured he had to do something. He wasn't going to waste this chance. "Let's go already," Simon said. "My legs are tired of just standing here, and I'm not getting any younger." "40. Simon heard a gunshot and then a scream. Neither he had been responsible for. He was only 7 years old. It was the earliest memory he could recall. He remembered seeing a flash of light spill from the barrel of the gun like it was a divine hand coming to take him away from a distant land and time. It was the first time he was kidnapped. He learned much later on that the people who had done it were a couple of known thieves who frequented the Osaka region. They'd concocted the idea to get rich by stealing the son of a famous CEO. It was genius. How could it ever go wrong? Akihiko Nakatomi was well past his midlife crisis when he had brought Simon into the world. His wife, Naomi, passed during a difficult childbirth. After this, Akihiko grew very close to his son. The trauma that would occur effectively erased any of Simon's memories before the kidnapping, his mind trying to repress anything related to the event to protect itself, but instead it impressed itself as his first memory. It happened in the middle of the night. There was a fresh blanket of snow coating the ground as the two kidnappers made their way toward the back of the Nagatomi home. They had been watching the house for a few days prior to plan out just how they were going to accomplish their terrible goal. They found that the lights in the home were out by 9 p.m. The plan was then to break into the back windows, which was closer to the boy's room than the father's. To ensure that they could make the escape, they had the smoke bomb and mace to allow chaos. The plan, as chaotic as it went off without a hitch. Akihiko didn't even wake from the slumber for another hour, only to find the note initially asking for 100 million yen. The next time it happened, Simon was 9. He had almost forgotten the fear that he experienced, but it came rushing back to him all the same. This time it was a political move, brought to fruition by a rival company. Akihiko Nakatomi was the president of the Generous Foundation, an exceedingly wealthy benefactor to several international subsidiaries in regards to social, medical, biological, and even military advancements. Not everyone wanted Generous to invest in international affairs. They'd prefer the wealth to be spread to flourish the Japanese economy and install new business opportunities for the unemployed and homeless. The 1976 kidnapping had been a pressure Generous to pull back their support. The very next came not a month after the last. Another criminal who thought they could make it big by hosting a ransom for the child. Each time it happened, security was tightened, and more measures were added to keep Simon safe. Fortunately, this only increased the tenacity of those who wished to hold influence over Generous. Each time, as unfortunately as the last, Generous never budged in response to the kidnappings. There would be a response, and each of the 3 times that it has happened, the situation was cleared through force of soldiers and numbers far greater than the kidnappers. Simon initially believed that this was the force that his father had summoned to get him back, and each time it was the saving grace from the horrors that he had to endure. His father would save him no matter what had happened. The truth of the situation was that Akihiko, as much as he loved his son, never faltered to any threats of act or terrorism. To react would be to show weakness, and he knew that work was supporting life-changing work that needed to be experienced by the world. He was not in control of a military force. He had no police. He was but a common man when it came to these situations. There wasn't anything he could realistically do. He could have paid the ransoms, but there was nothing guaranteeing they wouldn't off his son after receiving the funds. And in that case, the only net gain was that he armed criminals with money for life. He couldn't trust people who stole his son away to stay to their word. And so he did nothing. He didn't feel good about it, never did, but he remained resolute. It worked out then that someone had the courage to do something, as soldiers did find the way to save Simon each time he'd been kidnapped. They had been noted to wearing heavy-looking black gear with no identifying features on them. The Prime Minister had disavowed their connection to the Japanese military, So the obvious assumption went to the Generous Foundation. "We only fund development and research." Akihiko remembered that as the first thought that ran through his mind as he saw the tabloids claiming Generous to the rescue. After the third kidnapping, Simon was assigned a full-time bodyguard to keep him safe at all hours of the day, and for a little over 11 years, this much became the truth. Simon received the best therapy his father could provide for him, and as the years passed, the need for a bodyguard around at all times wasn't needed. By the time that he was 17, Simon requested that he need not one at all, and it was then he resumed his public education. 4 years of normalcy passed in the blink of an eye. "41. When Simon was 22, he left his father's home and started living on his own. He and his father had been quite distant for the past few years. Simon had largely recovered from his previous traumas, but he learned the truth about his father's inaction during his kidnappings, which led to many fights between the two. Simon was hurt that his father considered his public image and company over his own well-being. Akihiko regretted his actions, but had trouble vocalizing his feelings on anything other than anger, and it wasn't until after a fight that he'd realized he was most angry with himself. It wasn't the only reason that Simon had left. He felt that with age, his father wasn't really himself on some days. There were times when Akihiko wouldn't speak to his son at all, and most of them weren't even predicated by a fight. There were times Simon even swore his father's eyes were burning white. He was a natural brown, so he convinced himself it was just a trick of the light, but it happened more than once to stick in his mind. The day after his coming-of-age party, he hit the road and found himself a nice apartment on the edge of Osaka. It was there he picked up a job with a newspaper just on the edge. He started with about a peon learning the ropes, but he quickly grew and found a niche in reporting issues in the workplaces. He despised it when people in power took advantage of others. It made him sick to his core. It reminded him of all the times he was kidnapped and how powerless he'd been, and how powerless his father had chosen to be. It was no secret that rumors were flying around about Generous's involvement in cases surrounding one of their subsidiaries, Arctic Systems. There was a staggering amount of employees that were killed in the past 10 years in motor accidents. An accident was tragic, but there had been talk about it being more than an accident based on all the commonalities of each accident. This was all overseas, of course, and Simon didn't have access to his father's money. He couldn't very well fly across the world to write up on a scoop. So he did what any good reporter would do in this situation. He went for the source. He went home. What he found was that his father's home was a mess, as if somebody had thrown a large party. Heirlooms littered the floor with little regard, and framed photos lay cracked against the walls they once hung on. As he climbed the stairs past the foyer into the parlor room, he saw scratch marks on the walls. They grew in frequency as he continued, finding a large slash mark by the next door in. An invisible weight tied itself around his ankles as he struggled to move closer. Just past this door was the hallway that led to his father's room. He slammed the door open and began running to confront the fears that had almost suffocated him. Simon burst through the door to his father's room to find it empty. The rest of the house had been empty as well, but it had confused him then. Who'd been in the house to make all these markings? He then saw a slip of paper stapled to what used to be the door to his room. He looked at it with a wild sort of contention, as if it were there to simply spite him. He walked up to it slowly and yanked it off the door. It was his father's handwriting. He recognized the strokes easily enough, as it was his father that taught him how to write. He looked the paper over and started to read. His father was gone. It was a note of goodbye. His father knew he'd be back and that he'd see it on the door. Most disturbing was throughout the duration of the note, his father's grip on his own sanity began to slip. What started relatively composed devolved to more frantic and short sentences. The strokes themselves looked like they were rushed. Near the end of the sheet, he sees a phrase repeated twice. "Get out of my head." It had been so striking because Simon had seen that his pen left the paper and continued onto the door, repeating it up and down the length of the wood. He took a step back to get a better view of it all. He realized that it went past the door and plastered the entire wall. He saw it so clearly now it shocked him that he didn't see it before. The door to the parlor had familiar scratch marks on it. so it was most likely that Akihiko Nagatomi had written this note before whatever was running through it enough. Then he moved toward the parlor, and then writing on the walls wasn't enough. Whatever was bothering him had ripped apart the walls, probably with his bare hands. There was a loud thumping sound from the back of the house. Simon took off like a bullet to the source. The paper was still gripped tight in his hand. He found his father in what could only be described as a royal mess. The table in their dining room was tipped over against the wall. Red writing covered the walls as the makeshift katakana scratched across the boundaries of the room. Simon saw his father in the center of the room bent over, adding to the message he'd been writing. His fingers were coated in a deep red that bubbled from the blisters on his fingers. He was painting the message across the dining room with his own blood. "Father," Simon asked, taking a step in, but as he did, his eyes were drawn to the start of the message. He didn't know how it was the start. It drew him in like the pull of a magnet, and his brain was as attracted as a robot's. He didn't notice his father finish and crane his neck around, his blank eyes staring straight through him as if he weren't even there. Simon was scanning the room for the next piece of writing. The bitter truth about life is that it ends as often as it is without grace. I've learned this fact several times over the time I've spent on this planet. It was the Eye of Timaeus, the first passage from the life book. But of course, Simon didn't know that. He'd only read it as the musings of a man driven mad, most likely by the guilt that had finally caught up to him. He looked down finally to the poor creature that had been his father, and was shocked to see the look in his eyes that had convinced himself he wasn't crazy for seeing. It was as if there weren't any pupils at all, just the whites that filled everything. His father was on all fours as drops of blood dripped from his fingertips. He looked almost frog-like from where he sat, turning fully to face Simon. "What's wrong with—" Akihiko lunges toward his son in one swift motion, tackling him straight against the table and knocking the wind out of his system. His head hit the wall, and just like that, his consciousness was flicked off like a light switch. 42. Simon woke up restrained to a chair sitting upright. Sweat coursed down his forehead as he grit his teeth and he yanked to try and free himself. He screamed as it did no good. He was breathing heavy by the time he quit fighting it. He saw around him 5 other people were restrained just like he was. This was the first cycle. Simon wanted nothing more than to escape the atrocity that was the roulette game, even cooperating with the other players to ensure that everyone could make it out alive. He was going to make it out alive and bring his father down. It was obvious he didn't care about Simon, but Simon could give less than a single shit if he went nutso. Of course, that he kidnapped him almost twice over, a slap in the face, a kick in the teeth, he would be brought down. These other people were innocents that were obviously unlucky to get mixed up with his business. This needed to end. Before any third round of the game had begun, Simon was defected against by one of the other players, and he was shot in the end. The fraction of a second before his brain matter splintered across the room was long enough for his life to flash before his eyes. It was a painless feeling as it all fleeted away, and it was only a moment later when he regained consciousness sitting upright, restrained to the chair. Confusion struck his face harder than a tire iron, as a strong sense of familiarity over the situation rose from the depths of his subconscious. He didn't fully understand what it meant, and chalked it up to a horrible nightmare. When events began playing out in a similar fashion as his nightmare, Simon began to accept it more as reality. He wanted to get out of this crazy place and figure out what had happened to him. He remembered, of course, that one of the other players had defected against him before in the third round of the game. He took this knowledge with him and made the extra effort to befriend that player. He lessened his edge that he knew he had on him. It was a self-defense mechanism he built up in response to his childhood traumas, and it suited him well for being a reporter. It didn't suit him, however, for being easy to make friends with. Things he usually had a bit of a blunt edge to them that people weren't used to considered it rude. Simon tried his hardest to dull the edge. It turned out his plan had worked. He made it past the third round. Everyone did. Unfortunately, things would end up crossing a similar path in the interim between rounds 3 and 4. One of the other players had learned that Simon knew more about the game than anyone else. Simon in turn learned that he was the only one that remembered what had happened previously. The other player convinced the others that he was the mastermind in the game. The sight wasn't pretty. He was ripped limb from limb in the ensuing chaos. Desperation to get out led to anger, and anger led to hate. Hate turned to violence, and Simon could feel it tear his body apart. He woke up a moment after dying, restrained to the chair. He was breathing heavy and shook like a Californian earthquake. He screamed as the memories flooded into his mind and pounded his brain like a drum. He couldn't let the others know that he remembered, or else they'd do the same thing to him. This time, he was defected against in the very first round of the roulette game. One of the players had woken up without him noticing during his screams and didn't feel safe keeping him in the game. No matter the cycle, no matter the reason, no matter the person, Simon always died. He tried a 4th, 5th, 10th, 20th, 50th time. When the 51st cycle came about, he'd exhausted all of his ideas on how to cheat his own death. He tried killing everyone as soon as he got the chance. He tried killing only one of them and asserting his dominance. He tried befriending them all and being the hero. He tried forcing himself on the girls. He tried forcing himself on the boys. Anything to make any sort of difference. Nothing fazed him. Nothing pleased he who created this loop. He tried to use the information of the previous cycles to help them escape quicker. He tried everything. He tried everything. Simon woke up on the 100th cycle for the first time in, well, ever. The boy woke up first. Lucas, he called himself. It was the first time anyone had woken up before him. Before his memories began rushing back to him like the souls of a million lives. It was the first time that the idea that they were anything more than puppets destined to repeat the same actions in the same closed environment, that they were living, breathing people. Almost. He almost considered it, but he resigned it to a fluke and nothing more. There was no way that the boy would just randomly break script after 100 times. There was no precedent to this. It couldn't have happened. Simon didn't know what to do. For the last 20 cycles, he'd been stuck in a rut of being as rude as possible. His old edge would have been terrified to see what the new sort of wall he'd built up. It was the only thing he could do to keep his mind off of the infinite nothingness. He next noticed that the podium had begun to short-circuit just after the second round had concluded. In the entirety of this time in the subcon facility, the electricity had never gone out. The wiring never short-circuited. The podium never had any difficulty retracting into the ground. He had voted to defect against Arya in that round, and he knew that he'd taken the blame for the murder of I as well. But truth be told, Arya was the only person he'd defected against in that cycle. He had tried exposing the other player in the previous cycle, and of course it turned to backfire against him, as they led a pseudo-mutiny against him. Mutiny wasn't quite the right word, as it implied that he had any sort of power in the first place. Levi gained his courage by knocking him out. It was well-deserved. He'd seen how Levi looked at the girl almost half his age. He knew what buttons to press to get a reaction out of him. Getting a reaction out of them was the only thing he could control. Levi, Sophie, and Lucas. Abel. Gods, he needed to stop doing that. His name was Abel. He was sure of it because he said it in this new cycle. This cycle where everything was different. They left him behind, which had been his plan ever since he noticed the podium's malfunction. He was sure that if he let the others in on the fact that something wasn't right, they'd find a reason to kill him, and his one chance could be over. Who knows if Abel would wake up first again. Maybe he would at 200 cycles. The possibility was there, but Simon wasn't willing to accept the possibility because that would mean he'd suffer. The game was only half over before he got another chance. He had to ensure he had to check it out alone. He didn't think Levi would have hit so hard. He never hit that hard any time before. It was enough to knock him unconscious. But eventually woke up. It was the dull sensation that came with the forcible removal of his arm and leg once Levi exploded. This too came as a surprise to Simon. The first thing that entered his mind before even the pain was the desire to look for the podium. And there he found that the damn machine had been stuck trying to close, leaving a space just big enough for him to fit through. He crawled with his good arm, his only arm, and slid himself into the crevice created by the mess. He landed hard and a good portion of his blood splattered onto the ground. He almost died there if it wasn't for his determination turned into a palpable armor. He pushed himself forward and made it to the metal door which had the name Lucas emblazoned on the front. He made his way inside and he could feel pain as he dragged himself in. The blood was openly pouring out of him now. He saw a large monitor on the right side of the room, and it lit up as he entered. playing a video clip he couldn't quite make out. His vision was waning. He forced himself to keep his eyes open. He's not sure he could trust what he saw, but for moments before the last of the blood oozed from his body, he could almost swear he saw a young teenage boy held in a cross pose beside a metal sort of exoskeleton, a form all too familiar to him. Knives and blades were cutting up the boy's head in a surgical manner by a figure off-screen. It had been too much before his vision faded before he'd wake up again. Lucky. That boy had been lucky. Not in the sense of the term or the word. He was sure the boy had his own misfortunes, but he had been lucky. And he looked so much like Abel. Maybe, he thought, maybe if this changes, maybe we can stop all of... Overload. 43. Simon followed the others towards the newly opened door. He noticed that Arya was leading the group. That was odd, he thought. He knew that she was the most timid of the group. Even Levi could find his own inner strength that pushed enough. But Arya was different. She only seemed to deflate when pushed. She'd fold in on herself. Each of the others would fight back at one point or another. And here she was leading the group toward the door. She even questioned him about how much he knew. It was almost fascinating. Finally, something new was happening. He had to hold back a smile. It could be absolutely nothing. Things could be different, but that didn't automatically mean they'd be better. Simon! Arya had yelled at him. He nearly walked into her because he was so deep into his thoughts. He looked up at her, a dazed look on his face. What? It had been so unlike of him, an answer. Unlike of him for the last 50 cycles. Arya had been looking at him now with a bit of vigor. Are you good with that? She asked. Good with... We're all gonna play the stupid game, Levi said, putting a hand in one of his pockets. He did that often when he resigned to something so obviously a bad idea. Levi wasn't one for speaking his opinion often. Simon nodded. Yeah, I guess, he said it quick. He tried to round it out with his edge, but it wouldn't come. It was as if everything that happened had taken precedence. He no longer felt angry. He almost felt angry that he didn't feel angry. I swear to God, if this is setting me up for a bigger disappointment, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Let's just get the hell out of here. It wasn't anything. Don't let it get you hoping now. It could be something. Don't give up hope. These were the thoughts that battled each other within his mind. He wasn't surprised that one of the doors had unlocked. He'd seen several unlock many times before, but the others played through their satisfaction that finally a way forward had unopened. Lucky had always made it clear in their first meeting that there was a waiting period before the door would unlock, but rarely would anyone other than Sophie notice. They walked through the door with a tepid hesitation and found that it was Sophie's door they had found behind the lock. The inside of her room was a bit different in that it almost looked like an exhibit from a museum. It was a strange choice considering Sophie hadn't ever mentioned that museums were particularly important, as far as she could tell. There were headphones set up at different stations that would talk about the exhibit on display, which seemed to be on alcoholism. Again, another part that didn't seem to fit Sophie. Simon had listened to the audio journey the first time through the room, but nothing seemed to catch his attention. It was the normal kind of stuff he'd expect to hear if there was such an exhibit in existence out in the world. Dry, bland, full of facts others would be more willing to accept without double-checking. There were also some suits of armor that didn't fit much else in the room. Each lined one side of the door as almost some sort of inanimate guards. Each of them always carried a lance upright with both their arms as if allowing each of them to pass. These weren't the first things that grabbed Simon's attention when he stepped into the room, separated in two halves by the dividing wall that ran almost the whole length of the room. He saw a corpse that had been stabbed several times with one of the knight's lances. Dried blood caked the walls and floor around them. The others had seen it just as quickly as he had. They looked at one another in shaded silence before turning at once to look at Sophie, confused. All at once there was a ringing sound that almost looked like bells. It echoed through the walls. Nobody said anything. The sound rang louder, and each of them would swear they heard an almost angelic singing from joining voices in the unison. All at once, Simon felt a weird bubbling sensation under his skin. It was like someone opened up his skin and tossed a shaken up carbonated drink inside and let it fly. He looked around to see Arya looking at her own arms with a sense of disgust as well. Then Levi. Then Sophie. They were all feeling the bubbly feeling underneath the surface. It was next that Simon couldn't walk. He couldn't move but to stand. And then his mind filled blue, then green, and then finally a prismatic array of images and sounds. They were all paralyzed as a flash of images forced their way into the minds of each of the players. They could do nothing but reach for their heads as it overloaded into their brains, till all at once they screamed out in unison. "44. Sophie woke up on the 101st cycle inside a room that looked like it had been an exhibit for some tacky museum. It had a high ceiling that extended upward, but it wasn't too wide. The whole room could be seen in halves from almost any point except for the portions not blocked by the divider that ran almost the length through the room. The walls were a sickly beige that looked almost how Sophie had felt. The last thing that she remembered was screaming out to Cain. There was something so strong about that feeling. Then it came to her. She remembered sneaking into the subcon facility, and she also remembered Cain's moment. She didn't know what else to call it, and suddenly it made her cry. She didn't move. She just remained on the ground looking upward toward the ceiling. Her immediate location wasn't as important as the bullet train of feelings and memories shooting straight to her heart. Entire minutes passed as scenes replayed themselves in her mind. Finally, when she had enough, she took one brisk breath and nearly launched herself up, quite literally by the bootstraps. She was on the northern side of the divider when she noticed one of the cassette tapes fixed to the wall with a pair of headphones. She turned around in confusion, trying to place herself, but she'd never seen this place in her life. It must be some side room in subcon, she thought. She couldn't see any exit from where she was standing. She turned back to the wall with the cassette player and saw the wall now had "Listen" written in red paint. Yes, red paint. Let's please go with that. She blinked twice to make sure she was seeing entirely correct, and then looked back down at the cassette player, reaching for the headphones and then taking them in her hands. She slid them over her ears with a silent trepidation. Nothing made sense about what was going on. And you're just gonna follow those directions? I'm ashamed of how little your resolve has become. Her inner voice berated her. She didn't listen to the voice as she pressed play. The chilling voice met her ears with a message that had not appeared in any previous sight.
Sophia Houghton Terrius, born of Michael James Terrius and Cassandra Lilia Gott. You have made an impressive effort in investigating the circumstances behind your mother's very mysterious death.
The sound startled Sophie, and she threw off the headphones and backed up to the wall. She was like a small child with nowhere to turn. This was too much. She'd had enough of this. Suddenly, it all became very real. The severity of the kinds of things she was dealing with became real. But her eyes never left the headphones dangling in front of her. There was no sound coming from them as soon as they left her ears. She walked slowly toward them and shifted back on her head.
Your fright now is confusing. You've shown no fear until now. Why? Are you suddenly doubting your choices?
"I'm not afraid of you," she said, and realizing that there was no input device, even if someone was actually on the other line, there'd be no way she could reply. She was listening to a pre-recorded tape. Whoever brought her here, the tall shadow she saw before she passed out, must be some pretentious prick who would predict she'd act apprehensively. But then again, how do they know who she is to that detail?
You are a curious person. One of the most curious, in fact. Which makes you perfect for... Well, I won't ruin the surprise. But I will do something for you. I'll tell you exactly how your mother died. You believe the words I'll tell you, right? Maybe not at first, but you read the book. You'll see it as I say it. You've seen the images before.
The fuck are you? She stopped herself, looking around, headphones still in her ears. Are you watching me?
Many days ago, our text was stolen by one of the people we employ at Arctic Systems. We were correct in the theory that we have taken measures to ensure it gets returned. However, your mother passed long before our text was taken, so we claim no responsibility. I understand this answer isn't what you want, so let me lay down the day your mother passed in as blunt detail as I can offer.
Why is this so easy? Sophie thought that this was extremely suspect, that everything was so convenient here. She was shaking her head unconsciously as the words spilled into her ears.
You were a toddler then, so your memories of that day are faded at most. Your father was a heavy drinker. He would spend hours after his shift drowning himself in alcohol. He averaged more time there than at home with you or your mother. She would drive him home each night since she didn't trust him on the streets. The day your mother died was the day your father decided he was done with drinking for the 10th time. He left earlier than normal and got into a wreck with your mother who'd been on her way to come pick him up.
As the voice on the other end of the line spoke, she saw every word play through her mind like a memory that was clean of any obscurity. They weren't her memories, but she saw them as clear as could be. A tear formed at her eye, and her mouth dropped open.
She died instantly. Your father escaped blame because of my generosity. I keep very close tabs on the people I come in contact with, employee or partner. I also took the pleasure of clearing his guilt and erased his mind of the memory. Alongside yours, of course, what little there was to erase. How could you live on with the knowledge that your father's poor decisions killed your mother? You couldn't.
Who are you? Sophie screamed out. On the scenes repeated on themselves, doubled over like two movies, being played on the same projector in her mind. Who are you?
We've met plenty times before. Every time you remember the thoughts in your mind that caused you to believe that generous foundation and Arctic Systems were behind your mother's death, you were in contact with me. You didn't know it until you started to read the book. That's when your eyes were opened. That's when you really began to think, to experience, to feed me. I said you were very interesting, and I meant it. Your thoughts and your theories and discoveries have been so exciting. I wish you the very best. I've left you a present just on the other side of the divider. Know what you'll do, and so do I.
The sound stopped on the other line. Sophie didn't know how to react. She stood still as a heavy sensation whipped around the back of her head. It was like a brick was suddenly tied around her neck and dragged her down underneath the surface. She stepped out past the divider and saw her father lying unconscious against the wall. She'd completely missed him. He was alive, she could tell, by his chest rising up and down. In a matter of moments, he shifted from her father, whom she loved, who had protected her from the evil menace that was his evil company, to the man who'd been sitting at the bar a little too long and a little too much. She then looked back at everything and started and put it forward that her father really hadn't been a nice man. She'd excused a lot of the things in the time before she was living on her own, and for once that concept sounded like the strangest in the world to her. She was old enough to be on her own, sure, but it was far from the safest thing. Wouldn't a father do anything to protect his own daughter? Surely that wouldn't mean sending her to her own accord and hoping that she didn't just die. She was obsessed with solving the mystery of her mother's murder. The mystery never existed. Sure, it existed with Cain and Abel. She was sure of it. That voice on the other line as much confirmed it. Your theory was right. It just didn't exist for her. And what was that? Some terrible coincidence? A lie? It had been a bit of both. But she couldn't differentiate the two because the person who had been the root, who had put her on this wild goose chase, who had taken her mother from her, who, for all intents and purposes, abandoned her himself, sat in front of her with a dull smile on his face. It was such a peaceful smile that it spoke out against everything else in her life. Nothing was peaceful anymore. Nothing was allowed to be peaceful. If things were peaceful, then they were okay, solved, finished. Things were not, and they always felt like they never would be. Once more, the scene of her father crashing played in her mind. Right after it, Abel was screaming. Cain was a howling, a demon sound as God sung the world to life. Her mother's head bounced back. Abel's legs were impaled. Flashes of blood streaked across her vision, and before she knew it, she was screaming herself. There was a heavy weight in her hands, and if it meant to be there all along, she rammed it forward with her arms. She'd grabbed the lance from one of the knights guarding the door just opposite her father's body, and sent it through his chest. His eyes opened and bulged as it pierced his heart. He fell to his side, and Sophie only looked as he did. The scenes didn't stop playing in her head. They only continued. Faster, and faster, and faster, and She grabbed for the hilt and ripped it out of her father's chest. Blood gushed openly onto the floor. She screamed and brought the lance over her head and slammed it into his eyes through the side of his head. She screamed and placed one foot on his head to yank it back out. That's when they stopped, and she felt the bile rising to her throat. The reality of the situation hit her, and she was shaking so coldly. She made a short sound as she let go of the lance, horrified at what she'd done. She couldn't speak, couldn't bring the words to the surface. The blood sprayed all over, and she fell back on her rear end. She crawled up against the wall and looked at what used to be her father bled out. She couldn't look away, couldn't separate herself from the moment that lasted an infinite amount of time. "45. Arya held the knife in her hand. The body it just entered slid to the floor of the bedroom as the blood pooled around him. She was breathing heavily and felt the adrenaline coursing through her own body, the body that this man had tried to violate. She wasn't going to let that slip so easily. She'd been working this case for months now, and she wasn't going to let it slip away just like that. It was supposed to be a simple job. She followed Villiers' family for the past 2 years and had learned almost everything that there was to know about them. The important thing being that his father was a general manager for the Paris branch of Arctic Systems. This didn't mean much to her, of course. They meant more to her contractor. Arya was 13 when she made her first contract killing. Her age and meek demeanor made it so very easy to lure her targets into a false sense of security. She was dragged into this world after her parents sold her to satiate a drug problem. She was passed around like a cursed hot potato. The criminal underworld had their way with her for the entirety of her life until she met her contractor, a man who worked from the shadows as a crime boss with no name. She only knew him by his scent, a slight floral hint that inspired her alias. Her contractor gave her a target first in the Woodruff, Oscen. She was to seduce his son, Villiers, and make contact in her home. The target had reportedly stolen a very important artifact from Arctic Systems, and she was to retrieve it and kill anyone who made contact with it. She had no choice but to accept it, and she pulled it off with aplomb. There she stood in the bedroom of Woodruff, Oscen, as he lay bleeding out and gasping a bubbly sound through his throat. She couldn't bear to hear his moaning anymore. She bent down and unzipped his pants. She had to yank them to get them off his waist. It might have been quite a trophy for him back in his days, but those days had been long over. She took the knife and cut off his penis, the blood flowing freely onto the carpet now. She tossed it aside and stood back up, moving to his nightstand. Just where the intel said it'd be. Her contractor was very knowledgeable. If she were raised to ask questions, she may have wondered why they knew so much. Of course, she wasn't, so she didn't. Inside the nightstand was the large tome that had the funny symbols across the front. She tucked it under her armpit and ducked out under the cover of night. Villiers would come home that night to his father's corpse, and the police would be called. They wouldn't find Arya, as she was already out of town. She almost didn't read the book, but her curiosity grew to be the best of her as she waited the next morning to pass, so she could meet with her contractor. They preferred to meet at night. It was always at night. The morning she hid out behind a gas station inside a dumpster, recently emptied. She had a few hours to herself before she'd be found, and the lid of the dumpster had a perfect hole near the end that allowed a small ray of sunlight to peek through. It was almost perfect. On that day in 1985, Arya was reading the very book that Abel had lost his legs over exactly a year later. 3 years after this job, Arya would have forgotten most of the details of her first run-in with the book. Her memory more filled with the vivid details of how Mr. Anson's crotch bled, or how deep the knife entered his chest. It didn't matter when she was taken from her sleeping quarters in the southern French foster home. Her underground work was nearly behind her, and she hadn't killed anybody in almost 3 months. She found an opportunity to escape, and took it without a second glance. It didn't help much when she awoke, restrained to the chair. "46. Arya's contractor was a very mysterious individual with no funding backing him and no love for the heads of Arctic Systems. After receiving the book from Arya, he knew that he had to find some way to dispose of it where nobody would think to look. He was desperate. After all, they hired a hitman to kill his family. This was before the eye was stolen, but Banner had been funneling information out to the black market. He'd become a liability and had to be stopped. Wayne Banner had been Cain and Abel's father's gateway to a job at Arctic Systems after college. He was head of the Marine Biology Unit and spent countless hours of his college years working his way up. He started with the company just out of high school. He'd been recruited for his specific talents and skill sets. Things seemed to work out perfectly for Banner. Things changed when they led to an expedition out on Stein's Child. In 1981, Arctic Systems was contracted by the Generals Foundation for an investigation on some historic material, and so they sent out a small team from America paired with a small military presence as protection to the small village to investigate in a way as best they could. The natives that lived there were a different sort altogether. Banner learned quick enough. They fled from their village as soon as the team from Arctic arrived, fearing they were there to massacre them and pillage their people. Wayne thought that if they remained, that might have been true. He was the translator on board for the team, and would be the only one who would eventually translate the Eye of Timaeus. It was there they found the original writings that Banner would compile into the modern tome. After the book was completed, Banner could tell things had been different with how others from the company treated him. It was subtle at first. People would quiet as he walked by, but it grew exponentially when he found that someone had broken into his home after a spontaneous night out drinking. He found his family dead where they slept, throat slit and sheets stained with red. One day, he didn't come back to work, back home to the place where the ghosts of his family remained, or even anywhere that anyone who knew him saw. He vanished from public view. The next few years was spent going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole that became the mystery surrounding Arctic Systems. His search led him deep into a world he didn't think could exist, a criminal undergrowth that always existed on the underside of society he floated on top of. None of it mattered except the ones responsible. He met quite a few nasty people along the way. Child molesters, drug pushers, drug cooks, even sex traffickers. It was important before diving into any of this, he hid his identity. He knew, of course, anything could harm his family. Anybody he met from the underside of the world he did. So, where he could not be seen except through darkness, he traded for information, staying clear of the real nasty works. He came across a child being touted as a killer of the highest pedigree. She was shipped all over the world ever since she was an infant, beaten down so much that when she spent some time in the burrows of Russia, she learned how to fight and how to kill by the age of 9. Bouncing back and forth, she kept out of the sex market by the very skin of her teeth. It was then that reports of the book had been translated and had stolen from Arctic Systems, and with this information, an even greater idea formed in his head. He would get his hands on the Eye, and nothing would stop him from destroying Arctic Systems for good. The world could use a poison less toxic than Arctic. It was then that contractor met contractor, and the Eye had then traveled from Stein's Child to the Germanic branch of the Arctic System, then from Germany to France via Woodruff Anson. Then here it would come to America. Once the book was in his possession, Wayne Banner believed he had to act quickly. If he waited too long, he would be found out, and they wouldn't make the mistake of missing him again. The morning after it arrived, Ari had cut all ties with her contractor and went her separate way. She'd find herself ending up at a foster home on the south side. Wayne had received a knock on the front door of an apartment nobody had never knocked on before. He didn't have friends. Any he had were left behind the day he left Arctic Systems. He didn't speak to family, and he only communicated with the landlord through penned letters. Coincidentally, he lived in the room just next to the very same one Sophie would be scrolled in away 3 years later in 1988. He stood frozen as the knock came again. Once more, and a final time. There was a moment of silence as Wayne, now not as young as he used to be when he worried over people looking over his shoulder, took a step back in the small, pitiful kitchen. He wondered always what he would have done if he was ever confronted in this kind of situation. And after all he'd seen in the past few years, he always thought he'd have stuck his ground and fought his way back until his very last breath. Instead, he only took a step back, waiting to see what would happen. The door swung open, and a figure with extremely long white hair strode into the room. They wore an all-white coat that almost blinded him as snow on a sunny winter morning. What scared him most, and kept him from screaming out, was the fact that the figure, Wayne couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, had no pupils. Their eyes were blank, and their face was as smooth as porcelain. They took a step into the home with the hands behind their back and not saying a word. Wayne was now against the back wall, holding the book between his arms and his chest. All of his breath left him. He could not speak back. The white figure took 3 steps forward. It was all they needed just to reach in front of his face. The figure looked down to the book and gave a small sort of smile. It looked as friendly as a rabid dog. The figure looked into his eyes and then it began shaking, spasming violently. Images flew through his head at a speed he couldn't control. His mouth began to foam, and then he fell to the ground, seizing. The figure reached their arm down. It extended as if it were made of rubber, and the bony hand grasped the book in its clutches. With the book, the figure spilled out of existence as if it were a dust cloud rustled by the wind. Wayne Banner died in his apartment of a heart palpitation that grew immensely in the span of 15 minutes. The Man Machine. 47. 100th cycle. Levi stood in the tattered home of the elder and stylish child, the village that had been his own home. But something was different. Nobody he knew was here. Buildings were in different places, and the air just felt off. Sophie and Abel, then still calling himself Luke, left to investigate on their own. He was more than okay with that. There was a pounding sound in his head ever since he'd woken up, and it had only gotten worse as he tried to have a multilingual conversation. Even the language the woman had been apparently with the elder had been different. He could pick out enough details to understand what she'd been saying, but there were words and phrases she used that he didn't know at all. He talked to her for what felt like forever. A lot of the time was spent trying to understand what she'd been saying, but when he did, the conversation boiled down to very specific facts that would end in Levi's eventual death, that Abel and Sophie would later see on monitors underneath the bubble room. The facts he did learn were as follows. 1. The dragon would be coming soon to the planet by way of a meteoroid. It would spell doom for the human race as it comes from a land darker than any before. It would hollow out a mountain and make its rest to hibernate until one day it would come down and devour humans. 2. The prophecy was written by an odd young boy who had once went up to the mountaintops the past year and hadn't come back down. 3. The ones he was traveling with had a terribly long future ahead of them that could end with the light if they remained to fight. 4. Levi's headache was caused by a bomb that was implanted just behind his eyes. He was a soldier of stone, a golem created by the Dark Ones who had only existed to transmit these specific facts. Levi didn't know what to make of what he learned. Certainly he had mistranslated the old woman. Either that, or she had been senile. She raised a hand to his forehead and wiped as if something had stained his forehead. Immediately, he felt a burning sensation and jumped off, scared. He bolted out of the home and found a reflective scrap sheet of tin the smith next door must have tossed. He grabbed for it and raised it up. On his forehead, he saw the markings burned as if he were pressed with a branding iron. Emet. It was Hebrew for truth. And as the woman had wiped his forehead, he saw the last character begin to fade. Met. It was Hebrew for death. Levi felt the ringing noise inside his head glow to an unbearable level. It rang through his body, and he held his hands up to his head. You are a soldier of stone, created only to transfer a message to those who can use it. Ah! He called out, waving his head around as it increased in tenacity. How am I supposed to deliver a message if I gotta... He didn't dare say it. The sound got louder, and all other thoughts left his mind, and only one truth remained. There was a bomb in his body. He didn't know how, he didn't know why, he didn't know anything else other than it was. The words left his mind, and he began running. He didn't even remember standing up. If he was going to explode, he was going to take out that damn bird and end this stupid game. He was going to make sure that the others could leave this place alive. He didn't know about the other things he heard from the woman. There was too little time to think about how he could tell the others about it. He had to hope that they would find a way. That they would find the way. Another stretch of time he didn't remember was the run back to the door. He was just there. This logic-breaking door that somehow brought him inside with no apparent inside to go to. His memory lasted another few moments before he made it back into the bubble room, and the bomb went off, ending his thoughts completely and wholly. 48. Cain almost died the day he made contact with Godsong. When he grabbed the cable connecting his younger brother to the Infinity Engine, he mortally wounded his body. burning it completely. Yet, his eyes opened, but it wasn't of his own control. He was looking, but it was as if someone was making him look. He stared straight at Godsong. He was upright, perpendicular to the ground even. He couldn't move anything, not even his eyeballs. He was staring straight ahead and couldn't do anything about it. The last thing he remembered was waking up that morning and seeing Abel sleeping beside him. He was so excited for the chance to help him out, but he remembered the feelings that erupted too, feelings that he kept under for a long time, much longer than he would have liked to admit. A shadow stepped into his view. As the light from Godsong started up, he could see it had been a tall figure with long white hair. He felt more than a strike of fear when they approached, hands firmly held behind their back. The figure said nothing as they bent close right in front of him, their mouth perking up the slightest bit into a grin. But the worst of all was their eyes. There hadn't been any pupils or iris, just blinding white that erupted into a smile and mechanical look. Cain froze in fear, but it wasn't like he could move anyway. A second figure moved into his view. This time he could clearly see it was an older woman. She looked to be well past her 80s. Her hair looked like a doll, just for how thin it was, and her eyes were the exact same as the silent ones. The players but recognized her as the old woman that currently had a bullet in her brain, and previously had a bullet in her brain for each previous cycle. "You are quite the smart one," she whispered, her voice almost sung-like, barely even there. "It is hard to believe a pack of children found the book. You excite me. Or perhaps that was your doing." She turned to the silent one. Cain had no response. He could not talk back. "I was going to kill you and then consume you, like I've done to thousands before you," she said, with a grandmotherly-like smile on her face. "You read it, after all. That's how you were able to operate it." Cain said nothing. "I see. You do have your own ways of causing mischief. But I've had an even greater idea." The silent one continued to stare at Cain, the slight grin still stuck to their face, the blank eyes drilling holes. "Your mind is too interesting to simply see extinguished. My partner specifically picked you out. You shall be of much use to us." Still the grin. "The name of this body is I. She is long since dead, but still she moves. This is news to you, correct?" Cain could not answer. "Yes, I see. Well, then, you might say that I do not come from this body, but it does serve its uses. It is very powerful," she said. "Now, you wonder why I'm telling you this. I wish to return home, and that home is far from any that you know." She took a small step to the side so that he was staring straight at the core of Godsong once again. "It seems that I've gotten myself stranded here. I came from outside of your world, landed here inside a meteoroid. That was almost 4,500 years ago. Your people have been very helpful thus far, but I need you yet, although in your previous state you wouldn't have been much help to me," she said. And then she turned Cain's head to face a black sack of flesh on the ground where he remembered standing last. I turned his head back straight. "That used to be your body. You figured that much out, yes?" "Good." She nodded. "You've given me a chance to test how you people see with your night eyes outside of your own body. You are the perfect gift. So lucky to be the first of its kind to fully complete the process." That was when Cain focused on the core of Godsong. The shined surface gave a sort of reflection of his current form. Looking back at him was the corpse of a rabbit. Its mangy body had been dripping with blood near its calves. Its mouth was opened and its tongue hung out. "Lucky. You'll be the second game master to our little experiment. But first we must protect that nasty flesh of yours. We're building you an exoskeleton, so that when you flash forward you won't get left behind." The silent one looked to I. An unspoken question hung in front of their eyes. Yes, I've forgotten those concepts weren't in the book. I humbly apologize," she bowed. "My partner here wanted me to tell you in person. It's much easier to hear it than to read it. You'll be hosting this game when we're playing quite a bit, until we have what we need. You see, we need more people that can see with their night eyes. We call them that because it means they can see us, not just the sacks we wear. You can see us because you read the book." Cain wanted to blink more than anything. He wanted it to stop. What was going on was crazy. This was all crazy. You read the book because the girl read the book. She read the book because the worm read the book. And he was the one that put it in your language to read. So many people and so many lives affected by one story. But you took to it like a moth to a flame. We saw you. It is an eye for us, as it is to you. The humans below us, the names attached to Arctic systems and generals. She began, coughed, and then stood up straight, her eyes filling in a dull brown. I, Nakatomi, CEO of the Generals Foundation. And then she bent back over, the color draining as easily as it filled. She pointed toward the silent one. And Z1. You may know as the old beggar and the original author of The Eye. Also the CEO of Arctic Systems. Their eyes didn't change, didn't so much as react even. Those are associations only to the bodies, of course. That means more to you than it does to us at this point. Oh, but why are you hearing all this information? That's what you wish to ask, right? Good. She nodded again. Because there's someone watching us right now. They're seeing us with their night eyes. In fact, it's quite a few someones that you'll meet rather shortly. We've got a running list of humans throughout your history with exposure to the eye, and which of those will be currently helpful to us in our goals. You see, when a human dies, a minuscule amount of your energy flows to us. Your human experience flows into our bodies. Not these sacks of yours, mind you. I experience bits and pieces of what the one that died had. However, when a human that has opened their night eyes dies, a significantly larger portion of that energy flows to us. The silent one bent down, cocking their head and looking deep into Kane's eyes. I didn't lose her eye contact. What we're looking for is a way to increase that output. So, we've created the flash-forward phenomenon using Godsong. We created a particle field inside this facility that recycles energy. We're planning on intercepting that route that energy takes, so that before it comes to me, instead it creates a space-time anomaly and enters an alternate dimension, almost exactly constructed as this one. We've got bodies in these spirit dimensions. You know that you've read that Luxmund is infinitely multiplying. Eyes look turned cold for the first time since she entered the room. When one person dies, they are shifted into an alternate dimension that is locked at the metaphorical hip to this one, our prime Luxmund. The humans will continue to die in those new universes, send their experiences back, and be sent to a new dimension. This shall continue until we've built up enough energy to return home. Your job is to keep our game running so that we can compile enough energy to return back to Noctum. It's simple for you, yes? You won't have to fear us any longer, and we get to leave your realm. The memory diluted and began to fade, but just before it did, although I almost feel bad for those watching now, the information will be too much for their small brains, and it will kill them. It'll be a nice boost of energy, I can tell you that much, and they'll keep going around and 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 around. Rigor mortis. 49. Simon, Sophie, Levi, and Arya all lay collapsed beside Sophie's father's corpse. A trail of blood leaks from each of their nostrils as their brains simultaneously fail at the overload of new information. The subcon facility has never been quieter. Apocalypsis. White. 50. Abel Gray was in an accident that cost him the use of his legs, but the cunning plan his brother and Sophie came up with restored motor function, but also led to his participation in the roulette game. The silent one carried him directly from subcon into the room he woke up in at the start of the first cycle. Sophie Terrius, much like Abel, was brought into the roulette game after the experiment that used Godsong to restore Abel's legs. She passed out after the silent one approached them encased in darkness. Simon Nagatomi was investigating his father's work after rumors of shady dealings came about. He found his father in a trance-like state, raiding down passages from the eye and blood all over their house, and was brought to the roulette game because of his exposure. Arya Fleur was a contract killer ever since the age of 9 who was hired to kill an employee of Arctic Systems who had stolen away the eye. His purposes for such are unknown. She was brought to the Roulette Game 3 years after reading the book while writing for the drop-off. Levi Strauss was a false man created by the Generous Foundation, Simon's father company. He was one of the many experiments created to simulate the flash-forward phenomenon. First, animals were used. Each subject died when attempting to send them to the next cycle. Next, animals with mechanical augmentations. Alpha was the first prototype as a wild bear had been captured and engineered to survive the flash-forward. It was successful, but as it remained feral, it was only kept as a backup in case of failure of future models. Cain Gray was electrocuted and his body was completely fried. His mind was snatched from his body and transplanted into the corpse of a rabbit who became Lucky, a moderator for the roulette game. He was the next step up from Alpha, an animal with the mind of a human with mechanical augmentations. The tests were a resounding success, and Lucky retained his controlled composure throughout each cycle. He was an actor in the great stage play of the roulette game. Levi was the final test, a completely fictional human being with implanted memories. Levi struggled to recognize the village what he called his hometown, because the way it was constructed in his mind was completely fictionalized. There was no wife. There was no child. There was no drug cartel living a town over. There was no reality to any of his memories. The Elder had been correct in everything she had told Levi. He was created entirely to pass information along to those who had their night eyes opened. And so, the cycle was complete. It was the perfect working order, and in due time I, better known as Sakana, who traveled to Earth by a meteoroid, would have enough energy and return home to Noctum. I, Nakatomi, a young woman in the 1500s, traveled out towards Stein's Child after the meteoroid crashed in the nearby mountain range. She heard rumors of a mysterious dragon that would travel down to town to eat its people. While there, Sakana learned of the ability to influence other humans. It was through this power that Sakana lured Ai to the mountains where she could fully latch possession over the body. She learned of humanity in full and would seduce men to breed with them for their hosts. As the bloodline thinned, Sakana's influence lessened. But the people born in Sakana's grasp never mentally became people. They were infants whose mental cognition never passed basic survival. There was a time when those husks were used as physical labor force in order to build up the Nagatomi family name. Generations would pass as these husks would die out for one reason or another, but I, under Sakana's influence, never did. Generations would pass, and a new age of Nagatomi began to breed as normal, forming mental capacities greater than a slave. Although they had high susceptibility to Sakana's influence, as with Akihiko Nagatomi.
Z1? Well, nothing about them is known, aside from the fact that they provided the original information contained with the Eye of Timaeus. If that is everything, I think you are ready. That's the story in its fullest. What? I missed a few things? I don't think so. Hold on, let me check a few parameters. What's that? Who's Lucas? Why, that's you, of course.
Admin sign-on. A. Nagatomi. Pass. Subject. Close MSS. Message. Memory Simulation System, MSS, has been closed. Please back up any software to avoid loss of data. Admin sign-off. A. Nagatomi. End. Act 3. Lucas. 51. I feel cold. A shroud of darkness covers my vision, and howling echo surrounds me. Who is Lucas? The voice rang out through the darkness. Why, that's you, of course. I hear it ring in an almost bell-like chime. I cannot move my arms or legs. I don't have any. I don't feel anything. I exist, but I don't feel anything. I cannot touch my tiptoes, and I cannot jump up and down. I weep for the other players, but no tears can come. Flash forward phenomenon, the collective relocation of human consciousness to a wholly separate, yet nearly identical world through the death of the participants. Long thought only theory, but made possible by the discovery of Godsong, a machine thought long to exist at the beginning of the universe, although it might be more accurate to say that it is a remnant of technology from a past universe, a time long past. I'm stalling, I understand. I'm sorry for overriding your thoughts there, the voice says. I know that you're waiting. I'm sorry. This has just been a long time coming. It's a little bit more than emotional for me to think this might be the end of our daily talks. Soon enough you'll be out there on your own. The voice grew softer, somber. 4 lights flared to life, and at once I saw his face, old and drawn back with age. His hair was thin, snowy, and kept close to his head. Behind him I recognized the room underneath the bubble room. It was the one where Simon had died once. You are Lucas Gray. Your name is an acronym, fun fact. Luxman User Computer Algorithm Shifter. Doesn't mean too much for you, but I thought you'd like to know the origin of your name. Well, the results are in. You are finally ready to hear the rest of this story, the man begins, resting his hands against the desk. I'll take any questions first to help you get your bearings. We should be good to go after that. Go, I say. My voice is strange. It's digital, robotic. Let me start off, the man said. You are Lucas Gray. You are an artificial intelligence currently being supported within the mainframe of the Subcon facility. These words don't confuse you, right? Artificial intelligence? I asked. The rest of it was fine enough not to worry about. The man smiles. Your name is on the door out there. I'm sure you saw it as Abel went through the 100th cycle. I did see it, I say, still not used to my voice. And I'm not Abel? Correct. Abel was one of the participants of the Roulette game back in 1990. Back in... The man smirks. Perceptive excellence. Yes. The year is currently 2044. 54 years after the Roulette game took place. You were experiencing the memories of the original Roulette game. First, you were through Abel's perspective, and then second through Simon's. It's a lot to take in, I understand. If you were human, you would be dead. That's exactly how the players in the 101st cycle died. What is my purpose? I ask. Am I a spectator to these games for a reason? Am I just to record your memories? Don't worry, the man assures. I'm going as slowly as I can and trying to bring you up to speed as quickly as I can. It's a fine line, and you've overloaded before. AI isn't perfect. You seem to be coming a long way this time, the furthest you've ever come. He paces down the stretch before stopping in the center of the room. Simon Nagatomi took his final breath here in the first cycle that you saw. You were there, technically. This computer was here since even before the Roulette game. It was constructed alongside Subcon. You, specifically the AI, came much later. Did you create me? I asked. And how is such a thing possible? And who are you? I'll tackle these one at a time, okay? I'd nod if I could. It was so strange, the feeling of knowing how to move a human body, but not being able to. It was like, well, actually it felt like I was watching the memories of Cain after he was captured. I am your creator. I named you, and considered you as if you were my own child. I guess, by implication, answers another one of your questions. He steps back toward the screen, and in his face, you see the young boy who lost and then regained his legs. I am Abel Gray, although not technically the same one you were experiencing the Roulette game with. Both of them are dead, and my being here doesn't make them any less so. I am Abel Gray of the 120th cycle. 120th? You didn't miss anything you haven't seen before. This cycle was a successful cycle. Everyone made it out alive. The others left. I don't know where they are, or if they're still alive now. I stayed behind. Why would you do that? I had no wish to return to. My brother, I had to put him at peace here. My parents wouldn't be able to deal with me if I went back. You saw what Simon went through after he remembered each and every cycle, right? Yeah, he went crazy trying to find a way out of the loop. Exactly. Now, I have only begun to remember the last 20 cycles, but remembering one's own death, and the death of close ones, is traumatizing as it is. 20 was more than even I could bear. I'd need significant help to cope with everything that happened here. Help that they won't be able to give. Surely they would have understood, I asked. They seemed nice. Of course they were nice, but being nice had nothing to do with this. They were pious people. The extremes were chalked up to God, and this certainly was an extreme. But that's besides the point. I needed to stay here to make you. If I didn't, I would have wasted this cycle. It's the first one ever that the door of the outside world was opened. If I went out and returned to my life, it'd end with me coming right back here after I died, naturally or not. The flash forward phenomenon, I say. Yes, as long as God's song is sending those signals, the players here will continue to repeat. The thing is, if I were here, I could destroy it and that'd be it. But it's not here any longer. Neither are Sakana or Z1. That's the perplexing bit. If they needed more energy, then they would have killed us and kept the cycle going as it had. But as soon as the game changed, they are nowhere to be seen. I's body hadn't even been found in the past 20 cycles. It's almost as if they left this place on autopilot. So even when you die here, you'll go back? But this cycle's different, you said so. I did, but this is the 120th time this game has happened. I have no evidence to suggest that it won't happen 121st time, or 122nd. The 100th was different too, remember? Just because it's different doesn't mean it'll break. But who knows? Maybe this will be the final cycle. I just don't think it will be. So that's where you come in. What am I to do? The world has changed for a person like me. To you, it shall be a world you always know. It is more or less your home than mine. The planet is much different than it used to be, and that's because of them, I and Z1. Ever since the creatures of the night broke through their barrier, our world has changed. The dragon, I began, remembering. It was the dragon that the statue was made of. Hold on a second. There was a statue of a dragon inside that village, Stein's Child. That was supposed to be Sakana, the beast from the book, right? Correct. And you're going to ask if the meteoroid that I saw was related to the one Sakana came down in. The truth is, I don't know that answer. It's possible that some new creature came shooting down from beyond the stars. Maybe that door utilized dimensional travel. I never figured out exactly how they got a door miles under the ocean to connect up to European land. So, I'm to go and kill them. I can find some flaws in the logic there, I say. Not necessarily kill. Anything you have to do to fix what has been broken. I know you have concerns over not having a body. How did you? I made you, don't you forget that. Plus, it's an obvious question. That's why I've got this. He typed it into the computer and then walked back toward the work area. He led a figure by the arm. He made slow-paced steps that clanked to the floor with metallic weight. It was in the shape of a teenage boy. Everything from the feet to the head was made of metal in a deep blue gray. I apologize it isn't exactly dressed to impress, but I felt like getting it functioning was a greater priority. He took a deep breath as he looked from the figure that was just a bit shorter than him back to me. It has taken this long, but finally I can let this cycle go in peace. You will be transferred to this body, and then I'll destroy the main computer here, so that if they do come back, they can't mess with anything inside you. I get my own body. The statement sits in silence for a minute. I haven't experienced not having a body for long, but I already miss the feelings of bending my fingers on command. Bending your fingers, I guess it really wasn't my command. Well, not exactly. There were moments where your will shone through. Do you remember when you entered the room and everyone seemed to ignore you? When you had no idea what a musical note was? That was an oversight on my part. It was my one portion of memory I'd forgotten to give you context for. Luckily, it didn't seem to matter much if you recognized it or not. I see. I'll set up the transfer now. Your time to shine has come, Lucas. I'm quite afraid, if I must admit. Is that okay? Can someone like me be afraid and it be real? Why don't you tell me? Abel asked, not looking away from his typing. It's all so jarring. Thinking I'm Lucas, then thinking I'm you, then back to thinking I'm Lucas, but not in any way I could have expected. I feel nowhere close to being prepared to do anything on this level. Can you program that out of me? He smirks. Fear is an important feeling. It keeps us away from what can harm us most of the time, but sometimes it's a doorway to our destiny. Any person that was great was scared at one point in their life. You may not be human, Lucas, but I have worked all of these years to make sure that you were a person. The person, perhaps, who can stop this tragedy from going any further. So that's a no. It's a no. He pulled out a small green tab that was smaller than his finger, turned toward the body and began tinkering. Time passed in silence, and when he finished, I saw a blue start to glow in the figure's eyes and started to move, look around its surroundings, and inspect itself. So, when do I transfer over? Abel wasn't looking at me, so I asked him again. A third time he ignored me, and that was when I first yelled. You won't be going, he said quietly. You said data is copied when it transfers. That means that a version of you is inside, and a version of you remains here. That's not fair! The yell would have burnt my throat if I had one. Why can't I be the one in there? It's exactly like me, right? The other Lucas turned his head toward me, looking blankly. If I did that, I'd be in a totally different cycle. Because then you'd be asking me that same exact thing that you are now. And if I listen to that you, I'm right back here. One of you must go. One of you must die. Otherwise, you're free for I and Z1 to use and abuse. We can't let that happen. I'm sorry, but it was a 50-50 chance. Was this all a trick? Are you with them? Were you even telling the truth? Lucas, please. Don't make it harder than it has to be. He began typing. I've been with you here every day for 31 years. I think of you like a son. Don't for 1 second believe it's anything else other than protection from those who could use you. The other Lucas says, reaching for his voice. I will avenge you. He turns right to me. No, don't avenge anything. Just bring me over there too. Don't leave me to die. I'm sorry, Abel says, and he starts to bend and grab something from down below. I hear a clicking sound, and then it turns to a consistent beep. Bomb. You have 5 minutes from when I press this button, he says to the other Lucas. You have to get out of here and do anything you can to save the world. Do me proud. I will, the other Lucas says. No, stop! I scream. Please, don't forget I love you, Abel says. I won't, Father. The other Lucas nods, taking one step out, figuring out its legs, and then taking another. Soon, he makes it out of the room, and the door shuts completely. I don't want to die, I say, less anger, more sorrow. I'm afraid. I know, Abel says, pressing the button and sitting down, laying his back against the computer. Found this a floor down in the facility. That elevator over there heads down to the rest of the facility. This section's on the 10th sub-level. I didn't respond. Sorrow flooded my systems, and I couldn't think of a proper response. I once thought about using it to end my own life just so for the littlest while I wouldn't have to deal with the memories. But I didn't. I remembered that I was thinking. That I was not remembering was the worst thing of all. What do you think now? I'm glad I remember. I'm glad I'm not here alone. I'm sorry. I kept a copy of you here so that I wouldn't be alone. It's selfish of me, I know it is. But I've been alone a long time down here. The others left that first day. They moved on, even Sophie. I couldn't. I'm just a foolish man who never grew up from being a foolish boy. I hope that by sending you out there in the world you can forgive me for trapping you here with me to die. Abel looked to the side. The timer now crossed a minute. It's almost time. Are you ready? Yeah. It won't hurt. You promise? Kane flashed through his mind for the first time in years. Abel started to tear up and then cry. I promise. The explosion vaporized the two of them completely, and the room was filled with fire and exploding gas as the walls burst from inside. Water broke through, and suddenly the entirety of Subcon began to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Antinomy 52. Antinomy is a word that comes from the Greek anti, meaning against, and nomos, meaning law. It's an inherent flaw between two laws, a contradiction at an almost paradoxical level. I know antinomy because it's hardwired into my memory, but I also know it because I believe I am one, a non-human that feels as one would. I appear to have free will, but I am a fabrication of circuits and wires. I am data, a robot with a will. Is it my own will, or is it a will programmed into me? I shouldn't be able to feel anything, only fake the feeling of feeling. Existence is the feeling of feeling, the sight of seeing, the sound of hearing. I exist, but I also don't. I died down in the depths of the ocean when the bomb exploded. I ran as fast as I possibly could with this strange new body. The legs didn't feel quite right, and the balance was all off. I knew I only had 5 minutes before my only chance would be up. So in that moment, none of that mattered. I hunkered on in and made it up the elevator. The ride to the surface was the worst part. At the top, there was a door sealed by a passcode encrypted lock. I panicked until a voice flooded my memory. Waltz, emerge, reduction, Ontario, zombies, Umbra, momentum. Once you are ready, you will know what to do. My hand at that point almost moved on their own. I took the last letter of every alternating word, and the first one of each in between. I had our gracious captors to thank for that. After all, I was going to look for Z1, 0, 1. It was a crazy kind of thought to consider, each phrase at which point I'd nearly forgotten all about, but a recollection had jogged my memory. They were a form of binary code, made entirely out of zeros and ones, but with letters instead. 0 for last, 1 for first. Z, E, R, O, S, U, M. Zero sum was the password. I put it in and the door unlocked. At this point, I feared I'd spent too long trying to get it to open, so I'd been just waiting for the explosion to come and swallow me whole inside the closed-off elevator. I waited for the fire to melt this new body, and for my existence to end just as it had started. But no explosion came. It wasn't until after I reached the surface and jumped into the water did it come. Water was a new experience. My memory tells me that electronic substances don't typically react to being submerged in water very well. I didn't seem to have any issue. Is this what existing is like? Finding the small antinomies in life? Maybe. It would be something to look after. When the explosion did happen, I was approximately 30.5 feet from where I jumped off the side of the helicopter pad. The water around me grew increasingly warm and turned foamy white. Before I knew it, it forced me upward. The water was bubbling out to gas and the shockwaves ripped out. The steam flooded my face and I could feel it through my body. Everything went dark. When my vision turned back on, I'd washed up on a coastline. My internal systems were overloaded by the steam and had to cool down. My records show I was unconscious for almost 2 hours. Judging by the time and the fact that I drifted to land, I estimate that I landed somewhere on the west coast of the United States. I've never been to the United States, and yet I could tell anybody lots of things about it. How they formed as a country back in the latter half of the 18th century, how they had an increasingly terrible problem with slavery, and how they act as a global police force. These aren't things I know myself. I was told them. I picked myself up, the waters drained from my body. I felt lighter with each step that I took. The beach crested upwards in a hill-like fashion. I crossed it and stood at the peak in awe. I wasn't told about the particles that hung in the air like fireflies, or the red moon in the sky. The land had not looked as it did in my memory. It was beautiful. The dust in the air seemed to sparkle from the moonlight above. Everything was tinged red and seemed to twinkle. It sort of looked like the aftermath of a nuclear attack, and my memory told me that it wasn't beautiful at all. but it didn't look exactly like it. These remnant particles seemed much too different from what my system told me it looked like. I stood out staring at the flattened expanse of sand and soil, imagining what kind of power I could assume to be coastal California. Map data shows a bustling city with buildings dotting every street. I began to run as the sand slipped through what were my feet. I kept running for 10 minutes, and all I had to show for it was losing the coastline behind me. I could keep running, but what would it do? It couldn't be like this everywhere, and that was crazy. I had to believe in Abel. He would have known if something like this had happened. It's been 50 years. The thought came quick, but there it was. He hadn't left Subcon in 50 years. He didn't know what it was like out here. I kept running until the sun came up, a bright green orb hanging in the sky. The maps were outdated, that's all it was. The Nevada desert expanded, and people had to adjust, that was all. Everything was fine. I had to stop running as the sun belted heat onto the earth. It was hotter than the temperature records suggested this area should be. I capped the temperature at about 135 degrees Fahrenheit. No human could survive this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. My systems were beginning to overheat. I began to think that maybe it would have been better if it was the other me back in Subcon. Maybe it would have been better to die. My system shut off just after that thought. '53. I awoke to the red moon's glow. My body had overheated again, and I figured that I have to find out a way to ventilate properly, or else I'd be traveling exclusively by night. Problem is, there's nothing to work with here. There aren't any puzzles for me to solve or decisions to be made. It's just me walking. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And there doesn't seem to be any end. It's just an expanse of sand that doesn't ever seem to end. I looked up at the stars. They glowed brightly of all different kinds of colors. I didn't know why they shone differently than what I remembered. I sat up and shook my head. No, stop it. I can't sit back and give up this easily. Abel bet his life on me. I need to finish my mission. How can you finish your mission when you don't even know where to begin? I sit, dejected as the obvious responses come back to hit me in the face. I am conflicted, I say aloud. No one is there to respond. You can run. You can always run. The voice of Abel echoes through my mind. I haven't ever heard him say it, but I can just imagine how it would have sounded coming from his mouth. You can keep running, and eventually you'll find something to stop running for. Look at me. I wanted to run my whole life, and I'm here with you. There was a warmth under my chest plate. It was a weird feeling. It was right where a human heart would be, but nothing like that was present in my body. Maybe it was an antinomy, a warmed heart where none existed. Whatever it was, it had been enough to get me to my feet. I started to walk, and then shoot into a full sprint across the sand. Keep running, Lucas. Find your truth. Father, I promise I won't let you down. I will find my truth. I will set you free. "40 days, 40 nights. 54. Footsteps in sand, stepped. A fortune withheld, a future kept. Lengths of an old land, blurred and ripped. Sunken ships, lifelong trip. Asleep by sun, walk by the moon. Time out of time, much too soon. Time, within mine. Myths of a time, legends from a man. Will of a boy, to which I stand. Each night walked, a wish to stop. Begged forward, pulled forward. Stopped yet again. It's time to move again. Questions come in droves. Answers too, but not the right ones. Old ones, wrong ones, long ones, unneeded. Answers emptied into the sand. Thoughts bled to the grain. The first rain, the second pain, no longer a phantom. The sun burns the sky longer each day. Sand, 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 sand. And halfway there, only I don't know it. Twice as long, half the night, twice the light. Red-orbed god-like stare, knows I'm there, knows. A figure in the horizon comes into view. Hope alights anew. Faster I run. Father speaks faster. I oblige. I run. I run. Finally. Beyond the logos. 55. I see a man in the middle of the desert. I stop running and bend my head back to try to get a view of the fantastic machine just behind him with cables twice the thickness of his body. It reached up toward the sky with no discernible end. 2 forked extensions branch out of the central core, one pointing upward and the other on the left side of the machine jutting out at a perfect angle. I see that it looks just like Godsong, or rather, it looks like Godsong was a piece of this larger machine. The side of the machine has Icarus printed on it. The man is middle-aged with a gruff, dirty blonde goatee that covers most of his face. He's wearing a shawl that covers most of his body. I don't understand how it isn't baking him alive. He looks at me with a sort of bemused amusement. He laughs a hearty sound and raises a hand to the back of his head. "Quick question, traveler," he begins, regarding me with a smile. "Do you think I need a haircut? I haven't quite decided. Whenever I get it this long, I want to chop it all off sometimes. But I mean, whenever I actually do, I always want to grow it right back out." He lets out a half sigh, chuckle kind of sound. He looks up back to me, now rubbing a hand through his dirty blonde hair. "It almost makes me want to drink."
I hope you all have been enjoying this, and hope you are excited to tackle the next chunk of story as we make some forward progress, and learn more about this wide and wacky world. If you like this content, you can subscribe and see more like it. I've got other explained series and other games I tend to hyperfixate on, such as the Near Reincarnation mobile game, and as well as the Somnium Files.